The Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse. If you enjoy the content on this channel, join me on Patreon to get faster updates and suggest novels you'd like to see. Chapter 351. She bought the house next door? During the renovation next door, I had guessed what kind of person would move in. Some local dignitaries, or perhaps the head of a major business consortium. But I never imagined it would be the wood elf hostage we rescued a while ago. This area is indeed quite nice. But Shannala is the chairman of the largest cross-ocean elf commerce association. Why would she choose to live here? What's wrong? Master, do you know her? Minnie asked softly, seeing his expression. Andre Willow also looked over curiously. Wu Heng replied, "It just reminds me of someone who looks a bit like the person you described." "Is it someone from the association?" Minnie pressed. "Not from the association. On a previous mission, we rescued a wood elf hostage, sort of like the one you're describing," Wu Heng explained. "Oh, so are we going to go? Do you want to go?" Minnie gently shook his arm, saying, "Not really, it's just that being closer to neighbors can make future interactions easier." That's true, let's get ready then, we'll go to their dinner party tonight," Wu Heng said. "Yay!" Minnie cheered. She took Andre Willow with her to prepare their dresses. Wu Heng arranged for the skeletons to guard the house and went back to his room to look for his formal attire. Having met her once when we rescued her, it was not a bad idea to maintain a friendly neighborhood relation, considering her high status. Especially since the Yeko Kingdom was a bit chaotic. I might be able to purchase some needed goods through the wood elves. Inside the room, Wu Heng donned a blue noble suit embroidered with intricate designs. Andre Willow neatly adjusted his collar and said, "It looks great, you really suit these noble outfits. You both look very nice today," Wu Heng said as he ruffled her hair. Andre Willow smiled and hugged his waist, leaning her head into his chest. Tap tap tap. Minnie ran up in a dress, lifting her skirts. "Master, are you ready? Let's go, pick up the gifts we've prepared." "Okay." Wu Heng led the two downstairs, along with 4 skeleton attendants, and headed straight out of his house to the one next door. Gently knocking on the door. A middle-aged woman opened the door. She looked at Wu Heng and the 2 maids, smiling. "You must be Deputy Steward Wu Heng, the lady has prepared the dinner banquet, please come inside." The woman must be the steward. Normally, stewards tend to be male. But some women, for convenience, become female stewards as well. Wu Heng nodded and led the maids and attendants into the courtyard. Different from the barren yard of his own, this place had flower beds already blooming with paths and green leaves, not yet flowering but looking like they had been growing for some time. Everyone looked curiously at the arrangements in the yard. Considering they just moved in today, how did the plants grow so fast? They followed the female steward directly into the mansion. Pushing open the doors, the clean white stone floor came into view, surrounded by delicate decorations, with a crystal chandelier covered in illuminating stones hanging above. All 3 opened their eyes wide. So wealthy. The illuminating stones on the crystal lamp and the items around probably cost more than the house itself. Tap tap tap. Footsteps sounded. A tall and full-figured silhouette slowly descended the stairs. Looking up, Wu Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. It was indeed Shannala, the wood elf he had rescued from the amber. Her skin was tender and pale as jade, her deep and bright eyes carried the proud demeanor of an elf, her grey-blue hair was tied up, and she wore a purple off-shoulder bandage dress. Walking down gracefully, her figure was captivating. Her gaze swept over the people present. Finally, it rested on Wu Heng. Her face softened a lot as she said softly, "Deputy Steward Wu Heng, I didn't expect you to be my neighbor." "Lady Shannala, we meet again," Wu Heng replied with a human race courtesy. Minnie and Andre Willow also greeted her and handed the gifts they were carrying to an attendant nearby. Shannala still smiled, "It seems we really do have fate." "It's an honor to know you," Wu Heng replied. "Is that so? Then I'll take your word as truth." Shannala's bright eyes glanced through his gaze and continued, "Let's go, the dinner is ready, we can talk while we eat." The 3 followed her to the dining room. The long dining table was already laden with a bountiful spread. Wu Heng had not seen many of the dishes before, and the few he could recognize were alchemy cuisine, considered quite precious. The wealthy really know how to enjoy life. After exchanging a few courteous words, they began to sit down and eat. The wood elf's behavior was dignified and graceful, even when eating, she chewed slowly and with poise. After taking a simple bite, Wu Heng looked up again and saw the wood elf opposite him, resting her chin in her hand, looking at him with a face full of tenderness. Lady Shan'ala, what made you think of buying a house here? Wu Heng initiated a topic. I didn't have a residence on Gold and Silver Island either, saw this place was nice, and just bought it, replied Shan'ala with a smile. So, Lady Shan'ala plans to stay on the island for a long time. Lifting an eyebrow, Shan'ala retorted playfully, aren't you satisfied with me as a neighbor? Of course not, being neighbors with you is a good thing. Shan'ala's face broke into a smile, and she winked at him as she lifted her fruit wine and took a delicate sip, leaving a faint kiss of her lips on the edge of the cup. Sister, how come all the flowers in your yard are blooming? Many interjected. We've developed a kind of elixir that has a stimulating effect on plants. When you leave, I'll have someone bring some for you, just add the elixir to the water and water the soil normally, explained Shan'ala with a smile. That's too kind of you. Some elixirs are not that precious, said Shan'ala, and then she continued gazing at Wu Heng. Deputy Steward Wu Heng, where are you from? A small town in Yeko Kingdom. Oh, the Yeko Kingdom, it's a lovely place. As they ate, they discussed various topics of mutual interest. It seemed that the wood elf opposite Wu Heng showed no hostility towards the profession of necromancer. Rather, she seemed overly concerned. She inquired about his background and his past life. This kind of questioning didn't concern personal safety but gave the impression that the other party was simply curious about him. The sort of inquiries one might make during courtship. After dinner, they continued to chat in the parlor for a while. As evening approached, they stood up to say goodbye to the wood elf and left her residence. Shan'ala had someone send over the elixir, then waved goodbye to the group. Back at their own dwelling, patting her belly, Minnie commented, Sister Shan'ala is really nice, pretty, gentle, and wealthy. It's our first meeting, and we're guests, so of course, she'd be somewhat gentle, said Andre Willow, who had changed into more casual attire. Doesn't it seem like she has a liking for the master? I always feel like the way she looks at you is somewhat different. Maybe it's just because she's enthusiastic, her status already surpasses that of a socialite, and she surely has no lack of suitors, Wu Heng replied while changing his clothes. At most, they had a favorable first impression of each other. Her appearance and status were such that she would never be short of admirers. What if she does have that idea? Would you marry her to make her your wife? Asked Minnie. Elves have lifespans of several hundred years, and it seems she already has a husband. Oh. After changing clothes, they drank tea in the living room for a while. Before going to sleep, Wu Heng went out to the courtyard to practice swordsmanship. The two followed Wu Heng out, also changed into training attire, and joined in the practice. When the night grew late, they returned to their residence to rest. The next day, early in the morning, Andre Willow went to the office for her shift, and Wu Heng got ready briefly before opening the boundary door on the 4th floor and heading to Zombie World. He pulled back the curtains to glance outside. A long line of vehicles had already parked on the side of the road. The survivors from the auto repair shop began scavenging for supplies in the vicinity. Descending the stairs, Wu Heng saw Li Yaheng coming down from the bus and heading straight towards him. When did you get here? Just arrived, and I've allocated the scavenging areas to everyone, said Li Yaheng. Wu Heng nodded, come inside with me. Oh, okay. She followed Wu Heng into the hotel behind him. Li Yaheng's eyes immediately widened. The hallways on both sides were filled with various goods. Strong crossbows and leather armor were the most abundant this time. There's so much. This should be enough for nearby survivors to exchange for a while. If you need any more equipment later, let me know, Wu Heng said from the side. This is enough for the nearby survivors to exchange for, Li Yaheng confirmed. Wu Heng nodded but said no more. Taking out her walkie-talkie, Li Yaheng instructed, tell everyone to come back and start moving these goods first. All the scattered teams returned. They, too, showed surprise at the sight of the piled-up weapons and armor, and they began to load them onto the trucks. Just then, a voice came through the walkie-talkie. It was Chi Han K's. Sister Hong, a convoy has appeared up the road and is moving this way. A large number of zombies have appeared behind them, and we can confirm 2 level 2 tanks, he reported. Chapter 352. The message came through the walkie-talkie and reached everyone's ears. Meanwhile, the faint sound of running footsteps and distant roars of the horde could be heard. Whoosh! The survivors became somewhat panicked in an instant. Even as the auto repair shop kept expanding its controlled area, the survivors still harbored a deep-seated fear of the horde. Li Yaheng signaled everyone to stay calm and pressed the walkie-talkie to ask, "Are there many?" "Probably quite a few," continuously turning from the road ahead. "It's impossible to gauge the exact number. There are 5 vehicles in the survivors' convoy, now there are only 4 left, and they're approaching this way," Chi Han Cai continued. "Keep an eye on them, Sister Chi, you come back first, get ready to intercept the convoy." "Okay." Chi Han Cai answered. Li Yaheng also hung up the walkie-talkie and began directing the others to mobilize vehicles. Upon receiving the message, Wu Heng released Xiao Xiao to fly straight up into the sky. After glancing at the distant zombie horde, he dove back into his body. The distant scene was also shared in his mind. 4 blood-stained minivans sped forward, shrouded in a mist of blood. Behind the convoy was a densely packed sea of zombies. It was unclear where these survivors had come from, but they had attracted so many zombies. Beyond the survivors' vehicles and the horde behind them, the shared vision also revealed 2 3-meter-tall, muscle-bound, second-level giant mutated zombies. Chasing after the convoy, they hurled rocks and trash cans, knocking down the zombies in front of them. After viewing the shared vision, Wu Heng immediately ordered the big head skull, "Get the skeleton troops moving, set up defenses along the road, and prepare to resist the horde." Hurrah! The skeleton army stationed around the hotel immediately sprang into action, laying out defensive positions along the road. Amidst a chorus of bone-on-bone friction, the dense skeleton army blocked the entire road horizontally, spears forward, forming an impenetrable wall. Behind the spear array, skeleton warriors armed with iron swords, battle axes and warhammers, followed by the second largest group, the skeleton archers, drew their bows and arrows, ready to fire. Behind them, the skeleton flying dragon, and the sweat-beaded Qiangzi and others hastily loading ammo into the skeleton flying dragon. Thud, thud, thud. Roar, roar, roar. The footsteps grew clearer, and the roars more intense. The survivors' convoy came fully into view, charging head-on towards them. Wu Heng sent Xiao Xiao into the air once more to take a look. The horde had grown even denser, more numerous than any horde he had seen before, filling the entire road and extending beyond sight. And the mutated zombies were still just the 2. Following the horde, they chased after the convoy. "The ammo is loaded, ready for takeoff," Qiangzi's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Wu Heng looked out into the distance and said to the big head skull, "Have the skeleton flying dragon take to the sky and drop bombs on the back portion of the horde." The big head skull didn't respond. But the skeleton flying dragon behind took off straight into the air, flying head-on towards the direction of the horde. Inside the speeding vans, the fleeing survivors were silent, faces grave and serious, sweat covering their features. Fleeing all the way, comrades were continuously swallowed by the horde, and only these last 4 vans remained upon reaching here. Even so, it was uncertain whether any of them could survive. The horde behind them was so dense that slowing down wasn't an option. Zombies lured to the sides, in a frenzy, banged against the sides of the vehicles, causing the already full-throttle minivans to sway unstably. Suddenly, the driver's face went pale, he rubbed his eyes, and his expression turned from solemn to terrified. He said, "Look, are those skeletons in front of us, skeletons blocking the whole road?" The other passengers in the van quickly ducked down, peering through the gaps in the grid welded by steel bars, looking ahead. They saw a dense mass of figures blocking the road ahead. Wielding spears, dressed in ancient armor, only the faces visible from outside showed the hollow pallor of skeletons. In the eye sockets, blue flames burned. "Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Stop the car! We can't stop, if we stop the horde behind will also devour us, see if there's a small path we can take on either side." The people in the vehicle immediately looked out the windows, towards both sides of the road ahead. The entire road was only clear on this main route, with both sides piled up with a large number of scrapped cars. Everyone fell silent. After an arduous escape to this place, they did not expect the end to still mean dying at the hands of monsters. The only difference would be whether they died at the hands of the skeletons or the zombies behind them. Someone gritted their teeth and shouted, "Break through, just smash right in, as far as we can go." "Yes, let's just smash through." A few people spoke loudly, determined to charge into the ranks of the skeletons. Whoosh! Suddenly, the view ahead went dark. A huge figure leapt into the air from behind the skeleton horde. The pale bones and massive wings soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. A dragon? Or some freakishly mutated flying creature? Everyone shut their mouths, suddenly feeling that maybe they couldn't even break into the ranks of the skeletons. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of bones rubbing against each other filled the air. In the vision of the few, the skeleton troops blocking the road parted to create a pathway. Is this, letting us in? Go in, it's a fight for life or death. All right. Once again flooring the accelerator, they plunged directly into the path cleared by the skeleton troops. The vans following behind also entered the passage in quick succession. As they moved through the dense skeleton crowd, the group spotted several figures standing amidst the skeleton troops, followed by military vehicles lined up side by side, as well as survivors. Humans. Behind the skeletons were humans. A sense of ecstatic relief, as if they had narrowly escaped death and reunited with long-lost relatives, surged from within the battlefield. The skeleton flying dragons quickly reached above the horde, and the bomb bay doors opened. A dense shower of solid iron bullets rained down from the sky. Like a downpour, they smashed into the midst of the zombies. Boom boom boom. A deafening series of roars merged into one. The ground trembled, and thick smoke billowed up. In an instant, large swathes of zombie bodies were pulverized, and blood and limbs sprayed everywhere. A vacuum of open space was formed. Roar! Tramp tramp tramp! Then, the horde from behind, trampling over the scattered limbs and bodies, continued to charge forward, relentlessly pushing on. In the sky, the skeleton flying dragons circled back behind the troops. Qiangzi and the others reloaded the ammunition, then soared into the sky once more. The second volley of bombs fell. The earth shook again, and another few hundred meters of zombies vanished. All that remained were scattered limbs. This time, 2 giant mutated zombies were also within the bombing range. They curled up in the corners of buildings with their muscular arms protecting their heads. Even in their effort to minimize the impact, their backs and arms were still penetrated by wounds as wide as bowls. Their bodies were also riddled with shrapnel from the splintering stones. The enraged mutated zombies, dragging their injured bodies, slowly rose. Looking up at the shadow flying overhead, they let out an angry roar. Picking up stones from the ground, they threw them with all their might at the sky. But they were too low to attack the skeleton flying dragons above, and could only follow below, ceaselessly roaring and throwing the stones in their hands. Swish whoosh! The whistling sound of something cutting through the air resonated once again. A dense flurry of arrows covered the sky like dark clouds. Thud thud thud! Arrows fell onto the battlefield, and zombies fell to the ground one after another. The mutated zombies' bodies were quickly filled with these densely packed arrows. The mutated zombies once again had their hatred aroused. They turned and roared at the distant skeleton troops. Brushing aside the zombies in front of them, they charged over with large strides. Another wave of arrow rain fell. Wu Heng's group also received a system prompt. Level raised to 12, Intelligence +1, Charm +1. Proficiency unlocked, Forced Concentration. Forced Concentration, you can quickly enter a focused state, significantly boosting the efficiency of your learning and training. He finally reached level 12. Now, he had reached the standard of a normal steward of the association. Zombie World was like an experience grinding instance, providing him with a continuous stream of experience points. His rate of improvement, when compared to other world, was also exceptionally rapid. Perhaps only the heroes from Bard's stories could match this speed. Li Yaheng also came over and said, Sister Qi and Han Xie, I have stopped those cars, how should we handle them? Wu Heng looked back and said, ask them how they ended up here. If they want to leave, let them go. If they want to stay, observe them for a while, then assign them some tasks. At the auto repair shop, there was still a great need for many hands for various jobs. Aside from transporting looted supplies, patrolling, clearing scattered zombies, creating wooden targets, and repairing weapons and armor. Many tasks required manpower. It would not be a problem to have more people join. Li Yaheng nodded, all right. At the rear of the troop, the survivors wielding heavy crossbows from the auto repair shop had surrounded the stopped vans in the middle. Sister Qi, clad in spike-resistant gear, with her hands held behind her, slowly walked to the forefront and said to the vans, for your safety, raise your hands when you come out of the vehicle, don't let us see any weapons or anything else that could pose a danger. Creak. The door of the first van, twisted and deformed, was slowly opened. A figure emerged, hands held high and moving cautiously. Don't shoot, we're just ordinary survivors, we don't have the power to harm you. Chapter 353. The man raised his hands high and carefully made his way down. Heng gave the other person a look. He wore a leather jacket and looked disheveled, resembling a refugee fleeing a disaster. Heng continued, have everyone come out and submit to inspection. Oh, sure. The man turned around, signaling for the people in the other vans to get out as well. One by one, survivors emerged from the other vans. Most were men, with only a few women, and everyone's condition seemed poor, some dirty and emaciated. Go inspect their vehicles, Heng continued. A few people went over and began to inspect the interior of the vans. Heng then asked, is anyone injured? No, they all answered in succession. This was easy to identify, as the virus's effect on humans was rapid. If they could stand there for a while, not turning into zombies, then there was no problem. After a moment of silence, Heng's gaze returned to the first man, are you their leader? I suppose so. Where have you come from? What are you doing here? The sleazy man answered again, we came from the Great Golden Bridge side, our refuge was attacked by a horde of zombies, so we made our way over here. You people managed to avoid the swarm of zombies and escape here. Heng said. We'd been preparing for a long time. Originally, our plan was to head towards the outskirts of the city, but the roads were severely blocked, we detoured until we ended up here, the man continued cautiously after glancing at Heng. Thanks for saving us, otherwise, we might have all died here. Heng nodded, not doubting their explanation. Most other shelters were still just scraping by, trying to avoid the hordes. The auto repair shop might be the only one capable of capturing and killing zombies out in the open. Heng nodded and went on, now you have two options, the first is to join our shelter, where we will provide you with food and security, but you will also need to work. The second option is to leave on your own, continue towards the city outskirts to live by yourselves, don't discuss what you see and hear today outside of here. We'd like to discuss it among ourselves, the man said. Fine, but make it quick. The survivors huddled together and began whispering among themselves. It wasn't long before they came back and the lead man said, we'd like to join you. Heng nodded, go over there and register, if you have any technical skills or special abilities, mention them, you might receive better treatment. Good, thank you, the man expressed his gratitude and then asked, what should we call you? Heng. The people were taken aback, all of them looking up at her in unison. The man asked, are you the leader of Dongan village? Heng shook her head, we've joined the auto repair shop, if you know about Dongan village, you should have heard about the auto repair shop as well. The expressions of the people became animated again. The auto repair shop and Dongan village had merged, which explained their strength. The survivors continued towards the registration area, still discussing in low voices. We're joining the auto repair shop, that's the biggest shelter, isn't it? It's probably just a bit less than Flame God's shelter, but with Dongan village merging, it shouldn't be much difference now. How could that be? Does Flame God's shelter have a flying dragon? Can they confront the zombie horde head-on? Have you seen it? How do you know they can't? During the registration, people continued to discuss. Anyone with sense knew the benefits of joining a large shelter. A safe living environment and sufficient food are the most important things right now. And these people, in Heng's view, were among the luckiest. Many more wished to join, but that would depend on whether King Yama and Li Yaheng agreed. Her gaze left the newly arrived survivors. She reported over the radio. Then continued to direct people, move their cars to the side so they don't block the road. On the battlefield, the fight still raged on. The few vans that had arrived brought more zombies than usual. The skeleton flying dragon repeatedly hurled iron bombs, bombing the rear of the zombie horde incessantly. After each loud explosion and thick smoke, a large vacuum would appear. At the same time, the skeletons and the zombies fiercely battled each other. The zombies tore and bit without cease, while the skeletons in the spear array kept retracting and thrusting their long spears. More zombies fell, and new zombies pushed forward to fill the gaps. Bang, bang, bang. Two mutated zombies flung aside the zombies blocking them and leaped into the ranks of the skeletons. A swath of skeletons was knocked down, or outright trampled underfoot. Julia, big guy, second chunk, you guys go take out those two big ones, but don't smash their heads, Wu Heng ordered. A few mutated skeletons behind him immediately sprang into action. One charged forward, knocking the two mutated zombies to the ground. The huge fists began pounding ferociously at various parts of their bodies. Despite their struggles, they couldn't resist the onslaught of the mutated skeletons, getting pummeled and rolled around, their muscles smashed and flattened. "Boss, we're out of iron bombs," Qiang's voice came through the radio. The flying dragon had been dropping solid iron bullets. All that was left had been thrown out. "Look around for some rocks to see if we can drop them from above." Chapter 354. Okay. Roar. Suddenly, the sounds of a zombie horde echoed from the pathways on either side. Wu Heng glanced over and continued to give orders, split two groups of skeletons to intercept the hordes on both sides. The sword and axe hammer wielding skeletons were immediately divided into two teams and charged toward the zombie groups on either side. The battle lasted until the afternoon. Bodies littered the entire road, surrounded by a halo of blood in the air. Apart from the stench of the carrion, there was also the unbearable smell of blood. After the battle, Wu Heng's experience went from level 12 to level 13, increasing by a small amount. It wasn't for naught that he blocked the horde for those people. The zombies were nearly completely slaughtered, and the skeleton troops began to clean up the battlefield. Big Guy and Zhuyi, each dragging a body of a mutated zombie, came over from the opposite side. They threw the bodies at Wu Heng's feet and then stood at the back of the queue. Wu Heng glanced at the corpses and immediately released the bone manipulation skill. The flesh fell away, and the broad-boned skeletons slowly rose to their feet. Skeleton Warrior, level 11. Skeleton Warrior, level 12. Both came from second-tier mutated zombies, the levels weren't too different. Wu Heng searched among the remains and found two corpse cores, placing them in a plastic bag. He then handed it to Li Yaheng. "Take these to the alchemy skeleton when you have time." "Okay." Li Yaheng nodded. Wu Heng stood up straight and continued, "Also, when we get back, have people research making arrows for wooden bows, the consumption is too high." Although arrows couldn't directly kill zombies, under volleys of fire, they could still cause significant damage. But the loss was just as severe. Every time Wu Heng visited the blacksmith's shop on Gold and Silver Island, he bought all the arrows and crossbow bolts in stock. Even so, it was still not enough for the skeleton soldiers' use. It even resulted in the price of arrows on Gold and Silver Island going up. "Okay, I'll discuss it with everyone once I get back," Li Yaheng nodded, then continued to ask, "Should we keep pushing forward?" "No need for now, let's clean up the battlefield." Li Yaheng began organizing the survivors to continue transporting the strong crossbows and leather armor from the hotel. The skeletons were still cleaning up the battlefield. After moving the crossbows and armor, Li Yaheng spoke in a lowered voice, "I'm heading back first, I'll accompany you again next time." "All right, stay one night next time before you go back." Li Yaheng's cheeks reddened, "There's no way to bathe here, it would be so uncomfortable being sticky." "I'll prepare a bathtub for you, no worries." "Really?" The two chatted for a while. The motorcade had also finished preparing. After waving goodbye, Li Yaheng left with the vehicles. Wu Heng then went over to the pile of collected corpses, holding the spine staff, and began to unleash corpse battlefield. A large number of skeletons rose and slowly joined the ranks. And this time, among the transformed skeletons, there were ones that had reached level 4. The zombies were leveling up a bit too fast. He continued transforming until dusk, then Wu Heng arranged for the skeletons to be restationed and returned to the hotel, opened the boundary door, and went back to his residence. Back on Gold and Silver Island, Wu Heng came downstairs from the upper floor. As he reached the second floor turn of the staircase, he heard the sound of conversation coming from the courtyard. "After pouring it into the water, stir it a bit, then you can go water the flowers," a gentle voice came through. "Water them once a day?" many asked. "Every 5 days will suffice." Wu Heng stepped out of the door and saw the wood elf Shan'ala and Minnie standing in front of the flower bed, holding a watering can and tending to the plants. Behind them stood a middle-aged female housekeeper, as well as a few guards at the doorway. Seeing Wu Heng come out, Minnie immediately showed a smile. "Master, Sister Shan'ala brought a gift over, you were resting just now, so we didn't disturb you." Lady Shan'ala, please come in," Wu Heng stepped aside to invite her in. Shan'ala smiled, nodded and walked into the hall. Today, Shan'ala wore a casual long dress, but her face was still beautiful. Around her delicate, Pink-white neck hung that amber pendant. It must be a special item or tool that, at a critical moment, could protect her and wait for rescue. Shanayla entered the living room with her hands clasped behind her, glancing around at various places. Then she stopped in front of a hanging painting and looked up at it. "Lady Shanayla, are you interested in artworks?" Wu Heng started a conversation. Shanayla shifted her gaze away from the painting. "I know a bit, do you also like these paintings?" "I don't have much of an artistic accomplishment, I just feel that these paintings are very pleasing to the eye, and the artist must also be a very delicate person." Shanayla laughed. "Yes, I also feel that they must be the works of a very impressive artist." The two sat back down on the sofa, and Minnie brought in some milk tea and snacks. She bragged about them a bit and then opened the packaging to offer some to her guest. Wu Heng picked up his cup and took a sip, then continued to ask, "Lady Shanayla, are you the president of the Starflower Commerce Association?" "Yes, doing some business to maintain life." Wu Heng continued, "What kind of industries are involved?" "Life, military, all aspects are involved." Shanayla looked up at him. "Deputy Steward Wu Heng, is there anything you wish to procure?" "Weapons and food, does Starflower deal with them?" "Wood Elf's food is very popular, and we do transport weapons as well." "I would like to place an order." Shanayla glanced at him and said, "I didn't bring the agreement with me, visit me tomorrow, and we can sign an agreement. Whatever you need, I'll arrange for someone to procure it for you." "All right." The two chatted for a while. Andre Willow also returned from outside. Wu Heng had someone prepare a dinner banquet to entertain the guests to stay for the meal. It seemed that Shanayla and Minnie were getting along very well and were having a delightful conversation with each other. By the time evening fell, Shanayla returned to her own residence. Wu Heng, along with the two women, went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, early morning, Andre Willow went to the association first, and Wu Heng got ready and went to the residence of Shanayla next door. According to what they discussed yesterday, Wu Heng planned to purchase a batch of supplies from the Starflower Commerce Association. He knocked lightly at the courtyard door, and the middle-aged female housekeeper opened the door, bowed slightly, and led him towards the building. She took him all the way to a room on the 4th floor and knocked on the door. "My lady, Deputy Steward Wu Heng is here. Let him in." The door opened, and Wu Heng walked straight in. This was a study. Paintbrushes and paints were strewn about the floor haphazardly, and in the center, there was a raw wood-colored flower stand, as well as an oil painting that portrayed plants and the night sky. Shanayla was nestled in a bed, and beneath a thin blanket was her smooth, fair skin. Wu Heng's gaze swept over the woman's exposed shoulders and full thighs, then settled on the amber necklace on the side table. Oak amber pendant, special item. Category, special item. Function, encase oneself in resin. Side effects, the first person seen under the sealed state will develop a sense of dependency in the main consciousness, and cannot be changed with a second use. Description, a special amber formed from the resin of an ancient oak tree. Chapter 355. Special items, while providing unique effects, also come with certain side effects. The amber necklace can protect the wearer in dangerous situations, but its side effects are quite significant. The primary consciousness develops a dependence on the first person it sees. This was the first time Wu Heng had seen such a side effect. It reminded him of some popular science videos he had watched. Some young animals, upon hatching, come to regard the first creature they see as their mother. They form a sense of trust and dependence in their hearts. This is very similar to the side effect of the pendant in front of him, and could even be said to be more severe. Wu Heng glanced at the beautiful elf who was still lounging on the couch and wondered if she had left it there on purpose for him to see. But he immediately dismissed the thought. No one knew he could see the special item panel, and ordinary people didn't understand much about the wood elf's special items. She probably just put it down carelessly. "Ha!" Shanayla yawned, tilting her head to look at him. "Do you always get up this early?" "Doesn't seem early, didn't sleep well last night." Wu Heng replied with a smile. Shanayla smiled and sat up, covering herself with a thin blanket. Her delicate legs were curled up on the bed, and she pouted at the oil painting in front of her. "I heard you liked oil paintings, so I thought of drawing a new one for you, but I haven't finished it yet." Wu Heng glanced at the oil painting, somewhat surprised by her talent. His gaze swept over her and he said, "A landscape, right? Then you should draw yourself in the mirror and give that to me." Shanayla's eyes curved. "Why didn't you say you wanted me to give myself to you?" Really? You wish? Shanela tossed her head, shaking her loose hair, and continued to ask, how old are you this year? 24. What about you? Me? If I tell you, I might scare you. By age, I could be your ancestor. Shanela glanced at him and added, elves mature late, so in comparison, we aren't that far apart. After speaking, she got up with the blanket and walked towards the screen in the room. As she moved, her figure swayed, and the sight of her bare thighs and the fleeting glimpse of her rounded buttocks were attention-grabbing. Shanela seemed to notice and looked back. Wu Heng shifted his gaze, admiring the half-finished painting on the easel. Behind the screen, sounds of rustling clothes changing could be heard. What hobbies do you have usually? Behind the screen, came Shanela's inquiring voice again. Sitting in the chair, Wu Heng felt somewhat amused. This felt like a matchmaking conversation. They talked about age and now hobbies. Usually, I practice swordsmanship and read some literary works. A mage's hobbies seem to always involve reading all kinds of books. Shanela walked out from behind the screen. She had changed into a light blue casual outfit. Her full chest pushed the loose shirt prominently upward. She came closer and sat down beside him. Wu Heng thought for a moment and asked back, what about you? Me? I like painting, art, and visiting different places, Shanela said after thinking for a moment. Upper-class hobbies? Not at all, I don't like dealing with those stuck-up people all day either. Ding ding ding. As they chatted, there was a light knock on the door. Then came the voice of the housekeeper, Madam, the purchasing agreement is ready. Bring it in. The door opened, and the housekeeper entered carrying an agreement and a quotation list. Shanela said, take a look at what you need to purchase, and I'll arrange for someone to bring it to you. Wu Heng glanced at the quotation list. Trans-sea transport had quantity requirements, but the prices were not high. In Lundham City, a full bag of wheat was priced at 135 copper coins, while buying in bulk from the trade association was 87 copper coins. It just required larger quantities, with orders over 20,000 bags. Shanela had mentioned before that the wood elves' grains were a major export and sold well among all races. Apart from wheat, there were various kinds of beans and grains, with a wide variety as well. Among other items, the price of wooden bows was much lower, and the price of leather armor was close to the market rate. After viewing the prices, Wu Heng noted down the several items he needed, all in quantities exceeding 10,000. Shanela, sipping from her teacup, glanced at the quantities he had written. She coughed and said, you want this much? What for? It was like arming an army, buying so many weapons, equipment, and supplies. What's wrong? I thought I'd buy as much as possible. Shanela said, we live so close, there's no need to buy this much all at once, it can attract attention during transport. Wu Heng felt that made sense. Large-scale purchases of military equipment could indeed draw unnecessary attention. Then I'll adjust the quantities. He ordered a total of 5,000 bags of food, including flour, soybeans, and 2,000 each of wooden bows and single-handed battle axes, 20,000 sets of integral leather armor. After writing it down, Shanela nodded and asked, the trade association has its own rules, you need to pay a 50% deposit, do you have enough money? Wu Heng nodded and, after calculating the price, brought out 2 large barrels of silver coins and placed them in the room. Seized from the pirates, captured. Shanela smiled and nodded, indicating to the housekeeper to count it before taking it away. Then she continued, care to stay for breakfast? I've eaten already, and I need to go to the association. Shanela didn't insist, all right, then we'll see each other next time. Chapter 356. Waving goodbye, Wu Heng directly left Shanela's residence. It was nearing midday by then. Wu Heng passed by the association and went straight to the Snake Badge Consortium opposite it. After being led to the meeting room, it wasn't long before a middle-aged staff member entered. Guest. The staff member bowed slightly. Wu Heng asked directly, is there any progress with the undertaking? Please wait a moment, guest, I'll have someone check for you. The middle-aged man went down to give instructions and returned with several coffins being carried in. The middle-aged man said, guest, this time we have collected 5 corpses in total, including 1 15th level professional and 4 10th level professionals. Upon hearing about the 15th level professional, Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. He had a few skeleton soldiers of combat professions, but not a single one from the non-combat professions. Wu Heng stood up and walked toward the coffins. The coffin lids were opened by the staff, revealing a male corpse inside with 6 arms folded across the chest. The middle-aged man also began to introduce Ernanda, of the Burmala race, a 15th level potionology alchemist, 245 years old, died of old age. Indeed, he was from the Burmala race and also an alchemist. A few days ago, Wu Heng had just come into contact with this race whose most distinguishing features were their dark skin, thick eyebrows and lips, and most notably, their 6 arms. Beyond that, their height and physique didn't differ much from humans. The corpse in the coffin was already shrunken and mummified, resembling a dried corpse. All of these details were irrelevant. A 15th level alchemist was precisely what Wu Heng needed. Moreover, the more, the better, and the higher the level, the better. After all, he had not yet made any breakthrough with his 3rd level corpse core. Crack, crack, crack. One coffin after another was opened. Wu Heng suppressed the joy in his heart and continued to look towards the back, as the middle-aged man provided introductions. Bradley, human race, an 11th level tannery craftsman, 45 years old, died in a crime of passion. Myjat, dwarves, a 12th level goldsmith, 32 years old, died by drowning. Konovalova, short people, a 12th level blacksmith. Faraz, human race, a 10th level blacksmith. The middle-aged man introduced them one by one, their names, races, professions, and levels. Apart from the 15th level corpse, the remaining 4 seemed to have died not long ago. There were 2 blacksmiths among them, a leather worker, and a goldsmith. A goldsmith, who specializes in the carving of jewelry and small intricate objects, is also a profession that requires a high level of skill. Wu Heng felt that this was all rather satisfactory, better than the previous gardeners and chefs. How much more do I need to pay? Okay, how much more do I need to pay? Wu Heng asked. The middle-aged man said, for the 4 3rd-level corpses, in total 2,700 silver coins, and for the 4th level corpse, 1,500 silver coins. Wu Heng nodded and directly paid the corresponding price. Once the money was counted by the staff, it marked the completion of this undertaking. Wu Heng closed the coffin lids and collected all the corpses, then continued, keep collecting corpses for me, in addition to these special professionals' corpses, if you can find flying dragons, collect them too. Very well, guest, I'll write up a new undertaking for you. Good. With the new undertaking signed, Wu Heng left the consortium and headed towards his residence. Upon returning to the residence, many ran out of the room. Master, didn't you go to Sister Shanela's place? Why are you only just coming back now? Many asked. I finished talking there a while ago and then went to the association, Wu Heng answered as he embraced her and walked inside. Oh, Many continued, Master, is there anything particular you'd like to eat tonight? Whatever you arrange is fine. After a brief exchange, Wu Heng went straight up to the 4th floor. He opened the boundary door and headed to the zombie world. Stepping out of the inn, the dense army of hollow skeletons was still outside the door. The zombie corpses that he hadn't converted the night before were now piled into a mountain of corpses not far away on an open ground. The strong smell of decay and blood wafted through the area. Wu Heng approached and directly released Corpse Battlefield. Flesh flowed like hot wax down the mountain of bodies, as skeletons rose one by one from the heap. They tumbled down with chattering noises and joined the ranks of the skeleton team to one side. Once all the bodies had been transformed, Wu Heng used the grease skill to set the shed rotting flesh on fire, then had the skeletons carry it to a spot of land for burial. After dealing with the zombie matter, Wu Heng took out the coffin he had acquired that day. The lid was opened, revealing the corpse inside. He cast the bone manipulation skill on the level 15 alchemist's corpse first. After the unstable prompt appeared, the desiccated flesh on the body fell from the skeleton, and the 6-armed skeleton slowly stood up. The size and structure of the bones weren't much different from that of a human. Only the shoulder blades at the connection of the arms looked broader and sturdier. After examining its appearance, Wu Heng proceeded to check the skeleton's attributes. Skeleton Alchemist, Level 15. Attributes, Constitution 25, Strength 15, Agility 17, Intelligence 20, Perception 18, Charm 12. Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul, Multi-Arm Coordination. Expertise, Leather Armor Expertise, Proficient, Military Weapon Specialization, Proficient, Potionology, Expert, Toxinology, Expert. Abilities, Alchemy Scholar, Formula Book, Advanced Potion Research, Material Substitution. Multi-arm coordination, this unit naturally possesses several arms, accustomed and coordinated in their movement. Potionology, this unit is an expert in the alchemy study of potionology, focused on healing others and the development and alchemy of enhancement elixirs. Toxinology, this unit is an expert in the alchemy study of toxinology, researching various poisons and venoms. Advanced Potion Research, capable of developing new types of elixirs as required. Material Substitution, not restricted to rigidly following formulas for elixir application, capable of flexibly using materials to alchemize a variety of elixirs. Alchemists don't need to engage in frontline combat. Therefore, Wu Heng doesn't hold high requirements for its attributes. After a cursory glance, he focused his attention on its expertise. Apart from potionology reaching expert level, another expertise in toxinology had emerged. From the descriptions, it seemed that this alchemist was also proficient in making poisons. When instructing it to make elixirs, he would need to be clear to not concoct something dangerous. In terms of abilities, 2 new capabilities were added. The first one, Advanced Potion Research, allowed for the development of high-level elixirs on demand. This was exactly what Wu Heng needed most at the moment. To expedite the research process for the third-level Corpse Core Potion. The second, Material Substitution, was straightforward in its explanation. It meant that materials with the same medicinal effect could be freely utilized instead of sticking to the original formula. This would save on materials and money as well. From now on, you'll be called No. 1 Expert. Wu Heng took a moment to think and then gave it the name No. 1 Expert. The reason for not assigning it as No. 5 in the sequence of alchemy skeletons was to better distinguish their level of expertise. Once he acquired another level 15 alchemy skeleton, it could continue as Expert No. 2. Alchemy skeletons at level 10 would start from No. 5 alchemy as before. After Wu Heng finished naming it, he went to the hotel to find a set of waiter's clothes for it to wear. Then he continued to cast the bone manipulation skill on the other corpses. The blacksmith, the tannery craftsman, and the goldsmith all rose in succession. Wu Heng named them in order according to their professions. Glancing at the several skeletons before him, Wu Heng pondered over how to assign them. The blacksmith, tannery craftsman, and goldsmith were clearly to stay in the zombie world. As for the alchemy skeleton, he felt it didn't necessarily have to remain. He could provide alchemy space at his own residence and avoid the back-and-forth transportation of materials by Li Yaheng. After deciding, he said directly, "You few stay, No. 1 Expert come back with me." He reopened the boundary door and returned to his residence on Gold and Silver Island. Back at his residence, Wu Heng, accompanied by No. 1 Expert, directly entered the room next to the 4th floor study. Originally intended as a place for experiments, this room had been allocated by Wu Heng. But, having nothing to research, it had remained unused. Now he planned to set it up for use by the alchemy skeletons. Future elixir production could be completed here, allowing him immediate access to the elixirs. No. 1 Expert, you will work here from now on. Chapter 357. No. 1 Expert walked into the room and stood motionless in his original spot. Without materials and tools, there was no way to proceed with potion preparation. Wu Heng took out paper and a pen from his space ring and handed them over, saying, "I need healing potions, spirit potions, and detoxifying potions. Write down all the materials you need." These 3 were the most commonly used potions. It was best to start with them since they would always be useful. However, the preparation and research of corpse core potions would have to wait until the corpse cores from the prison were transported over. The 6-armed skeleton picked up the paper and pen and began to write down the materials. It was only after filling half a page that he handed it back to Wu Heng. In addition to the materials, there were also a number of alchemy tools listed. Wu Heng glanced at it and then directly stored it in his space ring. "Stay here for now, I'll have the materials and tools sent over to you later." The skeleton did not respond and continued to stand in the middle. Wu Heng closed the door and went straight downstairs. 1st floor hall. Minnie was lying on the sofa, reading a comic book. Hearing footsteps, she looked up with a smile. "Master." Wu Heng walked over and gave her raised buttocks a light pat. "The room next to the study on the 4th floor, I've arranged for a skeleton to prepare alchemy potions there, don't be startled when you see it." "Oh, sure. I'm not that faint-hearted, I've never been afraid of skeletons," Minnie said. "Just letting you know," he replied. They sat together and chatted for a while before Andre Willow also came back from outside. After changing into her home clothes, she too came over to join them. "Master, the steward's office asked you to visit them tomorrow," Andre Willow said. "The steward looking for me? Did they say what it's about?" Wu Heng asked. Andre Willow shook her head. "No, Assistant Moya came over. Since he didn't find you, he asked you to come over tomorrow. It shouldn't be anything urgent. I'll go check it out tomorrow." "Okay." Minnie continued, "Where, Master has set up an alchemy room on the 4th floor, so don't get startled by the skeleton." Turning to look at her, Andre Willow said, "I'm going to the association, you stay at home and don't get scared." "I'm not scared of those things," Minnie countered. While the two were bickering, the courtyard door was knocked again. Minnie stood up to open the door, and Wu Heng withdrew his hand from the fox woman's neckline. Looking outside, he saw the wood elf Shanela walk in, without a guard and without the female housekeeper. Minnie led her inside, shouting, "Master, Shanela has brought a painting for you." Coming into the room, Shanela handed over the painting and said with a smile, "I heard that Deputy Steward Wu Heng likes paintings. I've brought you one, the one you said you liked this morning. I'll deliver it once I've finished painting it." She then playfully winked. "Thank you." Wu Heng took it and looked over the painting, which was the semi-completed one he had seen that morning. "Now completed, it's beautifully painted. I'll hang it in my study later." Shanela's smile blossomed even more as she sat down. Minnie brought over some tea, and Wu Heng continued to chat with her until Chef No. 1 prepared dinner. All of them, including Shanela, sat down to eat together. After sending off Shanela, they all returned to the room. Minnie looked at the painting. "Shanela is really amazing, all her paintings are so beautiful." Wu Heng changed into pajamas and said, "Elves have very long lives, so they can devote a lot of effort to researching things. I'm so envious, I want to live longer too." Wu Heng ruffled her hair, "Then you must practice diligently, as your constitution and level increase, you can also have a longer lifespan." "Okay, I will definitely train hard in the future," Minnie said as she put down the painting and then turned her head. "Shall we take a bath?" "Let's go." Wu Heng opened his arms as Minnie and Andre Willow, one on each side, walked into the bathroom laughing and talking. Deep into the night, on the undulating sea surface, several warships sailed forward with the waves, while 3 flying dragons circled continuously above them. The mast stood tall, holding up a flag with a pirate ship emblazoned with a skeleton head in an iron barrel. Iron Barrel Pirate Ship. Inside the captain's cabin, a burly man with thick body hair was fiercely thrusting into the woman before him, cursing wildly, spittle flying everywhere. Until he held out until the very last moment. He let out a loud shout, then collapsed on the woman's smooth back. "Phew! That old guy's woman is really something," the man said. He gave the woman's body a hard slap. "I'm tired, you can finish up yourself." Before he could finish his sentence, the man's eyebrows furrowed. His gaze fell on the pillow beside him. Some time unknown, a blank envelope had appeared there. If not for the yellowing bedsheet, it might have been quite difficult to notice the addition of such an item. "Get out," the man said. The woman hurriedly got up, picked up her clothes from beside the bed, and ran out. When he was alone in the room, he sat on the bed and pulled a dagger from the drawer, slicing open the envelope and dumping out the letter. Text red as blood appeared on the stationery. 3 days from now, Adara Business Group will enter the Romulo route. There's work again. The man wore a smile on his face. According to the information in the letter, they had recently scored quite a haul. Just as he was about to put the letter back, he noticed there was another message on the lower half. Any pirate group that manages to kill Deputy Steward Wu Heng of Gold and Silver Island, will receive 100 gold coins. The man's pupils contracted, his expression slightly surprised. It was the first time he had seen a bounty being issued for a person via such a letter. Deputy Steward of Gold and Silver Island, 100 gold coins. That valuable? A level 15 fugitive would fetch at most a few gold coins as a bounty. Could this person be 5th tier? But that's unlikely, a 5th tier couldn't just be a deputy steward. And besides, any pirate group. This sounded like a bounty had been issued to all pirate groups. Haha. Interesting, this deputy steward really did step in dog shit, caught the eye of all the pirate groups, the man laughed. He stuffed the envelope into a cabinet nearby and shouted outside, "Bring me the sea chart." Creak. The door opened, and a sailor staggered in, holding a sea chart in his hand. The man carefully checked the location and said directly, "Inform all ships, prepare to turn around, we've got a fat sheep on our hands." "Yes." The sailor ran out to spread the news. The next day, the association. Wu Heng stood in front of the steward's office, knocking lightly on the door. Upon hearing an answer from inside, he pushed the door open and walked in. Steward Imolo was sitting behind a desk, looking up from the documents in his hand. "What have you been busy with lately? Haven't seen you around." "Just arranging for the safety of my place and investigating some information on fugitives," Wu Heng casually gave a reason. Imolo nodded, not delving further into the topic. He continued, "Shanela has moved in next door to you, did you know that?" Wu Heng looked up at him. The association was aware of this? Thinking about it, it made sense. Shanela herself held a certain status, and she had recently been kidnapped by pirates, almost dying at sea. If she was going to reside on Gold and Silver Island, the association would naturally pay more attention to her to prevent any further incidents. "I know, she invited us over for a meal when she moved in," Wu Heng replied. Besides being the leader of the business group, Shanela is also the wife of a wood elf political figure. Take extra care with her safety as well. If there's any danger, being close by allows you to respond," Imolo said again. Wu Heng was momentarily taken aback. She has a husband. Chapter 358. Shanela's identity turned out to be even more significant than I had previously known. Being the president of the largest merchant group and having family members as key personnel. If she were to die on Gold and Silver Island, indeed, it would become an issue. Now, she's living next door to me, and I'm also responsible for her safety. Wu Heng frowned upon hearing this. Imolo said, "You just need to pay more attention, the Starflower Merchant Group has its own guards, and they might not even need your help." Since the steward has arranged it, I will certainly do well," Wu Heng didn't say much else. "My interactions with Shanela have been quite agreeable thus far. If something really happens to her, I'll do what I can to help." Imolo nodded, then continued, "There's another matter. The association has set a target because pirate groups have been frequently interfering with the shipping routes. Within a month, you and Xi Ligi must take down a third-tier wanted pirate from the bounty list." Wu Heng frowned again. Within a month. It seemed like there was plenty of time, but things were urgent at sea. It's different from being on land. A single voyage could take an entire month. Without accurate intelligence, or if the pirates fled by the time you arrived, the month would pass by the time you returned. Setting targets from the association might also be related to the incident of Shanela being kidnapped. Is there any penalty for not completing the task? It will be recorded in your file and will affect future promotions. Oh, so there isn't really a penalty. I have no intention of climbing any higher anyway. Wu Heng thought for a while then continued, "Steward, I lack intelligence, are there any sources?" Imolo picked up a cup of water and took a sip. "You have to develop your own sources, if needed, the association can try to assist you." Seeing that the other party didn't have any better solutions, Wu Heng nodded, "All right, I understand." After speaking, he stood up and left the steward's office. He returned to his own office. Inside the room, Andre Willow sat straight-backed in her association attire, working at the desk. Seeing Wu Heng enter, she smiled and asked, "Master, is there a problem?" "No problem, the steward knows Shanela is living next door, so we need to keep an eye on her safety. The second thing is to kill a wanted pirate on the list within a month," Wu Heng said. Andre Willow frowned slightly. "Vice Executive, you've also been given a task, I see. The pirates seem to be quite rampant right now." "Yes, the number of merchant fleets coming into the port has indeed decreased lately, likely due to the pirates," she answered. Wu Heng ruffled her hair. It might not be very safe on the island recently, so try to head back early if you have no afternoon engagements." "All right, are you heading back now, Master?" "I'm going to buy some alchemy materials, so I can't accompany you." Leaving the association, Wu Heng hailed a carriage to head towards Lighthouse Street. Upon arriving at Lighthouse Street, Wu Heng visited the alchemy material shop. Following the list from the skeleton alchemist, he purchased a certain amount of materials and alchemy tools. He then chatted with the shopkeeper for a moment. Indeed, there had been issues with the shipping routes recently, and the variety of materials began to dwindle. In a little while longer, they might run out of stock entirely. After the chat, Wu Heng left the materials shop and entered a nearby tavern to see if he could eavesdrop on any useful intelligence. Not having seen or heard anything noteworthy by the time he finished his meal. He paid the bill, declined the invitation of the attractive maid, and walked towards his residence. Returning to this place, there was a note left on the table from Minnie. It said she had gone to the next-door neighbors to learn painting with Sister Shanela. Written in Earth's Chinese characters, the handwriting was quite standard. Minnie's nature was lively and enthusiastic, she affectionately called Shanela sister, and their relationship had become very good. Assured that Minnie was all right, Wu Heng headed straight to the 4th floor. He handed over the materials and alchemy tools he had purchased to the alchemy skeleton. No, one expert's 6 arms moved in unison, arranging the items and preparing elixirs. The smoothness of the actions surprised Wu Heng. The 6 arms coordinated excellently, leading Wu Heng to believe that transferring to a swordsman or warrior class would also be a good choice for him. After watching for a while, Wu Heng closed the door of the room and went back. He sat at his desk in his office, lost in thought. The association's target for killing pirates didn't have much impact on him. It was just a matter of not completing the task and having it noted on his record. But within Wu Heng's original plans, he intended to collect intelligence on the Flying Dragon pirate group. Flying dragons had demonstrated a formidable bombing ability in clearing zombies. He had long thought of acquiring a few more. If I could confirm intelligence regarding the Flying Dragon pirate group, then I could settle both matters. How should I develop my own informants among the pirates? I'll visit the 6 ladies tomorrow and inquire about intelligence, it'll just cost some money. Sitting in the chair, he thought through everything once more. Then he opened the boundary door and headed to Zombie World. In the other world, it was likewise noon. A convoy of vehicles from the auto repair shop formed a long line, the survivors began to scavenge for supplies in the vicinity. They loaded the trucks and transported everything back to the bus station. Wu Heng walked out of the hotel. Li Ya-heng, who was in the distance, saw him and quickly walked over. She took out 2 bottles of first-level corpse core potions from her backpack and handed them to him. The alchemy skeletons gave these to me when I was delivering corpse cores. Wu Heng glanced at them and confirmed they were first-level corpse core potions, then said, "You take one and use it when you have time." After using several potions, Li Ya-heng's constitution had also improved to a certain degree, so it wasn't necessary for Wu Heng to watch over her every time anymore. "I've used several bottles already and still haven't awakened any superpowers. It's not that easy, even if you don't awaken any, improving your physique is still beneficial," Wu Heng said with a reassuring smile. "Okay then." Li Ya-heng accepted the bottle and tucked it into her backpack. She continued, "By the way, the survivors who joined us the day before yesterday said that when they were escaping, they seemed to have seen a wrecked armored vehicle by the roadside." An armored vehicle by the roadside. Such things were rare to see in a normal city. They weren't sure, they just said that as they passed by, it looked quite similar. Li Ya-heng added, "They were fleeing through a horde of zombies, so it's not certain whether it was real." Wu Heng felt that made sense. Where did they see it? Li Ya-heng took out a tablet and opened up the map, zooming into a particular location. They said it was around here, but the vehicle was moving fast, so they could only be sure it was on this stretch of the road. Wu Heng took the tablet and looked at the map. The location on the map was not on the main road beneath their feet but a road towards the south. It was also the direction from which those people had escaped. "What's the zombie situation?" Li Ya-heng continued, "The zombies followed them here, so there shouldn't be many left along the way. I think it's worth checking out." This was also a reasonable assumption since they had fled all this way with a horde of zombies following them. Even with a skeleton flying dragon bombing from the air, they had been fighting from morning till dusk. Even if some zombies were left behind, there shouldn't be many. "Get ready, let's go over there and have a look." "Okay." Li Ya-heng went down to prepare. Before long, a bus followed by 2 trucks arrived. Wu Heng boarded the bus with the skeletons, and the army proceeded towards the previous location. The bus moved slowly forward. A dense clattering of bones could be heard from outside the vehicle. Li Ya-heng shared the recent situation and the plans for future development. Listening to her, it seemed that there had been a meeting internally. The discussion was quite comprehensive. Wu Heng listened without any objections. He thought the development direction for the auto repair shop was sound. Once they finished discussing matters, Wu Heng also said, "When we have time, let's make another trip to the prison and bring all the alchemy skeletons here." As the front line kept extending, it indeed wasn't convenient to go back and forth to the prison. After considering, Wu Heng decided to arrange for the alchemy skeletons to be positioned on the 4th floor of Gold and Silver Island. This way, he could replenish alchemy materials and retrieve elixirs immediately, instead of having Li Yaheng make the trip every time. Okay. Li Yaheng readily agreed, then added, when the skeletons are brought over, what about the refrigerators and all those bottles and jars? There's no need to bring the refrigerators, but bring over all the bottles and jars. New refrigerators could be found nearby, the main concern was the materials and organ jars left there. All right, I'll arrange for somebody to transport them here tomorrow. Good girl. Wu Heng praised. Li Yaheng rolled her eyes at him and then said, I'm not going back tonight, so later you can see for yourself just how good I am. Looking forward to your performance. It's you who'll be performing. As they talked, Qiangzi's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Sister Heng, we've spotted the armored vehicle up ahead, it really is an armored vehicle. Li Yaheng picked up the walkie-talkie, are there any zombies? There are, but not many, just a few hundred or so, they're attracted to the convoy and are rushing over. Wu Heng released Xiao Xiao, who penetrated the roof of the bus, glanced ahead from mid-air, and then retreated back into his body, sharing its vision. Far ahead, he indeed saw 2 military green armored vehicles. Simultaneously, there were about 200 zombies wildly charging towards them. Skeleton army, attack and kill the zombies, Wu Heng ordered the big head skeleton behind him. Rustle rustle. The skeleton army, marching in formation, instantly charged forward. They knocked the approaching zombies to the ground, thrusting spears, swinging iron swords, and battle axes continuously. In the blink of an eye, all the zombies were slain. The convoy stopped to the side. A few people got out of the vehicles, eyes fixed on the blood-stained armored vehicles. Chapter 359. There were 2 armored vehicles, overturned in the middle of the road, their surfaces covered in claw marks and bloodstains. A thick layer obscured their original military green color, only faintly visible. A few people approached and carefully observed the armored vehicles from all sides. The armored vehicles, of the wheeled type, each had 3 massive tires on both sides, one of them equipped with a machine cannon and a machine gun. The other was a bit longer, with only a machine gun on the top. Do you know about these? Wu Heng asked Li Yaheng and the others. The rest shook their heads. After all, they were military equipment, difficult for ordinary people to access. If you weren't a military enthusiast, you really wouldn't understand the models or their uses. Seeing that no one else was moving, Wu Heng continued, check the vehicles to see if they're still drivable. Okay. The doors were already open. It seemed that those inside had planned to break out and had voluntarily left the vehicles. Li Yaheng and Qiangzi, among others, went to inspect the condition of the armored vehicles. Qi Hanke, on the other hand, did not go over but stood beside Wu Heng. Does this mean the military entered the city to rescue people? Qi Hanke asked. Wu Heng remembered the 2 vehicles they'd found at the Green Peak Living Plaza, they were also military, but they carried some supplies. It's possible they were from the same batch. They might have been evacuating. With the current situation, trying to enter the city to rescue people seems a bit unrealistic, Wu Heng said. Qi Hanke glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Finding a second person who could take on hordes of zombies head-on like Wu Heng would be difficult. At that moment, Qiangzi came over with a few others, carrying a heavy sniper rifle and several boxes of ammunition. Boss, look at this, Qiangzi hefted the sniper rifle in his arms. Barret. Wu Heng's eyebrows shot up. This type of anti-material sniper rifle was very famous online and even in games. Yet, he hadn't expected to encounter such a firearm here. It seemed to be a foreign-made gun. Was it also used domestically? Where did you find it? Wu Heng asked. Inside that vehicle over there, it looks like a transport vehicle, with row seating in the back and these things, Qiangzi said. The others set down the boxes of ammunition they were carrying on the ground. Upon opening the boxes, they found machine cannon ammunition as well as that for machine guns and rifles. Is there more inside? No, Sister Heng told us to bring everything to you. Wu Heng nodded. Can the cars be driven away? Sister Heng is checking it out, I'll go ask, Qiangzi said, placing the rifle on the ground and taking a few people back toward the armored vehicles. Wu Heng waved his hand and collected the Barrett and various types of ammunition into the space ring. Qi Hanke beside him had her eyes wide open, a look of disbelief on her face. Soon after, Li Yaheng also came back and reported, both vehicles are a bit damaged, but with some simple repairs, they could be driven back. Is there a car key? Li Yaheng answered, I checked, these vehicles don't need keys to start, let's just get them upright first. Wu Heng nodded and waited for Li Yaheng and the others to secure the tow ropes on the armored vehicles before ordering the skeleton army to pull the vehicles back into position. Then, the repairs of the vehicles began, while Wu Heng continued to walk down the road with the skeletons. He didn't see any other broken-down military vehicles. Once the armored vehicles were repaired, Wu Heng signaled everyone to get back in the cars and began their return to the hotel. On the way, Li Yaheng looked at the armored vehicle behind them through the rearview mirror and asked, what do you plan to do with these two vehicles? Do you have any suggestions? Li Yaheng said, it would be best to allocate one to the bus station's exchange market, whether or not it's loaded with bullets, just placing it there would be enough to deter some people. The Flame God shelter was able to hold its current status largely because it had armored vehicles and a large number of firearms. Driving an armored vehicle anywhere was enough to make other shelters cooperate with their actions. The same should be true for the auto repair shop area. Although they weren't worried about someone stealing anything, having an armored vehicle on display was enough to deter those restless survivors. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, that works, I'll keep one, and leave one at the bus station, I'll arrange for the skeletons to operate the machine guns. Great! Which one will you keep? I'll have someone take it back, clean it up, and then bring it back here. Bring the one with the machine cannon. Sure. Head back to the hotel location. The team scavenging for supplies had also filled up the truck. A group of people gathered around the armored car, discussing and analyzing it. Some military enthusiasts were even doing a bit of public education on the model and its functions. Li Yaheng instructed Qiangzi and the others to take the supply vehicles back first. They would bring back the armored car together when they scavenged for the second time tomorrow. Qiangzi and the others nodded, called everyone to get on the vehicles, and then the convoy began to head back. The sky gradually darkened. Wrapped in a bath towel, Li Yaheng walked out of the bathroom in the guest room. Crystal clear droplets hung on her wheat-colored skin. With the use of the elixir, Li Yaheng's skin had become tighter, although the color did not change. While wiping her wet hair, she sat down on Wu Heng's lap. How does this bathtub heat up by itself? Wu Heng embraced her waist, it's the same principle as a self-heating hot pot. Li Yaheng was stunned, then her eyes filled with laughter. Well then, sir, your dish is ready, and you can taste it anytime. I must give it a good taste then, Wu Heng said as he stood up and spun her around in his arms. Li Yaheng let out a startled cry, clinging to him like an octopus. The bath towel fell, exposing her skin. After twirling around twice, he held her face in his hands and kissed her deeply. The two of them then fell together onto the bed. The next day, Li Yaheng left. Wu Heng also returned to Gold and Silver Island. Many bragged to him for a while about her talent in painting before she went to look for Shanela again. After breakfast, Wu Heng also went to the association's office study. He pushed the door and entered. Andre Willow greeted him with a smile, Master. Anything happened yesterday? Nothing, everything was pretty normal. Good, this is the elixir we used last time, drink it all. Wu Heng handed her a corpse core potion. Andre Willow and Minnie had taken this kind of strengthening potion before. They knew its value. Thank you, Master, Andre Willow said joyfully as she took it and then stood on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. Drink up, I'll wait and watch you finish before I leave. Andre Willow nodded, sat down nearby, uncorked the bottle, and drank it down in one gulp. After swallowing the elixir, she curled up on the sofa in pain, her body trembling. Wu Heng walked over and gently patted her back. Soon, the curled-up body stretched out again, and she stood up to move around. I can feel my body has improved again. As long as it works. Thank you, Master, Andre Willow said with a smile. For now, it was only a level 1 elixir. When it came to level 2, Wu Heng wanted to see if they would awaken a superpower. Professionals existed in this world, but superpowers might not have appeared yet. I'm going out for a bit, if there's nothing important this afternoon, come home early. Sure, Master. Wu Heng walked out of the association and called for a carriage. Heading towards Lighthouse Street. Entering Lighthouse Street. The carriage stopped in front of Barrel Tavern. Wu Heng entered the tavern and directly descended the stairs to a semi-basement room. The guard stationed at the door halted his path. Wu Heng stated, "I've come to buy some information from MRS, Macintosh." A woman's voice came from inside the room. "Let him in, you can't stop him anyway." Chapter 360. The guard let him through, and Wu Heng walked straight in. The woman with 6 arms, still dressed in extravagant finery, wore gold adornments on her neck and wrists. "What information do you require?" The woman looked up at him, one of her arms lifting to brush her hair. Wu Heng asked, "Is it all right to speak here?" The woman seemed startled and glanced around. "You all, leave us." The few people in the room left promptly, leaving only 2 guards by the door. The woman said, "Speak then, what do you wish to know?" "Information about pirates." The activity in the woman's hands paused. She looked up. "That might be a wasted trip for you. We control some information on the island, but pirate groups never stay in one place for long. I can't provide any news for you." From her tone, there was some aversion to bringing up the matter of pirates. The reason for this shouldn't be too hard to guess. Just like in Lundham City, any faction that has provided information to the association would be ostracized by other factions. Here, the consequences could be even more severe. The approach of pirates was known to be far more ruthless. "Well then, I won't bother you any longer." Wu Heng turned to leave. The woman glanced at his departing figure and said, "There were 2 bodies found at the harbor. There might have been an incident, you could check it out." Wu Heng looked back. "All right, thank you." Upon leaving the Barrel Tavern, Wu Heng headed toward the harbor. The place was still bustling, but the number of docked ships had clearly diminished. Heading towards the ship administration desk, Wu Heng showed the association's emblem and directly asked, "Where are the bodies that washed ashore this morning?" The ship administrator was a human with a scarf tied around his head. On seeing the emblem, he immediately took his feet off the table and said, "Further back, it has been reported already, by this afternoon someone will take them away to incinerate. Take me to see them." "Oh, sure." The man led Wu Heng to the backyard. In a crude stone room, there lay 2 bodies, bloated and pale from being in the water. "You go on down, I'll call you if there's anything," Wu Heng said. "All right, sir." The man promptly left. There wasn't much here, and since the bodies were to be burned, there was no fear of further damage. After the ship administrator had left, Wu Heng performed the communicate with the dead on the bodies. The bodies sat up from the ground and turned to look in his direction. Wu Heng asked, "How did you die?" The body answered, "I was killed by pirates." "In which area?" "Near Gold and Silver Island on the Romulo route." "Which pirate group?" "Iron Barrel Pirate Group." "The Iron Barrel Pirate Group?" Wu Heng had paid special attention to this group before, because in the records, this pirate group had a flying dragon. And now, collecting flying dragon carcasses was one of Wu Heng's development strategies. "Do you have any other information on the Iron Barrel Pirate Group?" "No." "What is the name of your caravan?" "Adara Business Group." After 5 questions, the body collapsed back to the ground with a thud. Wu Heng was about to question the second body, when the sound of footsteps came from behind. Several men dressed as guards walked in. Said, "Deputy Steward, we have come to incinerate the bodies." Wu Heng looked at the bodies and pointed to the one he had just interrogated. "Take that one and burn it, I will take the other one back for investigation." "Oh, okay." The guards lifted the body and carried it away, while Wu Heng had skeleton roll up the other one in a straw mat. He then stowed it in his space ring. Following the guards, he also directly exited the ship administration's backyard. Walking back the way he came, Wu Heng mulled over the intelligence issue. If he continued to search so casually, the likelihood of finding pirates was clearly impossible, and he might even attract the attention of someone. "I still need to carefully consider the plan before proceeding with the investigation." Returned to the association. Just as I entered the office study, Andre Willow handed me a letter. "Someone delivered this letter to you." Wu Heng picked it up and saw that the envelope was blank and it wasn't using the association's standard mail service. "Who delivered it?" "A kid dropped it off at the front desk and ran away," Andre Willow said. "A kid? And he left right after dropping it off?" Wu Heng handed the letter to Skull Crusher beside him. "Open it." Skull Crusher casually tore open the envelope, and a piece of letter paper fell out. It landed face up, with a few words written on it. "Tonight, the house with the blue triangle flag in the lighthouse residential area, a fugitive will appear." "A fugitive? And they notified me in this way?" Was the message from the Barrel Tavern? Or someone else? Master, could this be some sort of trap? Who would send a message like this? Andre Willow said. Wu Heng's eyebrows were also furrowed. Couldn't figure out the identity of the person who wrote the letter, and the style didn't seem like something the Barrel Tavern would do. It's fine, the motive doesn't matter, I'll go take a look when the time comes. It might be dangerous. Wu Heng smiled, go see if the third squad is available, if they don't have any tasks, have them follow me. Yes, Master. Night fell. In a secluded room in Lighthouse Street's residential district. Wu Heng sat in front of the window, looking at the building opposite. According to the clues in the letter, the building opposite was where the fugitive was located. But everything was calm. Deputy Steward, we have reached our position and can attack the building at any moment, came the voice of Olin, the leader of Squad 3, through the wireless earpiece. Wu Heng looked down from the window, the people from Squad 3 had already appeared in the alley opposite the building. At a single command, they could storm in. Wu Heng replied, wait for now, wait for my signal. Okay. As they were talking, Glenda, responsible for reconnaissance, flew back from the opposite and said, did you offend someone? Wu Heng's brow furrowed, why do you say that? Glenda hovered in midair and said, the room you mentioned, it's clearly a trap, as soon as you enter, you'd be shot dead by the set ballista. Wu Heng's frown deepened. That is to say, the information I received was deliberately leading me here. So, it's a trap, Wu Heng said. Yet, Glenda continued, if it's a trap set specifically for you, the enemy is also nearby, waiting for you to trigger the trap, they'll then come over to sweep the area and confirm your death. Wu Heng nodded, that means I just need to trigger the trap and then see who shows up. Yet. Wu Heng contacted Olin below through the wireless earpiece, don't go in yet, there's a trap inside, stand by. Okay. The members of Squad 3 retreated back into the deepest darkness. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then took the remaining bodies out of the space ring. He cast the corpse manipulation skill, and the body shakily stood up again. Wu Heng covered the carrion with a cloak and gave another order, enter that house and search around. Upon hearing the command, the carrion shakily went downstairs and headed towards the house opposite. Wu Heng and Glenda watched from the window. Just as the door was opened. Bang! A loud boom. The next second, the carrion's body was instantly blown back, impaled by an iron spear through the chest. Then, the runes on the spear exploded. The carrion's chest vanished instantly. Innards splattered, and its upper body flew into the air. At the window, Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. Glenda also floated up, observing the entire street. Waiting for the enemy to appear. Chapter 361. The disturbance caused by the triggered trap didn't attract much attention. No residents came out to check, nor did any patrolling guards approach. Wu Heng and Glenda were both silently watching outside the window. Several minutes later, a ranger's flying creature appeared above the corpse, settling on the eaves overhead, looking down. Then, 5 more figures emerged in the darkness of night, quickly reaching the corpse and flipping back the hood to check the face. Wu Heng spoke into the radio, Olin, take action, no need to leave survivors. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several crossbow bolts shot out from the dark alley. They instantly hit 2 of the bodies. At the same time, Olin, wielding a one-handed battle axe, led the third squad and charged out. Bang! A muffled thud. Olin, at the forefront, was kicked back by the opponent, tumbling over twice or thrice before barely stopping. The pirates, far from being flustered upon being discovered, drew their weapons with a loud shout and charged directly at the members of the third squad. The combat style was fierce, unmistakably that of pirates. Skull Crusher, go help them, Wu Heng said directly. Skull Crusher braced against the window frame and leapt down straight from the second floor. Upon landing, he wielded his battle axe and charged at the enemy. His warhammer swung up and down again, the pirate who had kicked Olin away was sent flying instantly, slamming into the wall behind. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Skull Crusher didn't stop, charging forward quickly, kicking the man back into the corner, his warhammer smashing onto the chest. The dull impact was mixed with the sound of bones breaking. The figure in the corner coughed up blood in great gushes. Bit by bit, his breath faded. Seeing this scene, the remaining few turned to flee. But they were tightly entangled by the third squad, and after Skull Crusher returned, he struck each with his hammer, killing them all. When the battle ended, the alley once again fell silent. Wu Heng walked out from a distant room. Olin, holding a torch, was checking the identities of the bodies. No one is on the wanted list. Any injuries? None, Olin said. Wu Heng nodded and looked at the bodies on the ground with the help of the torch light. The attire seemed like that of a dock worker, but the messy long hair and the scars on their faces made them look more like pirates. Olin, take some men and keep watch here, be careful of other enemies, Wu Heng instructed. Understood, Olin nodded. Wu Heng walked down another alley, with Skull Crusher and Blood Axe dragging the bodies behind him. The dark alleyway carried a stench of urine. Wu Heng gestured for the skeleton to lay down the bodies, his eyes falling on the one that had kicked Olin away. He directly cast Communicate with the Dead. The fallen body suddenly sat up, its upper body unnaturally tilted to one side, its breastbone and spine broken by Skull Crusher. Wu Heng asked, "Who are you people?" The corpse answered, "I am from Iron Barrel Pirate Group." Iron Barrel Pirate Group. That morning, the body inquired at the ship management office said it was killed by the Iron Barrel Pirate Group. It seems the Iron Barrel Pirate Group is active near Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng continued, "Why did you want to kill me?" The corpse answered, "The captain ordered us to find a way to kill you and bring back your head." The captain's orders. "Why does your captain want to kill me?" The corpse answered, "I don't know." 3 questions had been asked, but the intelligence gathered wasn't much. Wu Heng pondered for a moment before asking, "Where is your captain?" "Following the fleet, docked north of Scorpion Pincer Island," came the reply. Wu Heng took out a tablet and reviewed the map he had photographed last time, noting that Scorpion Pincer Island was closer to Cocktail Island. After putting away the tablet, he continued, "What level is your captain?" "A level 15 professional," was the answer. After 5 questions, the body lay back down on the ground. Having gathered the intelligence, Wu Heng was somewhat surprised. Previously, in his search for information about pirate groups with flying dragons, he had heard of the Iron Barrel Pirate Group. Before he could even attempt to find them, they were already trying to kill him. His gaze continued to the second body, as he cast Communicate with the Dead again. The body sat up. Wu Heng asked, "Who is the corpse beside you?" "A core member of our pirate group." Wu Heng asked, "What are you doing on the island?" "We came to sell some supplies nearby and then kill the vice executive of the association." Wu Heng went on to question each corpse one by one. The basic intelligence gathering was almost done. The Iron Barrel Pirate Group had plundered a batch of goods on the route and planned to sell some at Gold and Silver Island while taking the opportunity to assassinate Wu Heng. The man killed by Skull Crusher was a core member of the pirate group and was the lead person for landing on the island. In fact, the opponent's strength was not weak either. To kick an association captain flying, he had to be at least a level 10 close combat professional. Unfortunately, he was no match for Skull Crusher. Before this, Wu Heng had been suspecting something fishy about Barrel Tavern. After all, he had bought information there at noon and the incident occurred in the afternoon. But now it seemed that there was probably no connection between the two. The Iron Barrel Pirate Group had already landed on the island 3 days ago and had been observing the situation of the association. Moreover, these pirates were truly audacious. Arranging a group of pirates to come ashore to kill a vice executive showed they were underestimating the association too much. Exiting the alleyway, Olin approached and asked, "Vice executive, how is the situation?" "People from the Iron Barrel Pirate Group, the lead man is a core member, I don't know why he wasn't on the wanted list," said Wu Heng. "He might have recently joined, or the association doesn't have any information on him," Olin suggested, then continued to ask, "What's next?" "Their ship is at Port 6, let's go back and call some people to seize the ship," said Wu Heng directly. "Okay," Olin didn't say much and promptly took his squad in the direction of the association. Wu Heng, on the other hand, walked in a different direction, and after exiting the residential area, he took out the conductor's hat and put it on his head. The train horn sounded. The train appeared out of thin air. Wu Heng boarded the train and wrote Cocktail Island on the journey schedule. About 10 minutes later, Wu Heng appeared on Cocktail Island with 2 skeleton corpses. Reaching the port, he saw the pirate ship hung with shields all over its hull. Looking up at the deck, he could also see patrol skeleton sailors. This ship was a spoils of war from last time after defeating the Bloody Hand pirate group, and because there was no good reason to dock, it had been kept here. Wu Heng climbed aboard the ship via the rope ladder. He took out the map again for a quick check and pointed forward, "Go in this direction." The warship moved slowly, heading in the direction Wu Heng had pointed out. Iron Barrel pirate ship. Inside the captain's cabin. The new captain Brad was still tirelessly gyrating his hips. Cursing swear words, he caressed the silky skin of the woman in front of him. "I really should show the old man how it's done now. His fleet is mine, the women are mine, ha ha ha." Brad laughed out loud, slapping down and cursing, "Louder, let everyone outside hear." The woman remained silent. "Once I sell this batch of goods and kill that vice executive, I will definitely surpass the old man. Serving 2 captains is also your honor," said Brad, but then his eyebrows suddenly furrowed. He quickly stood up, drew his sword, and flung the door open. He saw a very scruffy, matted-haired figure standing at the doorway. "What are you doing?" "Captain, we've spotted a pirate ship approaching," came the shout from the deck. Brad pushed the figure in front of him aside and said, "Speak up next time if there's something, and if you're mute, go scrub the deck." After speaking, he picked up the armor in the room and started putting it on while heading towards the deck. The slight figure walked directly into the room. He glanced at the woman on the bed and whispered, "Are you okay?" Brad went up to the deck. He looked out towards the distant sea horizon. There, a ship with no flags displayed appeared in sight. But from its design, it was a pirate ship, one that had been through countless battles. "Damn it, encountering other ships even here," Brad cursed and said, "Signal them with flags to bugger off, or else they can't blame me if..." Before he could finish, a thwump sounded, and Brad's shoulder burst open violently, his entire arm and half of his shoulder blade vanishing in an instant. Chapter 362. Suddenly, the situation changed, and all the pirates' expressions shifted. But before they could react, another flash of light came and went. With a snap, a core pirate's chest cavity instantly burst open with a vast hole, splattering various internal organs and fresh blood all over the other pirates nearby. The body was thrown backward, crashing to the ground. With such an injury, even if not dead, there was no way to use an elixir. It was then that everyone started to realize what was happening. Brad, clutching his severed arm, lunged forward for cover behind a barricade of shields, shouting, "What the hell is that? What are they attacking us with?" But the deck was in complete chaos, and nobody could answer his question. At the same time, the sound of something cutting through the air came again. Another pirate who was trying to turn the ballista was hit in the head, which shattered like a watermelon. Flesh and bone fragments splattered everywhere. Wu Heng stood on deck, with Barrett resting on the railing. Watching the figures burst apart in the distance, he also was surprised by the potency of this thing. Killing was as simple as smashing a watermelon. According to the information they had received, the opposing captain was a level 15 warrior. Even so, given the strength of his flesh, it merely prevented his body from shattering, but the hit area had lost an arm. "This thing, it's so powerful!" Glenda, floating in the air, exclaimed in surprise. Its original purpose was for destroying equipment, it's a bit overkill for killing," Wu Heng explained. "You really have a lot of strange things on you." Wu Heng held his breath as he pulled the trigger. After a muffled bang, the shell ejected from the side of the gun. The bullet whistled out again, piercing through another pirate's body. "Flying dragons are coming, along with 2 other pirate ships," Glenda warned. Wu Heng looked up and saw, under the silver moonlight, 3 flying dragons carrying pirates flying toward them. At the same time, 2 other pirate ships were also quickly approaching. "You take on 1 flying dragon, I'll handle the other 2, Wu Heng instructed. "All right." Glenda quickly soared into the sky. Possessing a pirate, she took out the Windfire Thunder from her backpack and strapped it directly onto the flying dragon. Meanwhile, Wu Heng, holding Barrett, also aimed towards the sky. Bang! The bullet whistled out. It instantly penetrated the flying dragon's body and the pirate on its back. Their bodies lost balance and dropped from the sky. Seeing that they had lost 2 flying dragons halfway into their approach, the last one turned to flee. The bullet whistled out again, and the flying dragon's body fell from the sky once more. After dealing with all 3 flying dragons, Wu Heng turned back to the cabin to open the boundary door, signaling a horde of skeletons to come up on deck. "Take over those 3 ships." Kerplunk, kerplunk. Lots of skeletons jumped into the sea, swimming toward the 3 swiftly approaching ships. Wu Heng repositioned Barrett and said, "That captain is hiding, go see where he is." Glenda flew back above the pirate ship. pointing behind the shields. Bang! A gunshot sounded. Pop! A deafening noise blasted as the shields hanging outside the barricade suddenly shattered, and the bullet, passing through the shield, caused the body of the hiding pirate captain to shake, and his other arm flew off like fragments. All the pirates stood frozen in terror. The iron-clad shields, so brittle, were destroyed instantly. And then the captain behind them was hit again. What was going on? At this moment, the pirates on the main ship felt a chill in their hearts. Even hiding below, they only felt a cold shiver down their spines, devoid of any sense of safety. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a dense and fragmented sound arose. "What's climbing up the ship?" someone yelled. Everyone also instantly realized that the sound was coming from both sides of the ship. The enemy was approaching from the hull. A brave pirate glanced at the adjacent ship. In an instant, the color drained from their faces. Countless white skeletons had clambered all over the ship's hull. "Undead, so many undead. They're trying to board from the sea." As soon as these words were spoken, 2 skeletons leapt onto the deck from below, joining the battle with the pirates. Brad, the captain, clenched his teeth, unaware of who he might have offended. To actually come here to kill him. Surveying the chaos around him, he seized the right moment, sprinted from his hiding spot, and ran towards the cabin. A streak of orange light flashed by. An explosion ripped open Brad's waist and abdomen. He fell to the ground. And at the stairs leading to the cabin, stood a filthy sailor who had been at the door. "Quick, save me, and I'll make you the vice-captain," Brad gasped with difficulty. Across from him, the sailor fixed his hair, rolled up his sleeves to reveal a crossbow on his arm, and aimed at Brad's forehead. "What are you doing?" "I am your captain," Brad shouted. The sailor smiled. "Learned it from you." The crossbow twanged softly, and a bolt pierced Brad's forehead. With Brad not yet dead from one arrow, several more were shot until he was dead. Then the sailor put away his crossbow and returned to the cabin. The skeletons began to board for close combat, fighting on the deck and in the cabin. The pirates fought fiercely but gradually became exhausted, and were killed by skeletons. Some pirates jumped into the sea, hoping to escape with their swimming skills, only to plunge themselves into the midst of skeletons and were torn to shreds. Dawn was breaking. The battle was gradually coming to an end. One corpse after another was carried up. Wu Heng jumped onto the iron bucket vessel, looking at the deck strewn with dead bodies. He ordered the skeletons to pick up the pirate captain's limbs, but it was still hard to piece them together. Barrett should be used less in the future. After killing, it's hard to assemble the bodies. Too many missing limbs made it difficult to meet the requirements of the bone manipulation skill. Glancing at the incomplete bodies, Wu Heng still planned to initiate a wenchi. He cast Communicate with the Dead, awakening the captain's corpse. Wu Heng directly asked, "Why did you hire someone to kill the association vice-executive, Wu Heng?" The corpse answered, "I received a letter saying that killing you would earn a reward of 200 gold coins." "A letter? Again a letter?" Wu Heng continued to ask, "Who wrote you that letter?" "Not sure, it appeared on its own." "A letter that appeared on its own? What's the purpose of this letter?" "It alerts us to merchant convoys that we encounter during our voyages, which we can then raid." Wu Heng pressed on, "What does the person providing these get in return?" "Nothing." "Damn, how could there be no benefit for doing this? Is this letter only for you, or do all the pirates have it?" "I guess many people have it." After answering 5 questions, the body lay down again. Originally, it was thought to be an act of vengeance against him, but now it seemed related to the mysterious letter. And, the situation was more serious than he had thought. If someone could send orders to all the pirates, then other pirates probably also received a bounty for him. He had become the public enemy of the pirates. "Glenda, go check the cabin and see where that letter he mentioned is," Wu Heng said. Glenda nodded and flew into the cabin. Shortly after, Glenda flew back quickly. "Did you find it?" "Not yet, there's a hidden room under the cabin with a few living people inside." "Living people?" Chapter 363. Upon hearing Glenda speak, Wu Heng furrowed his brows. Skeleton soldiers directly attacked, yet they still left someone alive, hidden in some dark room no less. Wu Heng took out a straw mat from his space ring, wrapped the dead body of the pirate captain, and then stowed it in the space ring. Then he said to Glenda, "Take me to sea." "Okay, this way." With the skeletons in tow, they descended into the lower decks of the ship. The dim cabin was filled with the smell of stagnant air. Upon arriving at the farthest corner, Glenda pointed to an inconspicuous spot. Wu Heng glanced back, and two skeletons moved forward, sliding the door open horizontally. This revealed an iron cage made of black iron bars. The sudden appearance of the skeletons provoked screams from the women inside the cage, several of them huddled together, trembling in the corner. Wu Heng swept his gaze over them, counting 5 people in total. 3 women and 2 men. They were disheveled and bore visible injuries. "We're not with these pirates, don't kill us, we pose no threat to you," one of the men said. "Who are you then?" Wu Heng asked. "I'm from the Adara business group, no threat to you." "Why didn't these pirates kill you?" "I promised them a substantial ransom," the man replied, hastily adding, "I'll give you a ransom too, 500 gold coins, just send the message, and you will receive the corresponding amount." It seemed they were captives of the pirates. Pirates rarely left captives alive for ransom, but it wasn't unheard of. It depended on whether the price was worth the risk. Gold coins had been enough to tempt the Iron Barrel pirate group to audaciously attempt to assassinate him. 500 gold coins would definitely be tempting. Wu Heng didn't ask further and turned his attention to the person behind, a slightly shorter figure with unkempt hair, standing in the shadows but with a fierce glint in his eyes. Wu Heng looked at him and asked, "Why are you wearing armor?" "They had me swab the deck during the day, they gave it to me," he replied. "Are you with the caravan?" "No, but I was also captured by them and brought aboard." Wu Heng glanced at him and then the women in the corner. He lost the desire to question them further and simply said, "The few of you stay here, if they try to get out, kill them." Clatter! The following skeletons sprang into action. Their spears went through the bars, pointing towards the inside. Wu Heng, followed by Skull Crusher and Blood Axe, continued to walk out. From behind, the voice of the business group man called out, "Sir, if the price isn't to your satisfaction, we can negotiate further." Wu Heng ignored him and kept walking towards the exit. He didn't truly intend to verify the identities of these people or decide to kill them all outright. When he returned to Gold and Silver Island, these matters would be left to the association to handle. "Where's all the money stored on the ship?" "This way," Glenda said a word, then flew up past the roof. Wu Heng walked up the stairs and found the treasury room where the treasures were kept. He pushed open the door to find a room filled with loot. Apart from various goods, there was a small chest of gold coins and several barrels brimming with silver coins. Catching pirates on Gold and Silver Island was far more lucrative than catching fugitives in inland cities. In the past, even the most valuable items from a slain level 16 Necromancer Wu Heng had encountered were the robe and space ring. Yet capturing a pirate group not only brought the value of the ship itself but also yielded a substantial amount of money. Wu Heng looked at the goods and collected all the gold coins, silver coins, and valuable items into his space ring. He returned to the deck. The 3 flying dragon corpses that had fallen into the sea had also been salvaged. One was charred, while the other 2 were pierced through the chest by Barrett's bullets. Even the leather saddle on their backs had been punctured with a large hole. Flying dragons had been a predetermined target. In this world, skeleton flying dragons might only serve as flying mounts for Wu Heng, but in zombie world, they could still demonstrate formidable combat capabilities. At least, they could enhance the effect of aerial bombardment on ground targets. The greater their number, the more significant their impact. "Remove the saddles," Wu Heng ordered. 2 skeletons stepped forward and took the saddles off the flying dragons. Then Wu Heng began to cast bone manipulation skill. The flesh fell off the flying dragon corpses, and 3 skeleton flying dragons stood up consecutively. Skeleton flying dragon, level 12. Skeleton flying dragon, level 13. Skeleton flying dragon, level 13. The levels were not significantly different from the previous batch of dragons. The difference lay at most in 1 level. Next, Wu Heng went to the cleared pirate bodies to identify if any were on a wanted list. He wrapped the corpses in straw mats and placed them into his space ring. He then began to cast Corpse Battlefield. Pirate corpses rose to their feet one by one. Wu Heng then glanced at the distant pirate ship, rode a flying dragon over, and began to transform the rest of the bodies on board. After everything had been converted, the fleet started to return to Cocktail Island. They returned to Cocktail Island. The sky was already completely bright. The fleet was docked at the port. Wu Heng opened the boundary door, allowing the skeleton army and the skeleton flying dragons summoned last night to enter, leaving the pirate skeletons to continue guarding the ships. He then put on the conductor's hat and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Upon reaching Gold and Silver Island, Wu Heng went straight to the association and delivered the corpses listed on the wanted orders to the mortuary. He then proceeded to the steward's office and knocked softly on the door. After receiving a response, he pushed the door open and walked in. Steward Imolo, still seated behind the desk, spoke, "Last night, were you ambushed?" "It wasn't exactly an ambush, the Iron Barrel pirate group passed me false information, trying to lure me into a trap they'd set up," Wu Heng explained. I've heard about it from Olin. Last night, we also seized the ships at the port and captured more than 20 people, Imolo said. Wu Heng wasn't particularly concerned about the follow-up issues on shore. Besides, with the association's capabilities, as long as they were on the island, capturing the other party would be achievable. Wu Heng continued, "Based on the intelligence last night, I located the Iron Barrel pirate group's fleet and killed their captain and several key members." Imolo's eyebrows furrowed as he looked up from his desk, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had been ambushed the night before, and by morning had already killed their captain. The biggest problem with pirates was the difficulty of pinpointing their exact location, even with prior intelligence to attempt a capture. If the enemies simply fled, it was very hard to catch up with them. And he had just killed them? "Where are the bodies?" asked Imolo. "They've been sent to the mortuary for examination." "Well done," Imolo praised, despite his inner doubts. Wu Heng then continued, "Steward, I also discovered some intelligence that I feel I should report to you." "Speak, what is it?" "I may have become the target of a bounty by all the pirate groups." Imolo's brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed once more. A vice-executive of the association being targeted by all the pirate groups was indeed a rare occurrence. "What happened? Tell me in detail." Wu Heng nodded and gave a thorough account of finding the mysterious letters and, after questioning the corpses, learning that he was wanted by the pirate groups. After all, he was a vice-executive of the association. Having risked his life for the association for so long, he couldn't just shoulder this matter alone. The association had to exert some effort too. "Where's the letter?" "Let me see what it looks like," Imolo inquired. Wu Heng took out several blank envelopes and handed them over. After a brief inspection, Imolo placed them back on the desk. "I've never seen this kind of letter before, it must be some kind of special item," he said. This was more or less what Wu Heng had thought. Special items always had the potential to display many strange and unusual effects. "Yes, I think it's a special item as well," said Wu Heng. After pondering for a moment, Imolo spoke, "Don't leave the island for now, I will negotiate with Gold and Silver Island to strengthen the port's control, and I will start investigating the matter of the letter." "All right," Wu Heng nodded, then added, "I also captured a few pirate ships, which are now docked at a small island nearby. There are a few hostages on board who were kidnapped by the pirates. Just bring the ships to the association's port, tell them that they're your spoils of war, and you can dock as usual," Imolo instructed. Wu Heng looked up and said, "During the fight, I used bone manipulation skill, and the crew consists of skeletons, will that cause any issues?" Imolo's eyebrow quirked, "Indeed, it might attract some attention, have the third squad accompany you, let them handle the docking, and keep your skeletons inside the ship's hold." "Understood." Afternoon. Wu Heng had the fleet approach the port. The third squad was already waiting and took over the ships. "Are these the hostages?" Olin had people brought up from the ship's hold. Wu Heng nodded, "It's them, they claim to have been kidnapped by pirates, but their true identities are uncertain, take them back for investigation." "All right," Olin nodded and directed his members, "Take them back, and be careful not to let them escape." The squad members watched as the hostages walked away. The man who initially promised a ransom kept looking back with thanks, shouting he wouldn't forget the agreed terms. Wu Heng didn't bother with him. After handing over the task to Olin, Wu Heng headed for his residence. Back at his residence, Minnie came out to greet him with a big hug. She clung to him like an octopus. Wu Heng patted her uplifted leg, signaling her to come down. "Shall I prepare dinner, master?" asked Minnie. "I already ate outside, just prepare some water for my bath." "Okay." Wu Heng soaked in a hot bath, then returned to his room to sleep. He slept until past 4 in the afternoon before getting up and going downstairs. Just as he descended to the first floor, he saw Minnie and Wood Elf Shanela chatting in the living room. Seeing Wu Heng come down, Shanela showed a gentle smile. Did our chat disturb you? Wu Heng sat down opposite her. No, I got up because I'd had enough sleep. Shanela leaned back in her chair, looking at him as she said, did the association assign more tasks? They did ask us to go kill pirates, but it's not a big deal, don't worry. That's good to hear. Chapter 364. With Wu Heng joining in, Minnie found herself unable to interject. She just sat to the side, listening to the two of them discuss matters of pirates and trade. After chatting for a while, Wu Heng thought about the goods he got from pirate ships. He asked, I got some goods from pirates, is there any way I can sell them off? Goods from pirates? Shanela played with a strand of hair on her shoulder and said, you can sell them to us, I can settle with you at the market price. Shanela's attitude toward him had always been somewhat favorable. It made Wu Heng feel like he was somewhat freeloading. After some thought, Wu Heng then asked, what procedures are needed to set up my own trading company? You want to start your own trading company? Just considering it, I have a few ships at hand, always docked at the port. Over time, they accrue dock fees, I'm thinking about how to put them to use. Shanela laughed and said, starting a trading company isn't hard, the main thing is to have a channel for goods and to see if the market is competitive, just the goods you've plundered are not enough to sustain the operations of a trading company. That did make sense. To establish a trading company, one must at least have a stable source of goods and an advantage in the market. Random goods could be sold directly for a steady profit. Relying on those to sustain a trading company was completely impossible, even the cost of crew and ship maintenance could not be recouped. But Wu Heng had his own ideas, as he was still continuously scavenging various living supplies from another world. They were all piled up in a large warehouse now. Li Yaheng had urged him more than once to take away the collected items. Wu Heng said, I just want to understand the process. Shanela replied, the process is not that difficult. For example, if you are from the Yeko Kingdom, as long as you register a transoceanic trading company in your country, you can conduct transoceanic trade, but you also need to file reports elsewhere to prevent misunderstandings that might lead to losses. Wu Heng pondered for a moment and felt that it was not such a simple matter. In the Yeko Kingdom, he wasn't exactly welcomed with open arms. Whether it would be possible to get approval was uncertain. Does it have to be in one's home nation? I have no background in the Yeko Kingdom, said Wu Heng. You could register with Gold and Silver Island, but that's not very stable, and who knows when it might cease to be recognized by various powers. Shanela looked at him. Wu Heng furrowed his brows, feeling it was still somewhat troublesome. Shanela smiled and said, I understand your thoughts, but I don't think you'll be focused on the trading company for too long. If you just want those ships to be put to some use, you could rent them out and charge a fee, just like renting out a house. It's a business that's definitely profitable. That's true, Wu Heng nodded, then continued, I have some living supplies here as well, could you help me see how best to sell them? Sure. Right now? Tomorrow, I need someone to bring them here. Okay. Shanela nodded. The group sat in the lounge and chatted for a while, and Andre Willow also returned from outside. He greeted Shanela with a polite smile and a bow. Wu Heng looked at the elegant wood elf, stay for dinner. Then, I'll take the liberty of joining you. The next day, in the morning, Shanela came over with several guards in tow. After greeting Wu Heng, she asked, where are the goods you mentioned yesterday? Right over here. Wu Heng led her to the backyard and pointed to two large cardboard boxes piled on the ground. This is part of it, but the types are more or less the same. Shanela nodded and signaled for her men to open the boxes, revealing neatly stacked glassware and ceramics inside. She picked up a blue-gray glass cup, held it up to the sky, and examined it closely, saying, it's very transparent, and the design and craftsmanship are also very fine, even more exquisite than the glass products on the market. It should have a good market. Standing to the side, Wu Heng added, I've sold some in the Yeko Kingdom before, and the sales were very good. Shanela looked at a few more, curious, she asked, how come each one is different? What's left in stock? There's less of the same kind. Shanela nodded, pondered a moment, and said, I can take these off your hands for 1 silver coin each, but you have to make sure you won't sell them anywhere else. This price was much higher than Wu Heng expected. When he sold them, his mindset was that it was better to sell them cheaply since they were just sitting around unused. But Shanela seemed to understand the market pricing better. You think that's too little? I also need to handle transportation and subsequent sales, I can't let the trading company operate at a loss, Shanela said when she saw that he was silent. Fine, I have no objections, and I can also guarantee there won't be a second seller of these items. Shanela nodded. In a few days, the trading company's ship will come, have the goods ready in advance. I can do that. After discussing the goods, the two sat down in the front pavilion, with two guards standing watch at a distance. Shanela rested her chin on her hand, curiously watching him. I didn't expect you'd done business before. Just trying it out, I need to make a living after all. If one day you no longer wish to serve as vice executive, you can come help me, I guarantee you won't have to worry about food or apparel, Shanela continued. I'm not interested in freeloading. How will you know if you like it if you never try? Wu Heng looked up at her again, this time her cheeks were slightly red, and she averted her gaze. They sat together and chatted for a while. Minnie ran over from the front yard. She said, Master, Weir has asked for you to come to the association. Okay, Wu Heng nodded and said to Shanela, I will step out for a bit. Come back early. After saying that, she felt the tone was a bit off and her cheeks reddened again. Upon arriving at the association, he had just entered the steward's office. What's the matter, Weir? Wu Heng asked. Andre Willow replied, Master, the steward has asked for you to come over. What's it about? It's about the hostages brought back by the Iron Barrel pirate group last time, Andre Willow answered. Oh, okay. Wu Heng agreed and went straight to the steward's office. He knocked on the door lightly and then pushed it open and entered. The steward Imolo was still seated behind the desk, with assistant Moya standing by his side. Steward, you wanted to see me? Wu Heng asked. Imolo nodded and said, those people you brought back, they've all been interrogated, 3 of them are hostages of a merchant group, and the rest have some relationship with pirates. What kind of relationship? Among them are pirates' wives and daughters. Wu Heng frowned, recalling the scene when he saw the people, wives and daughters. Why would they be in iron cages? Thinking carefully, there were indeed many doubts. There was an internal conflict within the Iron Barrel pirate group before, and all involved were from the former captain's crew. Wu Heng had heard some news about the internal strife within the Iron Barrel pirate group before. But he hadn't expected it to involve family members. This new captain sure wasn't great, taking over the pirate group and then laying a claim on people's wives and daughters. Oh, so why did you call me here? Wu Heng asked, puzzled. They should just handle it as they usually would. Why involve him? Imolo didn't speak. Assistant Moya, who was standing by, said, didn't you say before that you wanted to develop your own network of informants? Choose from the 2 women. Wu Heng's brow furrowed. Regarding the selection of informants, Wu Heng had indeed considered this matter, but he hadn't yet decided on any specific targets. Now that these hostages were mentioned, but with both wives and daughters involved, it seemed there weren't very good candidates. Imolo passed him some documents and said, Philippa of the Iron Barrel pirate group, the former captain's daughter, this time you killed the current captain, and you could be said to have saved her life, you might want to speak with her. Wu Heng looked at him, are you sure about releasing her, that she won't just run off and actually bring back intelligence? Aren't you a necromancer? Don't you have any means to restrict her? Assistant Moya asked. I'm a righteous mage, I don't learn those things, I've only learned some techniques for enslaving the undead. Imolo took out a scroll from his space ring and handed it to him, slave scroll, you can use it on her if you wish. Wu Heng thought for a moment and decided to take the scroll. He'd see how things went first. Even if she wasn't the right candidate, best to take the scroll for now. All right, I will go and see her. Wu Heng said and then left the steward's office. Back in the office, Wu Heng handed the documents to Andre Willow and asked her to bring the prisoner from the cell. Before long, the door opened. The staff brought in a prisoner shackled in chains. She was slender with disheveled hair. Wu Heng recognized her. He had seen her on the ship before, looking just like a beggar pulled from a mud pit. Now that she had washed her face, one could see her delicate feminine features. Your name is Philippa. Philippa turned her head away, remaining silent. Wu Heng said directly, all the pirates are repeatedly harassing the shipping lanes, and the association plans to execute you all, the execution is set for noon tomorrow. Hearing this, the silence in her eyes trembled slightly. She showed fear of death, yet she still did not speak. I will ask you only once, I won't give you a second chance, Wu Heng stared at her and asked, Do you want to live? Philippa's pupils constricted and, after a moment's hesitation, she said through clenched teeth, yes. Chapter 365. Upon uttering the word wish, Philippa's expression grew even more somber. Wu Heng glanced at the information and said, pirates have been frequently raiding the sea routes recently, I need an insider to gather information on the pirates' intelligence and movements. The disheveled Philippa slightly raised her head and said, if discovered by the pirates, I will die a horrible death. At least you stand a chance of fighting for your life, rather than dying on the gallows tomorrow. Philippa had no second option. She had no second choice, to either agree to the terms now and become an informant among the pirates, or to be executed as a pirate right now. After taking a deep breath, she said, fine, I agree, but I don't know how to do this. I'll find a chance for you to escape, you just have to go back to being a pirate, Wu Heng said. Philippa bit the cracked dead skin on her lip and said, that's not what I mean I don't have a ship or people now, and when I do get some information, how do I inform you? Wu Heng replied, I will arrange a ship for you, as for people, there are a few from your pirate group still in prison, try to persuade them to join. Philippa fell silent again. What both parties needed to do was actually quite clear. Philippa needed to recruit crew members, then with Wu Heng's assistance, break out of jail and resume her life as a pirate on the high seas. Then she had to send back pirate intelligence to him. What Wu Heng needed to do was to arrange the series of events for Philippa's escape and send her back to the sea legitimately. Okay. Philippa agreed, then asked, what about my mother? Will you pardon her too? The other woman was the ex-captain's lady. Wu Heng had seen her in the cell before, with fairly white skin, a plump and rounded woman. Hardly anyone you would imagine living life aboard a ship. As long as you do your job well, I can assure her safety, Wu Heng promised. And her life? How will she survive? What kind of life do you want for her? She's not a pirate, we didn't know he was a pirate before, you can arrange some work for her, don't send her back to that village, she won't last long if she returns, Philippa stated straightforwardly. Wu Heng didn't have the ability to discern lies, but judging from her demeanor, she didn't seem to be making excuses for herself. He also said, do your job well, and your mother will live a good life on Gold and Silver Island. All right, then we have a deal. Wu Heng took out a slave scroll and said, this is a slave contract, don't resist. Okay. Wu Heng walked out, picked up a quill pen, pricked the tip of her finger, and a drop of blood fell on the scroll. The scroll absorbed the blood, drawing upon Wu Heng's spiritual power, penetrating her forehead, and branding upon her soul. The contract was complete. Philippa began to feel weak, slumping directly onto the sofa at one side. Wu Heng put away the scroll. He continued, waiter, prepare a meal for her, with extra meat. Andre Willow nodded and walked out. When she came back, she entered carrying some food and placed it in front of Philippa. The latter looked up at the two of them, then began to wolf down the food. Wu Heng leaned against the desk and said, later, you'll be sent back to your cell, don't show any unusual behavior, when I've arranged everything, I'll let you know. Philippa, with her mouth stuffed with food, mumbled and asked, what about the ship? As for the ship, you'll get one of the previous pirate ships. Beyond the matter of pirate intelligence, there was also the issue of a mysterious letter. According to the information retrieved from the Wenchi, such letters would suddenly appear beside the pirate ship captains. The rules of transmission were still unclear, but they were definitely related to the pirate leaders. Now, it would be seen if Philippa, once she became the new leader, would also receive such letters. Okay. Be cautious when you return, your very life depends on it, Wu Heng cautioned. Philippa swallowed the last piece of bread and nodded her head. Wu Heng looked at Andre Willow, who summoned the guards on duty, and they took Philippa back to her cell. Is she a pirate? Andre Willow asked. Yes, the daughter of the former captain of the Iron Barrel pirate group, Wu Heng replied. It seems she is even younger than Minnie. At the time, I didn't expect her to be associated with pirates either, I thought she was just a hostage. Andre Willow began to clear away the dishes and asked, will those pirates listen to her? Wu Heng shook his head, I'm not sure, the steward thinks she can handle it, she must not be as simple as she appears. Oh. Wu Heng sat in the association for a while, went to inform the steward about the situation, and noticing there was nothing else pressing, he left the association directly. He returned home. Minnie was in the courtyard practicing martial arts with Bahudong. Seeing Wu Heng return, she immediately stopped her motions and ran back quickly. Master, you've returned quite early today. I came back early since there wasn't much to do. Wu Heng embraced her shoulder. Why so diligent today? I normally practice at this time, you just didn't know, Minnie said. It seems our Minnie is indeed very hard-working. A smile instantly spread across Minnie's face. That's right. They went into the room together, and Chef No. 1 prepared lunch. After eating together, Minnie returned to training in the courtyard, while Wu Heng headed to the 4th floor, to the alchemy laboratory. Upon pushing open the door, he saw No. 1 expert, with 6 arms, busily concocting elixirs. 2 hands tinkered with the instruments in front, 2 pulverized ingredients, and the remaining 2 held medicinal herbs and shook elixir bottles. It was like one person doing the work of 3, the movements perfectly coordinated. No mistakes occurred. Wu Heng stood at the doorway, watching without entering to disturb the expert at work. He quietly closed the door again, entered his study, and opened the boundary door. He headed to the zombie world. Stepping out of the hotel, he found the open space outside teeming with dense ranks of the skeleton army, with 4 flying dragons circling continuously overhead. Chapter 366. Xiao Xiao's mother has been found. Upon hearing this news, Wu Heng felt a surge of joy in his heart. After all, he had promised Xiao Xiao that he would help rescue his mother. However, as time passed, the likelihood of her mother's survival became increasingly low. If her mother really died, Wu Heng didn't know how to break the news. Now, hearing that the other party was still alive, he felt somewhat relieved. But the latter part of the message, mentioning that the people in the shelter were not too friendly, gave him a bad premonition. What do you mean by not too friendly? Wu Heng asked. Li Yaheng said, they're asking us to deliver 500 bags of food in exchange, and to deliver them before they evacuate. Wu Heng frowned. This shelter, planning to trade food for people. And they had set a 3-day deadline. Since the shelter protected Xiao Xiao's mother, Wu Heng would naturally not treat them unfairly if he went there. But being told like this gave him the feeling of trading hostages. What's the name of the shelter? Even if we wanted to give them the 500 bags, we can't transport them there, Wu Heng said. Li Yaheng replied, it's called the Old Mountain Refuge Shelter. I also said that we can't transport 500 bags, and they said they would leave, giving us 3 days. What did you say? I agreed at first, and also asked them to ensure Xiao Xiao's mother's safety, then I came to discuss with you. Wu Heng furrowed his brow and pondered the matter before asking, where is their shelter located? Around this area, Li Yaheng activated a tablet map and zoomed in on a region. Near this old factory area, they said if we see a red flag on the roof of a building, that would be their location. There was still some distance between their 2 positions. Even if they cleared the zombies all night long, it wouldn't be possible to get there in 3 days. And rushing in such haste could likely lead to danger. Wu Heng looked at the map and pondered again before saying, I'll ride a flying dragon there and rescue Xiao Xiao's mother first. Li Yaheng's expression immediately became serious, that's too dangerous. Wu Heng smiled and said, don't worry, if there's danger, I have ways to escape back here. Let the main force advance, it's safer, Li Yaheng suggested. Wu Heng shook his head, I'm confident, trust me. Since Li Yaheng couldn't persuade him, she could only nod and say, then you must be careful. Don't worry, I won't gamble with my life, he assured. Li Yaheng nodded, then asked, should we prepare the food? No need, if they really intend to trade, we'll supply them later, Wu Heng replied, then added, remove the ammo pod from the skeleton flying dragon's belly and check the saddle's stability. Okay. After Li Yaheng went down to prepare, Wu Heng let Xiao Xiao out. What's the matter, uncle? Xiao Xiao asked curiously, half floating in the air. Ahem. Wu Heng cleared his throat before saying, I've gotten news of your mother, and now I plan to rescue her. Xiao Xiao's eyes instantly widened, and a look of joy appeared on his ghostly face. Really? Uncle, you're amazing. A promise to Xiao Xiao is definitely something I must fulfill, he declared. Hehe, uncle, you're the best. Wu Heng continued, but your current appearance is a bit different from humans, so think carefully about how you'll explain this to your mother. How should I explain it? Xiao Xiao asked. Well, I'm not sure either, maybe you can tell her the truth in a more tactful way. Okay, I'll think about it. Soon, 4 skeleton flying dragons had their ammo pods removed and landed on the open ground in front of him. Wu Heng put Xiao Xiao away and mounted a flying dragon equipped with a saddle on its back. The remaining 3 flying dragons carried Skull Crusher, Bloody Hand, and Big Head Skull. Wu Heng's skeleton attendant made a simple switch. Blood Axe was replaced by Bloody Hand. Blood Axe was level 14, while Bloody Hand had reached level 15, a difference of 1 level that made all the difference in rank. Once everything was ready. Be careful on the road, and if you really can't find her, come back first. Li Yaheng stood below, constantly instructing. Wu Heng reassured her, don't worry, there won't be any problems. Come back soon. Wu Heng nodded once again, gently patted the neck of the skeleton flying dragon. Whoosh hoo! The skeleton flying dragon soared into the sky in an instant, charging into the heavens. The 3 skeleton flying dragons behind him also followed suit, taking to the sky, heading towards the destination ahead. The wind howled by his ears, and the air currents slashed across his face like knives. From below, it didn't actually feel that significant. Riding on the dragon's back, one could truly appreciate the staggering speed of the flying dragon. After adjusting to the environment, Wu Heng looked down. The streets and buildings resembled tiny models, and the dense hordes of zombies looked like lines of ants. From this vantage point, they didn't seem so terrifying anymore. They pressed on swiftly, occasionally encountering zombified pigeons and other birds, but compared to the size of the dragons, they stood no chance. They hesitated for a moment but didn't dare come close, and instead flew away. The flying dragon continued to approach the area Li Yaheng had mentioned. From a distance, he saw the flag planted below, as well as several people sitting around on the second-floor balcony. On the second-floor balcony, 4 men with cigarettes in their mouths and rifles slung over their shoulders were gathered playing cards. One of them said, I heard from the other brothers yesterday that the auto repair shop Shelter is going to exchange hostages with us. The boss asked for 500 bags of food. Yeah, I know about that, the other side agreed right away, seems like the boss asked for too little. Chapter 367. Raising the price again, hey? First, let's have them deliver some goods, then keep demanding more continuously. With the person in our hands, I doubt they'll refuse to pay. That's true, one of them, flicking the cards in his hands, said, I went to check on her this morning, that chick actually looks decent, couldn't tell when she was covered in dirt before. Boss ordered not to touch her. He only said not to go all the way, a little touch to satisfy the craving won't hurt. The rest of them hesitated for a moment, you have a point, let's all go there tonight. Haha, great. Flying dragons were circling in the sky. The 4 men playing cards underneath didn't notice anything unusual. Wu Heng's perception was enhanced, even from high above, he could faintly hear the content of their conversation. It seemed Xiao Xiao's mother hadn't found herself a very good refuge. He patted the skeleton flying dragon on the neck again and started to lower its flying altitude. Once they reached a certain distance, Wu Heng, along with a few skeletons, descended from the sky. He used the feather fall skill midair to land softly on the rooftop. The card players only turned around when they heard the landing noise, their pupils dilating as they saw the sudden appearance of several figures. In a panic, they stood up and pointed their guns, their fingers ready on the triggers. Wu Heng waved his hand gently, and the guns jerked out of their control, pointing into the sky. Holding the spine staff, he said directly, look at me. The men glanced over, puzzled. Wu Heng continued, deep sleep. Whoosh! The 4 men's bodies instantly went limp, collapsing to the ground. Wu Heng then released Xiao Xiao to fly around the vicinity. Uncle, there's nobody in this building. Looks like their base isn't here, said Wu Heng. His gaze returned to the bodies in front of him and commanded, go, kill one. Bloody Hand stepped forward, grabbed a man by the hair, and his long knife cut across the throat. Blood gushed out, and the man woke up from his deep sleep. He clutched his throat, struggling incessantly. Then the struggles slowly ceased, along with any sound. Xiao Xiao hid behind Wu Heng's shoulder, cautiously watching the scene before her. After the man had breathed his last, Wu Heng activated Communicate with the Dead. The fallen body sat up suddenly. Its cloudy eyes looked over. Wu Heng asked directly, where is your base? The corpse replied, the base is in an abandoned factory behind here. It seemed this location was just a lookout post, communicating with each other via walkie-talkies. Wu Heng continued, how many of you are combat ready? The corpse answered, a total of more than 60 people. How many guns? More than 20. Regarding the hostage exchange with the auto repair shop, what's your plan? Boss said the auto repair shop is wealthy and doesn't plan on releasing the woman, we're going to trade repeatedly, squeezing the other side for everything they're worth. These people really weren't that honest. Their initial high demands must have been to test the limits of the auto repair shop. Once they realized the woman was very important to them, they planned to continuously take goods. After all, the auto repair shop had built a trading market in the shelter, which meant they surely had plentiful resources. They intended to exploit the woman's value to the last. One last question remained. As Wu Heng was about to inquire, the walkie-talkie hung on the man's chest emitted a crackling electric noise, followed by an inquiry. The voice transmitted, "Tiger, how's it going over there?" Wu Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at the corpse, asking, "What were you four doing just now?" After asking, he pressed the walkie-talkie's talk button and held it near the corpse's mouth. The corpse replied, "Playing cards." With the fifth question settled, the corpse fell back to the ground. More cursing came through the walkie-talkie, "Damn, broadcasting with a fancy tone now, hey? Don't just care about having fun, keep an eye on the hordes and other matters." Wu Heng pressed the button and muttered an acknowledgement. The conversation over the walkie-talkie ended. Wu Heng turned his attention back to the other three who were still in a state of deep sleep. He ordered flatly, "Just kill them all." Bloody Hand stepped forward and swung his knife, severing the necks of the three men. Wu Heng collected the firearms and ammunition. He cast bone manipulation skill, converting them into skeleton warriors. He then got back onto the skeleton flying dragon, with the three newly converted skeletons riding alongside Skull Crusher and Bloody Hand, 2 skeletons per flying dragon. They were all just skeletons, so they didn't weigh much. The flying dragons took off again, heading for the old factory district mentioned by the corpse. Approaching the rear factory area, on the rooftop, Wu Heng and his party descended from the sky, landing directly on the roof. "Cao! Who's there?" The guard on the rooftop immediately adjusted his gun's position. Wu Heng gestured, and the muzzle uncontrollably pointed skyward. Meanwhile, Bloody Hand became a beam of light, dashing swiftly to the guards. His knife flashed, and several heads soared into the air, blood splattering all around. Wu Heng collected the firearms from the ground. He then applied bone manipulation skill to the several bodies. Skeleton Warrior, Level 1. 3 skeletons, all Level 1 skeleton warriors. Just ordinary humans. "Follow me," Wu Heng said as he walked to the iron door leading to the staircase. He opened the door wide, "Lead the way." The few skeletons walked in front, entering the cold and dim corridor. Only a few steps in, a man with a rifle strapped to his back and a cigarette in his mouth emerged from a room. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, eyebrows furrowing instantly. "What the hell is that?" In panic, he dropped his lighter and reached for the gun behind him. Chapter 368. Wu Heng directly ordered, "Charge and kill all those armed with guns." Whoosh! Skeletons instantly sprang into action, brandishing weapons as they pounced downward. Bang bang bang! The man below decisively squeezed the trigger, bullets whistling out, instantly striking the figures lunging towards him. But the bullets passed through the hollow skeletons, lodging into the staircase behind. Wu Heng couldn't help but take several steps back to avoid being hit by stray bullets. The advancing skeletons overpowered the man, hacking at his body with their weapons non-stop. Screams filled the air, blood splattering everywhere. Soon, the man ceased resisting, his body a blur of blood and flesh. Wu Heng strode forward and picked up the rifle. Releasing the bone manipulation skill, another skeleton rose to its feet. Meanwhile, the sound of chaotic footsteps and loud questioning came from below. "What happened? Who the fuck started shooting? Didn't I say not to kill people without orders?" Wu Heng glanced downwards and continued, "Skull Crusher, follow me, Bloody Hand, take the skeletons and kill everyone with a gun or fighting back." Rustle rustle. Several skeletons immediately sprung into action. They charged down the stairs and toward the crowd that had come to investigate, guns in hand. In an instant, the sound of gunfire and slashing erupted. In the dimly lit corridor, chaos ensued. Wu Heng glanced into the room as he passed the first corpse. A yellow-skinned, gaunt young woman was curled up in a corner, not shouting or making a fuss, merely crouching there with her head in her hands. Her eyes were hollow and numb, just like those imprisoned by Chen Jinlong in the early days. Wu Heng closed the door for her and continued down the stairs. On the staircase lay 2 blood-drenched corpses. Wu Heng bent over to pick up their guns before continuing to release the bone manipulation skill. Go down and kill everyone armed with guns. 2 skeletons unsheathed their machetes and strode down heavily toward the lower floors. Wu Heng kept walking while transforming the corpses along the way. The number of skeletons grew, and as they did, the surviving resistors dwindled. The ground floor of the factory. Survivors without weapons were pushed to the front while several men armed with guns hid behind the crowd, pointing their barrels forward. Among them, a burly man with a fat face and thick beard shouted, "I know it's your superpower, come out and let's talk." Wu Heng, standing on the second floor corner, said indifferently, "What's there to talk about? What do you want? Food or women? You can choose anything from here, but just let your ghosts get out of here," said the fatty. "You have a lot of food. We'll have a lot soon, we can cooperate, people will continuously bring us food, so survival will no longer be a worry, how about it? You have the strength, I have the food, let's partner up." Wu Heng narrowed his eyes and continued, "If I kill you and take over this place, won't that food be mine? You don't know my plan, plus, if you keep attacking, I'll kill all the survivors here, without people, taking over this building is..." His words were cut off abruptly. Suddenly, a whooshing sound erupted. Turning around, they saw a warmer appearing out of thin air. Before people could react. Smack! The fat man's head was crushed like a watermelon. Warm blood and pieces of flesh splashed over the others nearby. Immediately after, a towering figure appeared as if drawing back a curtain, swinging the warmer swiftly, killing all the remaining gunmen. "Ah! Don't kill me, I'm not with them. Spare my life!" The rest of the survivors screamed loudly. Wu Heng commanded, "Surround them." The skeletons quickly moved to encircle everyone. "Shut up, or I will kill the screamers one by one." The shouting and screaming crowd instantly quieted down, crouching on the ground, trembling constantly. Wu Heng scanned everyone. He said, "Zhao Yangkaiu, come here." The disheveled woman huddling on the ground slowly raised her head. She looked towards him with a mix of confusion and fear. Chapter 369. Zhao Yangkaiu looked up briefly, then quickly glanced down again. "Bring her over," Wu Heng said directly. Skull Crusher pushed Zhao Yangkaiu a bit, causing her to follow Wu Heng into a room on the side. As they entered the room, Skull Crusher closed the door. Wu Heng took another look at Xiao Xiao's mother. She was slender, appearing malnourished, with very short hair and her face smeared with filth, resembling a scavenging beggar. For a woman, this was a means of self-protection. Of course, having some looks or paying a certain price could also make life a little better for you. Zhao Yangkaiu stood anxiously at the door, her legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably as she said in a low voice, "Sir, I'm sick, please don't hurt me." Wu Heng did not release Xiao Xiao right away. After all, the form of a ghost was something most ordinary people would find hard to accept. Especially for a mother seeing her daughter turned into this. "I won't hurt you," Wu Heng said, "and our shelter has close cooperation and contact with the command in the area designated by the main station, unlike the people from other shelters." "Thank you." Zhao Yangkaiu nodded, then quietly asked, "Do you need something from me, sir? Is it just you?" Wu Heng asked straightforwardly. Zhao Yangkaiu's head sank even lower, and she wiped her eyes, saying, "My husband took the kids to his father's place, and now there's no contact. To survive, actually." "I know," Zhao Yangkaiu lifted her head, "I understand what you mean, they are probably no longer alive, everyone is going through the same." Wu Heng nodded, then continued, "Actually, I've met your daughter, she asked me to come rescue you." Zhao Yangkaiu suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining with an uncontrollable excitement and joy. "Xiao Xiao, she's still alive, she's still alive." Being alive had become a difficult thing to define. Wu Heng leaned against the edge of a wooden table behind him and said, "Xiao Xiao's situation might be a bit special, you need to be psychologically prepared." Zhao Yangkaiu's eyebrows furrowed, sensing another bad premonition. Without saying more, Wu Heng simply let Xiao Xiao out with a thought. Her translucent body floated in the air as she turned to the woman and called out, "Mommy." Zhao Yangkaiu's eyes widened in shock at the sight of her daughter, who appeared like an illusion. "Xiao. Xiao Xiao, what happened to you?" "Mommy, I've become a ghost now, I can pass through walls and become invisible, isn't that amazing?" Xiao Xiao boasted while spinning in the air. You, Zhao Yangkai's face grew even paler. Wu Heng cut off Xiao Xiao's next words and said, Xiao Xiao, speak properly, tell your mom what happened. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao floated a bit lower and began to recount the events that had transpired, as well as how she met Wu Heng and had been with him ever since. Upon receiving the news about Zhao Yangkai, she came right away. After hearing her daughter's words and learning that her husband and father-in-law had both perished, and seeing what had become of her daughter, Zhao Yangkai's tears could not be stopped. My daughter. Mommy, why are you crying? Aren't you happy to see me? Xiao Xiao asked. Happy, Zhao Yangkai replied. Mommy, you stay alive, and when you die, Uncle can turn you into a ghost too, then we'll never die, Xiao Xiao said as she mimed a hug. Cough cough. Wu Heng cleared his throat softly, Xiao Xiao, don't give such advice. Oh, hee hee. Xiao Xiao chuckled and continued, Mommy, you'll be able to live a good life from now on, Uncle is amazing, neither zombies nor bad guys are a match for him. Zhao Yangkai said with a nod, wiping her tears. Wu Heng glanced at the mother and daughter and said, you two talk in the room for a while, I'm going to check on the others. Xiao Xiao nodded. Zhao Yangkai knelt on the ground and bowed deeply, saying, thank you for taking care of Xiao Xiao, and for saving me. Don't be like this, Xiao Xiao has also helped me quite a lot, saving you is only right, Wu Heng said, helping her up. Xiao Xiao folded her arms in midair, I've always been the one taking care of him, you know. Wu Heng left the two to talk in the room. He himself walked out directly. As Wu Heng walked out of the room, he had the skeletons carrying the bodies they had brought earlier. They went into another room. There were a total of 7 bodies. Those killed by Skull Crusher either had their chests collapsed or their heads blown apart. A collapsed chest was not too problematic. Necromancy magic could repair some of the damage when transforming. But with critical organs missing, that could not be remedied. Especially the head. A missing head meant even communicate with the dead would not work. Wu Heng's gaze settled on one of the bodies with a relatively intact head. He released communicate with the dead directly. The body sat up abruptly, its vacant pupils turned towards him. Wu Heng asked, apart from here, do you have people stationed anywhere else? The body answered, on the 2nd floor rooftop to the east, 4 guards were stationed. Those 4 from the east were the very ones Wu Heng had killed first when he arrived. It seemed that these were all the people they had left. Wu Heng continued, you told the auto repair shop to evacuate in 3 days, where were you planning to retreat to? The body answered, plans were being made to retreat southward. Wu Heng frowned slightly, why are you evacuating? The body answered, there were signs that a horde of corpses was moving this way. The 3 days were given for the auto repair shop to bring in supplies. They hadn't yet decided on when exactly to evacuate. Wu Heng considered for a moment, then asked again, where did you get your guns from? Exchanged at a military gathering point, the body replied. On hearing these words, Wu Heng's eyes suddenly widened. A military gathering point. There was a gathering point set up by the military in the area, and what's more, they were dealing with outsiders. Wu Heng continued to press, what can be exchanged at the military gathering spot? The body was silent for a while before saying, firearms and ammunition, artillery, vehicles, and various kinds of logistical military equipment and supplies. After uttering the last sentence, it fell back to the ground with a thud. Wu Heng continued to release communicate with the dead on the next corpse. The body sat up. Wu Heng asked, what kind of supplies does the military gathering spot take in? The body replied, food, corpse cores, all sorts of tools, special talents, all can be traded. How many people are in the military force? Seems like there are 300 to 400 people. Where are they located? The open pit mine to the south. After questioning several corpses in succession, Wu Heng had more or less understood the situation he wanted to know. This area was not quite like the one with the auto repair shop. The military force had already built their own refuge base and had opened up a free market to the outside. You could trade various supplies with them for firearms and ammunition, including some tanks and armored vehicles, radio communication equipment. In other words, the current military refuge was more like a highly specialized corporate institution. If you brought them the supplies they needed, they could provide you with relatively professional weapons. This indeed piqued Wu Heng's interest. Not lacking in food, he could make up for his shortage of ammunition from the other party. Whoosh! At this moment, Xiao Xiao flew through the wall. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Xiao Xiao grinned broadly, looking very happy. Questioning the dead, "Did you have a good chat with your mom?" "Not fun, she's always crying and sobbing." Xiao Xiao flew to the other side and continued, "When we killed the bandits, so many people died, it was so dangerous, and nobody cried." Hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Wu Heng was taken aback. Whether it was killing zombies or bandits and enemies in the other world, Xiao Xiao had been involved plenty of times. But hearing about killing bandits from the mouth of a little girl still felt somewhat incongruous. "Don't talk about the other world with your mother for now." "Understood." Knock knock knock. While they were talking, a knocking sound came from the door. "Come in." The door opened, and Zhao Yangkai peeked in. When she saw the neatly arranged corpses on the ground, she instinctively stepped back. Then she entered anyway and said, "I've finished talking with Xiao Xiao, thank you for reuniting us mother and daughter." Wu Heng nodded, "It's what I should do, from now on, you can follow me, I will provide you with a safe living environment." "Thank you," Zhao Yangkai did not refuse. Wu Heng continued, "Who are the survivors downstairs?" "They are survivors from nearby, they usually do some menial work." "No danger." "Shouldn't be any danger, they are just barely surviving, without any goals, living one day at a time." Wu Heng nodded, "Where is the radio and the storage here?" "Take me there." On the third floor. Several people arrived on the third floor. Pushing one of the doors open, there were bags of rice, oils, and stacks of beer scavenged from supermarkets, as well as pickles and instant noodles. Wu Heng glanced at it and said, "Go pick a few people you trust to cook for the survivors below, then tell them about the situation here. Those who are willing to stay can be provided with food and safety but need to work, those who are not can also be given some food and allowed to leave." "Oh, okay." Zhao Yangkai nodded and was about to leave. As she was leaving, Wu Heng spoke again, "Don't talk about Xiao Xiao's situation." "I know, I won't tell anyone outside," she said and went downstairs with quick steps. Wu Heng continued to the second room and opened it. He saw a radio set on a wooden table and piles of empty beer cans and cigarette butts in the wastebasket below. Turning on the equipment and picking up the microphone, he said, calling the auto repair shop. Soon, Li Yaheng's voice came from the other side, "This is the auto repair shop, go ahead." "All is well." Received. The simple exchange revealed a noticeable change in Li Yaheng's tone. From the initial seriousness to the relaxation in the last sentence. It was quite evident. But as the radio used a public frequency, he could not say too much to avoid letting others infer something from it. Conversation ended. Wu Heng continued towards the next room. He pushed hard, but the door was locked. Wu Heng glanced around and used the bronze key to unlock it, then pulled out the key. The contents of the room made Wu Heng's eyebrows twitch. Armory. The entire room was filled with ammunition boxes. These people really had not skimped on exchanging for ammunition. After a glance, Wu Heng's gaze settled on the two military green elongated boxes at the base of the corner wall. "Open up," Wu Heng ordered. The skeleton stepped forward and opened it, revealing the military green launch tubes with rocket projectiles inside. Rocket launchers. Chapter 370. Seeing the contents of the box, Wu Heng's brow raised. Rocket launchers. In movies and TV shows, these weapons were hardly scarce. Typically shouldered, firing outward, a single rocket could leave nothing but ash in its wake. "Open this one too," Wu Heng continued. The skeleton opened another box, which contained an identical launcher and rockets. Looking at the items on the ground, Wu Heng frowned slightly. These people had not only bought a large amount of ammunition but had also acquired rocket launchers. It seemed they had some plan. Luckily, Wu Heng had not come face to face directly but had entered the building from the rooftop, catching them off guard. Otherwise, if a conflict had broken out and they had used these two rocket launchers, it would have been no joke. Even though his attributes had far surpassed those of an ordinary person, he had not reached the point where he could withstand a rocket with his body. He himself had also relied on modern weaponry to kill many level 15 professionals. Shifting his gaze away, Wu Heng stored all the ammunition into the space ring. This haul of ammunition was a decent find. After making a round of the entire base, he arranged for skeletons to guard some key positions. As for this location, Wu Heng was quite satisfied, it used to be an old factory zone. It had workshops, dormitory buildings, yards, and well-paved roads. It completely met the requirements for a settlement. The people who had died must have also seen this, which was why they chose it. After taking a look around, Zhao Yangkaiu came back and reported, "No one left, they've all chosen to stay. Perhaps they had no better option." Wu Heng nodded and did not say much, instead changing the subject, "Have the people here killed zombies before?" "They have, and they've also killed quite a few people," replied Zhao Yangkaiu. "Where are the bodies?" "I'm not sure, I just know they were taken to the back." "Let's go take a look." Wu Heng led a few skeletons and Zhao Yangkaiu towards the back of the factory. The entire rear area was a wasteland, with weeds half a person's height, and the outline of rockeries and pavilions could be faintly seen amidst them. They followed the only path inward. After walking a distance, they saw a huge pit. It was filled with corpses, zombies, human bodies, and even several naked female corpses. Wu Heng glanced over then said to Zhao Yangkaiu, "Go wait outside for me." "Okay." Zhao Yangkaiu withdrew. Wu Heng stood on the edge of the deep pit, took out the spine staff, and began casting corpse battlefield. A grey-white ring of light rippled out, and skeletons began to rise from the pit, crawling their way out. In total, more than 300 skeletons emerged, filling the open space around them. With not many forces at hand, he needed to gather some from anywhere he could find. In this world, corpses were omnipresent. Leading the skeletons back out, he again startled Zhao Yangkaiu. Realizing there was no danger to herself, she calmly followed him. Together, they returned inside the building. As the sky gradually darkened, the survivors were rearranged into new living spaces. Wu Heng chose a room on the top floor and organized the skeletons to guard it. Zhao Yangkaiu's room was next to his. Her responsibilities not only included overseeing the other survivors but also listening to radio broadcasts for information and news, in case anything happened at the auto repair shop. Once everything was settled, Wu Heng then opened the boundary door and returned to his residence on Gold and Silver Island. By the time he got back, it was already quite late. Descending to the hall, Wu Heng instructed Chef No. 1 to prepare a late-night snack for himself, filling his somewhat empty stomach. After eating his fill, just as he started up the stairs, a door on the third floor gently opened, and Andre Willow walked out, her hand behind her back gripping a handgun. Rangers were always vigilant. "Hungry, I came down for a late-night snack," Wu Heng said. Andre Willow put away the gun. "Have you eaten yet? I can prepare something for you." "I've eaten already." Wu Heng motioned with his hand and she obediently came closer. "Go to my room, I need to wash up." Andre Willow's cheeks flushed slightly. She carefully glanced at Minnie's bedroom, then hurriedly went upstairs to the 4th floor. After a quick wash-up, he returned to his room. Andre Willow had her head tucked under the covers, leaving only her eyes visible, cautiously watching the outside. Wu Heng liked this expression of hers, with bashfulness and eagerness intertwined. Wu Heng tossed aside the blanket and pressed her beneath him. "Hold on to me." Andre Willow shyly entwined her limbs around him, moving in harmony with his actions. Only after they were both drenched in sweat did they embrace each other and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Heng and Andre Willow headed to the association together. After reviewing some documents that had been delivered the day before, they had the pirate daughter Philippa brought up from the prison. Philippa stood in the center of the room. Her appearance was still scruffy, and her face and eyes still bore some injuries. "Did you get into a fight in jail?" Philippa glanced up at him, wiped her somewhat dirty face, and said, "That's how pirates resolve issues, you wouldn't know since you've never been one." "Did you win or lose?" "A draw." It seemed she didn't gain any advantage. Wu Heng said to Andre Willow, "Prepare some food for her, with plenty of meat." "Okay." Andre Willow left. Hearing about food, Philippa involuntarily swallowed her saliva. Noticing Wu Heng looking at her, she quickly stopped the swallowing motion and turned her head away. Wu Heng asked, "Are those people willing to leave with you?" "I've persuaded a few." "You need to speed up the process, the ship is ready for you, I plan to let you leave in 3 days, Wu Heng said. "Otherwise, in 3 days, I will let you leave, any who are willing to follow you and can be trusted, take them with you, those you are unsure of, I will help you take care of." "Fine. I have no problem with that," Philippa nodded. "At that time, you will give me a list, those unwilling to follow you will be dealt with en route," Wu Heng stated firmly. What if I'm not sure? Kill them too. All right, you're ruthless. Just then, the door opened. Andre Willow entered with food in hand. Philippa sat down on the sofa without any regard for her image and started shoving food into her mouth. After gulping down the food voraciously, Wu Heng continued to inquire, "What's your profession? What level are you?" "Ranger, level 8. Wu Heng looked at her anew. At her age, reaching level 8 was quite talented. In the association, that qualified her for the position of a small team leader. It was the profession of a small team leader. Philippa patted her belly and countered, "Have you arranged the message delivery? Don't blame me if the message doesn't get out. I'll have it arranged on the ship for you. Is it a special item? It's best to let me see it beforehand, in case it doesn't work when the time comes." Philippa leaned back on the sofa. "I'll arrange it in the next couple of days, you just focus on your tasks," he replied. "Okay. You have 2 more days, make them count." "Got it." Philippa was taken down. Wu Heng also packed up his things and returned to his own residence. Back home, Shanela sat in the living room, fiddling with several fancy-looking pajamas along with Minnie. Upon seeing Wu Heng come in, Shanela immediately hugged one of the garments in her arms, her cheeks turning a bit red. "Why are you back so soon? Should I not come back?" Wu Heng asked, puzzled, as he scanned the two. "What mischief are you up to?" "None." Shanela denied. Minnie giggled and picked up a light yellow pajama. "Look at Sister Shanela's pajamas, they're see-through." In a panic, Shanela dropped what she was holding and instantly tried to snatch the pajama from Minnie's hands. Wu Heng picked up the fallen garment and looked at it. It was made of chiffon, feeling extremely soft and smooth. "Give it here, you shouldn't be touching a woman's things," Shanela demanded, reaching out to get it from him. Wu Heng handed it over with a smile. "It suits you well." "Stop talking nonsense," Shanela blushed. "Hee. I always said Shanela likes master, look." Minnie laughed heartily. Shanela's cheeks turned even redder as she stood up to cover Minnie's mouth. Wu Heng, on the other hand, picked up another garment to look at. A silk nightgown, and rather daring in style. After some playful teasing and laughing, Minnie headed to the kitchen to have Chef No. 1 prepare lunch. Lost in thought, Shanela said to Wu Heng, "Wu Heng, come out with me for a second." The two went to the pavilion in the backyard. Standing at the edge of the pavilion, looking at the sprouting flower bed, Shanela spoke softly, "You probably noticed, I've been paying special attention to you." Wu Heng replied, "Yeah, what about it?" Biting her lip, Shanela confessed, "Let me put it this way, the special item I used last time to seal myself in amber came with a side effect, it causes one to develop an affection towards the first person they see upon awakening." Chapter 371. Hearing Shanela actively mention the side effects of the amber pendant, Wu Heng was also taken aback. At the same time, he wondered what she was trying to convey. He was aware of the side effects, which his panel indicated as causing a sense of dependence. The fondness Shanela expressed was actually the same thing. "You bought the house next to mine because of the pendant's influence too?" Wu Heng asked. "I needed a new place to live, but indeed, it does have something to do with you." Shanela glanced back and continued, "I plan to interact with you, in fact, the side effects are not without solutions. After learning about the side effects of this special item, I had planned a solution. If you don't meet my expectations, I will have someone erase this segment of my memory." Wu Heng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by this outcome. She had prepared a contingency plan for such a situation while wearing this special item. But this was just a hypothesis. As the main consciousness developed a sense of dependence, it was very likely that erasing a segment of memory would not change anything. "This feels like choosing a maid in a tavern," he remarked. "What's wrong with that? When anyone chooses a partner, they have to observe the other person's character and lifestyle habits, don't they?" Shanela replied. "So, what are you thinking now?" he inquired. Shanela took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. "Having interacted with you these past few days, I don't dislike you, although you are a necromancer and have had relations with a maid, these are not unacceptable to me." Wu Heng watched her silhouette. "I don't dislike you either. You've even taken a fancy to me." Shanela glared at him displeased, then said, "I don't dislike you, but no matter what, I am the president of the Starflower Commerce Association, with a certain status." After a moment of contemplation, she continued, if you can advance to a level 15 professional before age 30, I can be your lover. After saying the word lover, Shanela's cheeks flushed red, and even her fair neck and the roots of her ears quickly turned red. Lover. Shanela suddenly turned around and said, of course, I'm over 400 years old, it's quite normal to have a husband. Don't worry, our agreement is to support each other, to consolidate our own status, by then, you will still be my first man. After speaking, she felt that she had explained too much and seemed too proactive. She looked up and said, there are many who pursue me, who express their love for me, and you've taken a fancy to me. Wu Heng smiled, not at all, I even thought you were just coming of age. You do have a way with words. Shanela's gaze softened considerably. For Shanela, it was both gratitude and affection for the man before her, not just the influence of the amber, but also the life-saving debt and his attractive personality. Perhaps it was also a favorable destiny. If Wu Heng could reach level 15 before the age of 30, he would be a rare genius mage among the human race. As a lover to a young genius, she wouldn't be at a loss. Instead, it was more like she had snagged a younger catch, gaining a certain advantage. At gatherings of noble women in the past, many bold women boasted about their conquests in this regard. We've made a deal, you can't back out, Wu Heng emphasized. Wu Heng felt relieved on his side upon hearing that reaching level 15 was sufficient. Having him research a new type of magic and achieve something might be more difficult. But just leveling up wouldn't put too much pressure on him. He was level 12 now, with more than half the experience required for level 13. With a bit of diligence on his part, he could quickly reach level 15. Seeing his fear of her reneging, Shanela laughed and said, I won't go back on what I've decided. Then I'll have you, he declared. Shanela's cheeks reddened again, don't talk nonsense outside. A light breeze swept by, lifting the hem of her dress slightly. After speaking about this matter, Shanela seemed to have completed a daunting task and felt much more relaxed. She said softly, actually, I've been having a tough time lately, but in the time I've spent with you guys, I've been quite happy, and I don't mind those troubles anymore. Wu Heng beckoned, come, let me read your palm. Shanela was curious, palm reading? What's that? It's looking at a person's palm lines to predict their future fortune, Wu Heng explained. You know the abilities of a prophet. Not as profound as theirs. Shanela immediately showed interest and sat down beside him. How do you read it? Wu Heng extended his hand. Your hand, please. Shanela stretched out her hand dubiously. Wu Heng grabbed it and, before she could instinctively pull away, opened her soft palm. At a glance, Shanela clearly hadn't done any manual labor, her palms were as tender as tofu, without even the calluses from wielding a weapon over a long period. Holding her hand, he said, this line represents your lifeline, which is long and deep, suggesting you'll live longer than others and be free from illnesses. Shanela paused, also leaned in, and looked at the lines on her palm. This one represents your career line, which is long but has many forks along the way, indicating many difficulties. This is your marriage line, you're going to have an affair. Bang! Shanela punched him on the shoulder, are you doing this on purpose? Just kidding, don't be mad, your palm lines are good, things will get better from here, both in career and life, Wu Heng said as he grabbed her hand again, not continuing to read her palm, but just holding it in his. Shanela tried to withdraw her hand a few times, but eventually let him hold it, sitting next to him with flushed cheeks. The two sat side by side, close together. They could feel the warmth emanating from each other's bodies and a faint scent in the air. Wu Heng proposed, should we open a side door in the yard, so it's more convenient for you to come over? Shanela's face turned completely red, and in a soft voice she responded, let's talk about it after you reach level 15. The two sat for a while longer. Minnie's voice, coming from the front yard, called out, Master, Sister Shanela, dinner's ready, where did you run off to? Shanela quickly withdrew her hand, somewhat guiltily smoothing out her skirt, then gave him a light slap on the body. Behave yourself from now on. That's my fault too. Wu Heng said somewhat speechlessly. Tap, tap, tap. Minnie ran over quickly. Seeing the two people inside the stone pavilion, she said, it's time to eat. Oh, okay. Shanela walked over quickly, linked arms with Minnie, and headed to the house together. As Minnie was being pulled along, she turned her head and called out, Master, come and eat. Okay. The group went back to their dwelling for a meal. After lunch, Shanela took Minnie to the market to buy flower seeds. Wu Heng went straight to the 4th floor. Upon opening the boundary door, it was still the factory dormitory. Coming out of the room, he saw the survivors downstairs carrying out a thorough cleanup. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps going upstairs sounded, and Zhao Yangkai walked up from below. Different from the unkempt beggar seen yesterday. Today she was clearly washed up, still somewhat thin in appearance, but certainly not bad looking. Your Majesty, Zhao Yangkai called out, then glanced around. Wu Heng released Xiao Xiao, and Zhao Yangkai immediately smiled. Xiao Xiao. Mommy, were you looking for me? Xiao Xiao asked. Mommy wanted to see you, Zhao Yangkai said. Oh, I missed Mommy too, Xiao Xiao obediently said. Zhao Yangkai and Xiao Xiao, under the current circumstances, were actually lucky. At least they could still see each other. More survivors, in fact, were left with only themselves, without a goal, without hope, living day by day. The mother and daughter chatted for a while before Zhao Yangkai turned to Wu Heng and asked, Your Majesty, what work do we have to do today? The conditions Wu Heng set forth yesterday were that after staying, one needed to complete work. How many survivors are there? Wu Heng asked. 56 people, about half men and half women, but they are all of working age and quite strong, Zhao Yangkai replied. Just clean up the dormitory building today, you'll be in charge of listening to the radio, keeping track of what specialties the survivors have like plumbers, welders and cutters, get them all registered, later we'll assign tasks to everyone, Wu Heng thought for a moment and then said. Just having taken control of the place, many tasks also require the cooperation of tools. Okay, thank you, Zhao Yangkai expressed her thanks. Do these things for today, if there's anything, I'll give further instructions to you all. Okay. Zhao Yangkai agreed, spoke a few more words with Xiao Xiao, and then walked quickly downstairs. No sooner had she descended than the other survivors immediately gathered around, cautiously inquiring about the situation. Then they cooperated with the registration. Wu Heng then ordered the skeleton to guard this floor's staircase and went up to the rooftop. Riding the skeleton flying dragon, he headed towards the county bus station. The sound of the wind whistled by his ears. He quickly arrived above the auto repair shop, landing directly in the courtyard inside the bus station. The patrolling survivors nearby were startled. Your Majesty! Your Majesty, your new mount, hey! The gathered survivors greeted him one by one. Wu Heng nodded and then asked, Where is Li Ya Heng? Sister Hong is outside, are you looking for her? Tell Li Ya Heng to come to the council hall, I have something to discuss with her, Wu Heng said. Okay, the man agreed, pressing the walkie-talkie on his ear and calling Li Ya Heng. Wu Heng headed straight for the council hall. Shortly after, Li Ya Heng, Qi Hanke, Qiangzi and others walked in quickly. You're not hurt, are you? Li Ya Heng asked. I'm fine. How is Xiao Xiao's mother doing? Li Ya Heng continued. Pretty good, she and Xiao Xiao have met, everything went smoothly. Afterwards, Wu Heng recounted the situation over there in full. There were a total of 4 people present. Li Ya Heng, Qi Hanke, Qiangzi and Wang Chenggang. Qi Hanke and Wang Chenggang had never seen Xiao Xiao, but they had heard the name and knew she was an important person in the camp. The reason for the long trip this time was to rescue Xiao Xiao's mother. What surprised everyone was that for this, Wu Heng himself had killed 40 or 50 of their armed men. This combat prowess stunned them all. In previous battles, it was the skeletons doing the fighting, with Wu Heng playing a commanding role. This time, with just 3 skeletons taken along, he took over the enemy's base. The superpower and combat ability were astonishing. I plan to make that factory into one of our sub-bases, we can also contact the military to exchange for some of the supplies we need, Wu Heng revealed his plan. Chapter 372. Establishing a sub-base, making contact with the military. Both are significant decisions. A sub-base means dispersing the population, resources also need to be reallocated. Making contact with the military could lead to more unpredictable situations. It's fine if we maintain friendly trade, but what if conflicts arise? The skeleton army, can they withstand modern weapons? The power of a missile is enough to destroy a large area. The others were somewhat anxious. Li Ya Heng directly asked, What do you need next? Wu Heng replied, 2 radios, preferably the kind with good signals used by the military, some photovoltaic panels and accessories. These are what I will take with me. You'll also need to prepare some people to come with me, to stabilize the situation over there. We have radios and photovoltaic panels in the warehouse, I'll have someone get them ready. Li Yaheng took out her walkie-talkie and began giving instructions. After finishing, she continued, how do you plan to arrange the personnel, and how will they get over there? The bus station must keep operating. Li Yaheng stays here to take charge. Qi Hanke and Wang Chenggang, pick 20 people to go to the factory area, Wu Heng said. Hearing the arrangements, Li Yaheng's expression changed dramatically. She was obviously not too pleased but didn't voice her opinion. Instead, she asked, how will the people get there? The route we planned when rescuing Xiao Xiao's mother, skirting the edge of the city, it's safer, Wu Heng said directly. All right, does anyone else have any objections or ideas? Li Yaheng looked to the few others. No objections. I don't have any objections either. The others nodded in agreement. Good, then let's leave it at that for now. Everyone, go ahead with your tasks. Wu Heng said directly. The group rose and headed outside. Once the others had left, only Wu Heng and Li Yaheng were left in the room. Li Yaheng's expression was a bit unhappy, clearly displeased. Wu Heng walked over and put an arm around her shoulders. Why do I get the feeling you're unhappy because I'm not taking you with me? Not at all. Wu Heng lowered his voice, one of us has to stay behind. I wouldn't feel secure entrusting the camp we've worked so hard to build to someone else. It's only if you stay that we can keep it in our hands. Li Yaheng glanced up at him, but I want to go with you. Riding the flying dragon, it's less than a 2-hour journey. Whenever you miss me, I'll come over by flying dragon, it won't be a problem, Wu Heng stated plainly. If you miss me, you can come over by flying dragon, and if I miss you, I can do the same, there won't be any problems, Wu Heng reassured. Li Yaheng thought about it and realized he was right, with the skeleton flying dragon, it would only take a moment. It was no different from before when she would drive to see him. Okay then, you make a good point. Wu Heng pinched her cheek and planted a deep kiss. How about we relax a bit before I go? Li Yaheng's cheeks instantly reddened. Stop it, you're relentless, and we'll get sidetracked. Just for a bit. Before she could respond, Wu Heng pulled Li Yaheng into a room on the side. He pinned her upper body to the desk and kicked her legs apart. Li Yaheng wanted to make a few retorts but suddenly felt him and closed her mouth, softly moaning. They re-emerged from the room. The displeasure on Li Yaheng's face had vanished. Joking and laughing together, they walked outside. The photovoltaic panels and radio equipment were ready. Wu Heng put them directly into the space ring. I'll arrange things, so the convoy sets out tomorrow, you just arrange for someone to meet them, Li Yaheng said. Okay, be careful on the road, Wu Heng replied. Wu Heng got back on the skeleton flying dragon, with a electrician skeleton sitting in front of Skull Crusher. After everything was ready and farewells were said, he patted the dragon's neck and soared into the sky. Heading back to the old factory dormitory building. He landed on the roof. Wu Heng chose a spot and had the skeletons install photovoltaic panels to power the dormitory building. Then he went back inside and glanced at the other survivors. He opened the boundary door to return to Gold and Silver Island. The next day, at the association's office study. The door opened. The pirate daughter Philippa was brought in. Once the door closed, Philippa sprawled very ungracefully onto the sofa. What are we eating today? Her tone and demeanor were as if she were the vice executive of this place. Wu Heng glanced at her, while Andre Willow chuckled on the side. What do you want to eat? I want beef, water tiger fish, and vegetable soup. Waiter, go prepare that for her, Wu Heng instructed. Andre Willow nodded and promptly left the room. Philippa then said outright, how about I stay and be your assistant? All you need to do is provide me with these meals. Do what you're good at. And what am I lacking? Philippa said with a face full of disdain. We're acting tonight, how are you prepared? Wu Heng continued to ask. Just like that, I've done what needs to be done. Wu Heng nodded and took out the radio device, saying, come on, I'll teach you how to use this kind of prop. Philippa stood up and walked over, looking at the strange metal box. This is a prop? It's so big. This is a communication type prop, this is where you receive the signals, and this is called a microphone. You can use it to transmit messages. When you have any information, turn on this switch and just speak, Wu Heng explained one by one. Philippa picked up the microphone and said a sentence, then looked at him, did you receive it? You need 2 devices operating at the same time to receive it, I'll leave one with you on the ship, make sure not to damage it or let it get wet, Wu Heng cautioned. Oh, okay. Wu Heng continued, pointing to the figure holding a long sword next to them, this is Blazing Blade, a level 12 skeleton attendant, he'll also be arranged to be by your side to protect you. Are you crazy? A skeleton following me, how am I supposed to explain that to the other pirates? Philippa blurted out directly. You've only reached level 8, can you intimidate those pirates? If there's any danger, Blazing Blade can protect you. Philippa felt that he was right and thought for a moment, then said, then wrap him up tightly, I'll just say he's my enforcer. Say whatever you want, as long as you can deceive the others, Wu Heng replied. The 2 of them chatted. Andre Willow came in with the food she had bought. Philippa sat on the couch, eating voraciously with no semblance of a lady. After the other party finished speaking, Wu Heng continued, tonight, I'll send Blazing Blade to rescue you, remember, no one knows you're my informant, you have to try your hardest to escape. Got it, Philippa nodded and said, what do I do about some people who always oppose me? They won't escape, just take your people and get on the ship. Okay. After they had finished discussing, Philippa was taken back to her cell. Night fell. It was quiet inside the dungeon. A few torches on the wall had gone out, making the light even dimmer. Philippa lay on her straw mat, gazing silently at the wall, waiting. Tap tap tap. Who's there? There's a jailbreak, sound the alarm. Stop them. Suddenly, shouts erupted from outside, followed by the clinking and clanging of fighting. All the pirates in the dungeon sat up in their beds, staring fixedly at the entrance. Suddenly, several figures clad in armor, covering even their faces and eyes, came charging down from above. They moved quickly past each cell. Philippa's heart thumped wildly, but she gritted her teeth and shouted, save me, I'm here. The figures came to Philippa's cell, drew their iron swords, and cut the iron locks. Philippa rushed out of the cage and pretended to run out. Philippa, save me, let's go together. Captain, didn't we agree to sail out together? You can't leave your crew behind. Yet, let us out too, if you run, the association will come, and they can kill us overnight. Philippa stopped in her tracks and cursed, shut the fuck up, all of you. Then she said, let a few of them out. The figures behind her stepped forward, and long swords in hand, they shattered the locks of several cages. The rest of the pirates ran out with faces full of joy. Go on, no one will save you if you die on the way. After saying that, she took the lead and ran outside. As soon as they had rushed out of the dungeon, growls and chaotic noises erupted all around. The light from torches appeared from the pathways on all sides. They ran towards the direction without torchlight, heading straight for the harbor. At the harbor, the pirates ran frantically, heading directly for the harbor. They fought off the few guards. This way, I've prepared a speedboat, we'll be safe once we're on board, Philippa said as she ran towards the speedboat ahead. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sharp sound of slicing air came from behind her head. Fear appeared on Philippa's face, and she instinctively threw herself forward. Dong! The clear sound of metal clashing rang out. Philippa created some distance, then abruptly turned to look back. She saw several pirates had drawn their weapons, and the skeleton attendant assigned to her had stopped their sneak attack. Philippa's expression changed drastically as she cursed, "Are you fucking insane? I'm the one who saved you." Chapter 373. The sudden ambush from behind sent a chill down Philippa's spine, and her body broke out in goosebumps. If not for the skeletons alerting her, she would probably already be half a head shorter. What was the point of sailing the seas or spying? She would have died right in the port. Philippa looked angrily at the pirates behind her. A pirate with yellow teeth stood at the forefront, saying coldly, "Philippa, do you think we're idiots? You were always taken out of jail, and now you've escaped. You must be up to something, aren't you?" Hearing this, all the pirates also turned their gaze in this direction. Philippa's heart skipped a beat, and the anger from being ambushed also spawned a hint of panic. She forced herself to calm down and scolded, "Is that the excuse you're making for yourself? In the jail, it was you begging me to save you all, and now that you see there's a chance to escape, you start infighting, hey? Then how do you explain always being taken out? Explain to your mom, if I didn't make some connections, could you have escaped? Philippa glanced at the torchlight slowly appearing in the distance and said, aren't you the association's spy, planning to delay us until we get caught together? Feeling the suspicious gaze of the pirates, the yellow-toothed pirate cursed, shit, who doesn't know I hate the association the most? Cut the crap, if you want to stay and wait for death, that's your choice, but if you want to follow me, get on the ship, let's leave this damned place, Philippa shouted loudly, signaling the pirates behind her to board the ship. Whoosh! The long sword was turned once more. The yellow-toothed pirate blocked her way again, saying, Philippa, you take another ship, this one is ours. Are you deliberately messing with me, huh? With so many ships, why don't you just take one? Glancing at the barrels on the ship, the yellow-toothed pirate said, you go to another ship, or else we all delay here until the last moment, wait for the association and the guard team to come, and we all die together. You're really not human. You've got a lot to learn if you want to be a pirate, the yellow-toothed jeers. Wait for the sea god's punishment then, Philippa gritted her teeth and then called out to the remaining few behind her, let's find another ship. Ha ha ha. The yellow-toothed pirate laughed loudly and then said to the people behind him, let's go, onto the ship, back to sea for the free and happy life. Philippa quickly ran towards the original port. Behind her, apart from a few tightly wrapped skeletons, only 6 pirates were following her. They were the ones who had spoken to each other in the jail before. Reaching the port, Philippa saw the ship with rope ladders ready and called out in joy, signaling everyone to board. They released the moorings and hurried toward the sea. And the chasing lights on the island were also coming closer. Splash! The association's team and the guard team of Gold and Silver Island arrived at the port consecutively. Vice Executive, 2 ships have left the post, 1 sea ship and 1 medium-sized fast ship, the ranger reported. A flood of tamed beasts circled above the sea, sending back the news. How many pirates boarded each vessel? Wu Heng asked. The ranger replied, the number of people on both sides is about the same. Whiz whiz whiz. At the same time, the port defenses began their attack. A volley of arrows and ballistas fired towards the 2 escaping ships, landing with a clatter on the sea surface. The crossbow arrows, edged with special effects, exploded upon hitting the water, causing various special effects like explosions and lightning. The noise was tremendous, but the accuracy was clearly not high. The 2 ships gradually moved away. At that moment, several professional teams also hurried over. Dwarf Captain Olin released his tamed beast again, saying, I'll go call the ships, bring people to pursue. Everyone, hold on a minute, the enemy dared to launch a prison break, they must be fully prepared, we may walk into an ambush if we recklessly give chase, Wu Heng said. So, we just watch them get away. Olin was somewhat anxious. It's okay. Wu Heng said, taking a rocket launcher from his space ring, shouldering it, and aiming at the small ship that was gradually moving away in the distance. He adjusted the angle and range. Then he pulled the trigger directly. Whoosh whoosh. The rocket, trailing a thin flame, rocketed forward. Boom. The next second, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the port, red flames instantly engulfed the entire ship. Fire shot up to the sky, and wooden debris splashed into the sea. Everyone's eyes widened. They looked back at the launch site and then towards the ship sinking in the fire. A fast ship simply disappeared under their watch, sinking bit by bit to the seabed with the fire, leaving only flotsam on the sea surface as proof of the enemy's existence. There's another, larger one, Olin pointed to the ship that was still moving away. Wu Heng looked at it and said, the gadget can only be used once, have everyone focus fire to sink the ship. Okay. The various defense machines began firing. They crashed loudly into the sea. Although there was some impact, the sea ship still quickly moved away. It gradually vanished into the night. They got away. Wu Heng nodded and said, search for pirates in the port, all those from the jail, execute them all. Yes. Back at sea on the pirate ship. Philippa wiped sweat from her neck, still looking somewhat pale. When that ship piloted by the yellow-toothed pirate was swallowed by fire in the distance, she too was startled. Luckily, she kept to the plan. She had those who opposed her take that ship. Now, the sea ship had also sustained some damage, but it was nothing serious. For a pirate ship, such damage was insignificant. Undiminished in speed, they continued to escape from the port, heading towards the open sea that meant freedom. We made it out, we're alive and out. Those traitors got what they deserved from the sea god. We're free. The pirates began to cheer, their joy of escape replacing the shock and unease they felt at the sight of the explosion moments ago. Philippa clapped her hands and said, "Everyone standing here, go to your stations and leave quickly, don't let the pursuers behind catch up." "Aye, Captain." The crew responded and all returned to their posts. Philippa watched as everyone returned to their positions. Carrying the blazing blade and several skeletons, she headed to the captain's cabin. The familiar room had undergone some minor changes in layout. She glanced at the thin rope hanging to one side and gave it a gentle tug. Click! The room suddenly lit up. Philippa's eyes widened a bit, somewhat surprised by the thing that illuminated overhead. On the desk by the bed was the device that could communicate. On each button, there were notes attached to explain their use, lest she not understand. Philippa scanned the room and then her gaze fell on a wooden chest in the corner. She kicked it open with her foot, revealing a chest brimming with silver coins and a few gold coins interspersed among them. Philippa's eyes widened. "Damn, I can finally live a good life." Dawn broke. Wu Heng returned to the association from the outside. After Philippa had escaped, he had taken people to execute all the remaining pirates, as well as those pirates who had been inconvenient of leg and had been caught on the way back. These pirates should have been executed long ago, and the only reason they were kept until now was to stage Philippa's escape. Whether she could bring back intelligence depended on Philippa herself. Returning to his office, he sat for a while before the door was reopened. Andre Willow came in with a figure wearing a hood. "Master, I've brought the person." Wu Heng nodded and passed over a wanted poster. "Hang this wanted poster up." "Yes." Andre Willow withdrew again. Wu Heng's gaze then fell on the figure inside the room. The figure took off the hood, revealing a somewhat disheveled woman. She was in her late 30s, had very fair skin, and a full figure that came with mature womanhood. The mother of Philippa, a woman who had been snatched away by pirates. "Did Philippa tell you anything?" Wu Heng asked. The woman lowered her head, speaking softly. She said, "She's gone to do your work, and from now on she's with the association." Just as expected. This pirate mistress didn't take his words seriously at all. He had told her not to share anything, yet she had still told her own mother. "Have you told anyone else about this?" "No, Philippa told me, apart from you, no one else is allowed to know," the woman said hastily. Remember this, if you mention it to anyone else, both you and your daughter will lose your lives over it," Wu Heng emphasized. "Yes, I understand." Wu Heng nodded. "I have pardoned your crime. What plans do you have for the future?" The woman hesitated with her head down. "I'll go back to the village, I have a place to live there." "Better stay on Gold and Silver Island, in the village, knowing your affiliation with pirates also makes life difficult. Stay at the association's dormitory for now, I'll arrange a new place for you in a couple of days," Wu Heng stated directly. "Okay, I'll follow the adults' arrangements." Soon after, Andre Willow returned. Wu Heng asked her to take the woman to the dormitory and also spent money to buy some daily necessities for her. Whatever the relationship between Philippa and Wu Heng had been before, it didn't matter now. She was working for him now, with her life on the line at any moment. Looking after her family was still necessary. Once it was completely light out, Wu Heng went straight to the steward's office. He recounted last night's events and their outcomes to Imolo. After all, Philippa was his pick, and it was he who had given him the slave scroll, it was only right to let him know. Imolo must have been paying attention too, as he didn't seem too surprised by the outcome. He was told to continue the follow-up and nothing more was said. Wu Heng also left the steward's office and went straight home. Back at his place, Minnie, wearing a tank top and shorts, lay on the couch reading comics. She saw Wu Heng return and greeted him with a smile. "Master, was there trouble last night? It seemed a bit chaotic outside." Her fair skin and long legs exposed to the air. "The pirates broke out of jail, but they've all been recaptured," Wu Heng said as he sat down on the couch. He reached into the loose tank top, his palm filled with softness. Minnie shifted to make it more convenient for him and continued, "Do you want to eat, Master?" "I've eaten outside already." "Oh, Master, I'm going to visit Shanela later," Minnie said. "Go ahead, her place always has nice stuff, eat a lot of what you haven't tried before," he replied. "Hee, you're the best, Master," Minnie said with a pleased smile. She flipped over to straddle his lap, her arms wrapped around his shoulders as she stuck out her tongue, entwining it with his. After spending some time on the first floor, Minnie left for Shanela's place, and Wu Heng went up to the third floor, pushing open a door on the north side. In the empty room, against the wall was a wooden table, and on it was a wireless communication device. An investigator-class skeleton was at the desk, responsible for recording the messages received by radio. Wu Heng approached, picked up the microphone. "Philippa, can you hear me?" Soon, Philippa's voice came through from the other side. "Cao, you scared me." Chapter 374. How are things on your end? Wu Heng continued to ask. "What things? Any injuries? How many people did you take with you?" Wu Heng directly asked, always feeling that this person was somewhat unreliable. Philippa lowered her voice, saying, "No injuries, there are 6 pirates who came with me, and you have 5 skeletons left. We're a bit short-handed, so I'll recruit some more crew later." It seemed to go quite smoothly. Listening to the tone, it was clear there hadn't been any significant losses. "Be careful with everything, and remember to pass any intelligence to me. I've arranged for a skeleton to take notes here and will reply to you in due time." "Okay, but when can I go back?" Philippa asked. "Wait until the pirate affair is over, and I'll arrange your return." "Got it." Philippa agreed, then continued, "How's my mother?" "Don't worry, I've taken her out, and for now, she's been accommodated in the association's dormitory." "Oh, are you going to do her?" Usually, Wu Heng would speak frankly with the women around him, but faced with Philippa's question, he still felt a bit offended. He said in a serious tone, "Speak to me properly and don't use your pirate lingo." "Tch. All right, got it." Ending the chat, Wu Heng had the skeletons continue to watch over the radio. He then went back upstairs to rest. He slept until 4 o'clock upstairs. Andre Willow returned from the association, and Minnie brought Shanela over for a meal. After dinner, they sat in the living room and chatted. Shanela smiled the whole time, but kept glancing at Wu Heng, her eyes filled with tenderness. Even Minnie and Andre Willow noticed the difference in her eyes and teased her about it. This made Shanela blush all evening. After chatting for a while, Minnie whispered, "Master, Sister Shanela asked me to stay at her place tonight, is that okay?" Wu Heng looked at Shanela and said, "Is that really okay?" "It's fine, I don't have many friends, and I get bored on my own. I'd be happy if Minnie could keep me company," Shanela said with a smile. Seeing that both of them agreed, Wu Heng naturally had no objections and said, "Just be careful when staying over, if you break anything at her place, we can't afford to compensate for it." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shanela gave him a look. Minnie cheered happily, gathered her pajamas, and walked arm in arm with Shanela to the neighboring house. Wu Heng took Andre Willow to train in the courtyard. After the training was over, he walked to his room with the vixen in his arms. "Tonight it's just the 2 of us." Andre Willow's cheeks turned slightly red, and she clung tightly to him. Night fell. In Shanela's room, Minnie rolled on the bed and said, "It's not as comfortable as my bed." Shanela laughed it off without concern. "Seriously, the mattress was brought by Master from outside, it's very soft and comfortable," Minnie emphasized as she lay on her side. "Softer than mine. Not just soft, it's also springy, you can bounce on it," Minnie patted the bed. "You should stay over at my place tomorrow, it's really soft." Shanela's heart began to race at the thought of staying next door. She said, "What are you talking about? You're staying here with me, we're both women, your place is ultimately a man's, what if others see you? What's there to be afraid of, as long as we're happy?" The two changed into their pajamas, and Shanela eyed the other's corset, saying, "I've never seen such a corset before." Minnie giggled and replied, "This is a corset from Master's hometown, meant to be worn under clothes by women, and it's very comfortable. The material does feel different from the ones I'm used to," Shanela noted. "Try one on, if it fits, I'll give it to you," Minnie said with a smile. Being the president of the First Commerce Association and hearing a maid offer her something felt strange but amusing. "Then I will give it a try." She took off her silk nightgown, exposing her fair and voluptuous figure. Minnie showed her how to put it on. However, the garment seemed too short. "Sister, this is too big for you, this size won't fit, tomorrow I'll tell the director to find you a bigger one," Minnie said. "No, don't mention such things to a man. What's there to fear? Master really likes you, and I'm sure he'd like your figure too." Shanela raised an eyebrow, he likes women with good figures. Like you, big and soft. Minnie approached and grabbed 2 handfuls. Shanela immediately covered her chest. Stop it, let's sleep. Okay. Minnie also dived under the quilt. The next day, at the association. Passing through the lobby, he exchanged the merit reward for killing the Iron Barrel pirate group leader. He glanced at the skill book and then reviewed the available items. Wu Heng's gaze settled on a robe. Arcane Recirculation Silk Robe. Description: the wearer's movement speed increases, and spell casting costs are reduced. This item was quite good. The robe Wu Heng was currently wearing was obtained from killing a 16th level Necromancer, the Com robe. It enhanced spell casting speed and external interference resistance. Wu Heng's spell casting was already fast, and his skills weren't mainly attack spells, but rather summoning skeletons and some secondary effects spells. Spell casting speed wasn't that critical for him. On the contrary, he felt an increase in movement speed and a reduction in spell casting costs would be more suitable for him. I'll take this one, Wu Heng said. Chapter 375. Of course, Deputy Steward, the staff proceeded to register. Wu Heng tucked away his robe and walked towards the office. Just as he reached the doorway, he saw Olin and Andre Willow standing in front talking about something. What's going on? Wu Heng walked over. Deputy Steward, Olin gave a slight bow in the manner of his people. Andre Willow explained, Captain Olin wants to give me a tamed beast. Hearing Andre Willow's explanation, Wu Heng took another look at the dwarf opposite him. In the arms of the dwarf was a palm-sized white owl with fluffy feathers. It didn't appear to be fully grown yet, staring with round curious eyes at everyone present. Olin explained, here's the thing, we obtained a tamed beast during a task, and thinking that Miss Andre Willow didn't have a tamed beast, we just brought it straight to her. Andre Willow's profession was a forest ranger, which is a branch within the rangers. Where, can you handle taming a beast? Wu Heng asked. Andre Willow looked up and said, I can. Then keep it, accept Captain Olin's kind gesture, Wu Heng said directly. The dwarf immediately smiled and said, see, the deputy steward himself said so, Miss Weir, don't be too shy to accept, it's truly something we gained from a mission, and if you didn't take it, I'd have to sell it to a shop for just a few coins. Dwarves are known for being straightforward, almost giving off the feeling that if you don't want it, they'd just toss it away. Then, thank you, Captain Olin, Andre Willow took the small owl from him, hugging it gently and softly stroking its feathers. Wu Heng said, come into the study, have some tea before you leave. Oh, that's too much. Olin, stroking his beard, followed into the room. Andre Willow brewed tea for Olin. Then she sat to the side, starting to cast the taming technique on the little owl. The taming technique is a skill for professions like rangers and beast tamers, used to establish a connection with a tamed beast. Communication is one aspect, but more importantly, it allows sharing perspectives or executing tactical coordination. It's very useful indeed. Wu Heng glanced at Andre Willow, feeling that she was indeed very fond of the little owl. Her face full of affection. His gaze returned to Olin, why haven't I seen Xi Ligi lately? This heartfelt and righteous elf deputy steward had been unseen for a while. Olin took a sip of tea and said, Deputy Steward Xi Ligi has taken 2 squads out to the island to capture pirates, the higher UPS have set targets, and there's a certain pressure. She went out to the island? No wonder she hadn't been seen. Have you ever met the island master? Wu Heng continued to inquire. I've never met him, but it is said that he is a powerful level 18 professional, albeit of pirate origin, and thus not very prestigious. This matter had been discussed at the ports of the Yeko Kingdom. It was no secret to hear about it, but as the island master, he seemed never to show himself. Doesn't he live on the island? Wu Heng asked again. That I'm not sure of, but it does seem like no one has ever seen him. Wu Heng nodded in understanding. They continued to discuss some issues about the pirates. Olin did not stay long, returning to his squad's resting quarters. Wu Heng looked to the side. Andre Willow, with a face full of joy, was rocking the little owl back and forth. Obviously, she was very fond of this tamed creature. Have you named it yet? Wu Heng walked over and gently stroked the top of the little owl's head. The little fellow was very well behaved, just staring up at Wu Heng with big eyes, not dodging or making any aggressive movements. Not yet, master, what do you think sounds nice? It's your tamed beast, choose a name you like. Wu Heng touched it again. Master, give me some ideas. Andre Willow hugged the owl with one arm and hooked the other around his arm. Wu Heng frowned in thought and then suggested, pick something simple and easy to remember, like Xiaobai, Pudgy, or the like cute and easy to remember. Pfft. Amused by his suggestion, Andre Willow said while holding her tamed beast, we are not fat at all. Let's call it Xiaobai. With a slight shake of her hand, Xiaobai flew around the room for a loop. It landed back on Andre Willow's head and directly snuggled down. The owl's feathers were white, and so was Andre Willow's hair. If you didn't pay attention with your eyes closed, you wouldn't even realize an owl was perching there. As Andre Willow played with her tamed beast, Wu Heng glanced at the time. He greeted her and then left the association to return to his residence. Back at the residence. At this time, Minnie was training in the courtyard. As soon as she saw Wu Heng coming, she ran towards him from afar. Wu Heng caught her in his arms, and she clung to him like an octopus. Master, I missed you so much. Wu Heng patted her plump and flexible buttocks, you make it sound like it's been a long time since we last met. But I still missed you. Holding her, Wu Heng walked towards his room and said, if you're bored, you can go to the association to see Wei-er, she just got a new tamed beast, a little owl. Minnie tilted her head back, resting on his shoulder, and looked into Wu Heng's eyes, an owl? Isn't that Wen Mancha's tamed beast? Wei-er also has one now, still young, quite cute. Then I will go have a look. After giving him a big kiss on his face, Minnie went back to her room to get dressed and dashed out with the skeleton attendant in tow. Wu Heng went straight up to the third floor. He checked the radio room. The investigator skeleton was still sitting in front of the radio. The papers on the table were filled with words. Wu Heng picked it up for a look. Damn, the ocean is so boring. Some crew member asked me what's always done in the prison cell, wondering if they've found me. No worries now, the person got killed by blazing blade, fed to the fish, and I ate the fish dead without proof. Really freaking boring. Wu Heng's brows slightly furrowed as he read the message. Infinite radio, is it meant for you to complain? He wanted to pick it up and warn her, but thought better of it. Replying now might excite her even more, leading to endless chatter in the future. It wasn't that he feared she would waste the radio, the paper and pen used also cost money. He closed the room door again, went up to the fourth floor, opened the boundary door, and headed to Zombie World. Appearing in a room at an old factory dormitory. Wu Heng glanced out the window. Survivors were building a wall, stacking bricks and cement higher. He stepped out of the room and had just reached the third floor. Xiao Xiao's mother, Zhao Yangkaiu, walked right up to him and said, there's a message from a group claiming to be from the auto repair shop. What's the message? Wu Heng asked. They will arrive at the designated spot around 3 p.m. today. The convoy was arriving. That was significantly earlier than originally planned by almost half a day. Chapter 376. The car fleet of the auto repair shop was equipped with a car-mounted radio. They could contact the outside world directly while en route. It seemed that the fleet had estimated the time of arrival and then notified the old factory district. Is someone coming over? Zhao Yangkaiu asked from her position on the stairs, looking up. Wu Heng glanced at her, it's the auto repair shop's fleet, bringing over some materials and equipment to support construction here. Well, that's good news. Of course, it is, Wu Heng said with a smile. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yangkaiu continued, then I'll organize a team to receive the fleet. No need for you all to go, I've made arrangements on this end, just have your people tidy up the dormitory rooms, they'll need to stay there when they arrive. Oh, okay. Zhao Yangkaiu nodded in agreement but continued to stare at the area. Wu Heng glanced at her and said, I'll have Xiao Xiao look for you when I get back. All right. Having said that, she hurriedly went downstairs to assign cleaning duties to the others. Meanwhile, Wu Heng went straight up to the roof. He climbed onto the back of the skeleton flying dragon and flew into the sky, heading toward the city's edge. The flying dragon was a bit faster. By the time he arrived, there was still time to spare. He waited by the roadside for a while before he saw a column of vehicles approaching rapidly from afar. From a distance, one could see the bloodstains on the body armor of the vehicles and the limbs hanging from the hood. It seemed that even though they had skirted around the edge of the city, it had not been entirely smooth sailing. But they were still fortunate. The entire fleet did not seem to have suffered any serious damage. Hiss! The fleet began to slow down and stopped opposite him. Heng jumped down from a vehicle and ran over quickly. "My king, more than 20 survivors and 1,000 skeletons, we've brought them all over," she said. As she spoke, quite a few survivors got off the vehicles behind her, and as they opened the backs of the trucks, a large number of skeletons poured out. Dressed in leather armor, wielding spears, and a few with long bows slung over their shoulders, arrows in quivers. "Good work," said Wu Heng. "It's my duty," Heng answered with a smile. Wu Heng then turned to the big head skull next to him and commanded, "Form up the skeleton warriors." With a rustle, the scattered skeleton warriors quickly converged toward his side. They formed a tight formation. Wu Heng turned back and instructed Heng, "Have the fleet follow behind." "Okay." They made their way off the main road. Ahead were various auto repair shops. As the skeleton army advanced, the moans of zombies began to sound in the area. Zombies emerged from the alleys and buildings around, issuing desperate roars as they ran towards the skeleton troops. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies crashed into the skeleton crowd, biting and tearing wildly. The skeleton army kept thrusting their spears forward, impaling the attacking horde, causing the zombies to fall one after the other. Wu Heng ordered the advance to continue while he released corpse battlefield from behind. Many fallen bodies rose from the ground and joined the ranks of the skeletons. Heng handed over the truck to someone else and quickly walked over. "Should we scavenge around here? Check the vicinity, get some weapons for the skeletons first, and we'll come back for the rest tomorrow," Wu Heng decided. They needed to return to the old factory district before dark. They could not delay here too long. Heng nodded and quickly went to the rear, ordering everyone to scavenge supplies from the surroundings. A group of survivors handed newly scavenged tools like kitchen knives and hammers to the new skeletons. The rest followed the fleet forward, transferring the important supplies to the back of the trucks. The skeletons were now decently armed. Wu Heng continued to order a forward march. The skeleton army passed through the area and entered an old residential district. More hordes converged from within the district, charging toward the skeleton army. The number rapidly increased in everyone's sight, quickly surpassing that of the skeletons, at least 5,000 or more. Heng by his side changed her expression, slapped her forehead, and said, "Qiangzi brought a lot of solid iron bullets, should we use them?" Wu Heng glanced around, "There's no need, the distance is too close, you fall back and make sure everyone stays inside the vehicles." "Okay." Heng ran back quickly and dove into a truck. Wu Heng watched the approaching horde and first cast white bone armor on himself. White bones covered his body. Only his eyes and nose were left with a gap. Then, he directly gave the command, "Archers, fire at will." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense arrows rained down from the sky, shooting into the zombie horde with a crackling sound. Many zombies were turned into porcupines, their bodies wavering and falling, tripping over the zombies behind them. The archers did not stop shooting. Wu Heng also timed it right, continuously casting grease skill and fireball technique. The fireball exploded above the horde, igniting the grease, and erupting into a towering inferno. The zombies charged fearlessly into the fire, their bodies alight, staggering a few steps before falling just 2 meters away from the skeleton formation. It was as if he had returned to the time when he first learned grease skill. Luring the zombies through the fire. As the intensity of the flames receded, the zombies plunged directly into the midst of the skeleton's spear array. A fierce battle ensued. But the number of corpses, with the attacks of fire and arrows, was reduced by more than half, and was not as numerous as before. In a fierce melee, the battle gradually drew to a close, the skeletons stood by, and Wu Heng began to release corpse battlefield. The number of skeletons increased once again. Once the conversion was complete, the army continued to advance along the road, fighting ceaselessly against the hordes of corpses, replenishing the number of skeletons. As dusk approached, the shelter in the old factory area suddenly became chaotic and noisy. People outside panicked and ran back, while those inside the building also gathered at the entrances and windows, looking out with terrified expressions. At the entrance to the factory area, countless figures slowly appeared in sight, wearing protective gear, leather helmets on their heads, and carrying metal spears in their hands. One could even see the not yet dried blood stains on the spears. And in the uncovered parts of their faces beneath the helmets, the pale skulls and the faint blue fire in their eye sockets could be seen. It was as if an army had emerged from hell and was walking this way. Inside the factory area, everyone's eyes widened, their expressions turning increasingly frightened and chaotic as the skeleton army approached. What's happening? Why are there such monsters? Is it that auto repair shop leader's skeleton soldiers? Let's run, grab the food and run. The noise and chaos surrounded them. And in the midst of the chaos, even as some were preparing to pack their belongings and flee, the skeleton army entered directly into the large yard of the factory, reassembled and arranged themselves in neat formations facing outward. 6 trucks also drove in from behind the ranks of the skeletons. Wu Heng, accompanied by Chi Han-Ke and others, got off the trucks and walked towards the dormitories of the old factory district. Only then did the survivors in the dormitories begin to quiet down. It was indeed that leader's bone soldiers, capable of wearing protective gear and armor. Walking into the dormitory building, the rest looked over at him collectively. Wu Heng directly said, "Everyone go help unload the trucks, Zhao Yangkai keeps records of the supplies on the trucks." "Oh, okay." Zhao Yangkai responded. The rest also immediately sprang into action, dodging the skeletons and beginning to unload supplies from the trucks. On the first floor, in a conference room that had been converted, several people sat around a wooden table to discuss the development plans for the days ahead. After the discussion, Wu Heng directly said, "Chi Han-Ke, you were the leader of the Donggan shelter before, now you will handle the distribution and management here in the old factory district." Chi Han-Ke, sitting by the side, was startled, then showed a look of joy. He cleared his throat, "Thank you for your trust, I will do well." Since coming from Donggan village, Chi Han-Ke had acted more like the head of security. Now being given a position as the leader of a territory, his status had clearly risen. Perhaps not as much as Li Yaheng, but definitely surpassing Qiangzi, Wang Chenggang and others. Wu Heng nodded, and continued, "Wang Chenggang, you are in charge of leading everyone to resume production. We have a large area of workshop space here that will all be utilized, we only need to produce spears, arrows, and those solid iron bullets." "Understood." Wang Chenggang nodded. Next was Zhao Yangkai, as Xiao Xiao's mother, and also someone Wu Heng could trust. After all, her daughter was in his care. "Zhao Yangkai, you continue to handle the radio, as well as the tally of personnel and materials. If you're too busy, find 2 people to help." "All right," Zhao Yangkai nodded in understanding. With their respective responsibilities assigned, the sky had gradually darkened. "Okay then, everyone go back and rest, we can do any work tomorrow." They nodded, stood up, and left. He returned to the dormitory. When Xiao Xiao came back from Zhao Yangkai, he reopened the boundary door and returned to Gold and Silver Island. The sky here had also darkened. After eating a late-night snack downstairs, he went to the courtyard for some simple exercises. Turning his head, he saw the neighboring Shanela's study still lit. It seemed she was up late again. Wu Heng stood thinking for a moment, then folded a paper crane and cast animate object on it. The paper crane flapped its wings and took flight. It flew past the guards below and directly into the room through the window. Soon after, Shanela, looking disheveled and radiantly beautiful, poked her head out. Wu Heng jumped up and waved his arms at her. Shanela looked out, her face brightened with joy, then she gave him an annoyed white look before pointing at the rooftop. On the rooftop, Wu Heng opened his arms and embraced Shanela, the stunning wood elf who jumped over. "Why haven't you slept yet?" "Can't sleep, I'm reading the comics Minnie gave me." Shanela squirmed in his embrace. "Why aren't you sleeping?" "Missed you, couldn't quite fall asleep." Shanela pouted, "Smooth talker, I don't like you that way." "All right, I was busy with some things earlier, but I did indeed miss you." Shanela's cheeks turned slightly red, and she lowered her head. "Okay, got it, no need to keep saying it." After speaking, she looked down at her feet. "Why is your roof like this?" "Solar panels, a type of device that can convert energy." Wu Heng tightened his arms around her waist. He continued, "It's cold up here, let's go down." Chapter 377. Shanela nudged him with her arm, looking a bit reproachful as she said, "Didn't we agree to wait until you were level 15? I only said I'd sit for a while, I never mentioned doing anything else." "Humph. As if I would believe you." Shanela twisted and continued, "Let's just sit here for a bit, I have to go back soon." "Sure." The two sat down on the rooftop. Wu Heng naturally wrapped his arm around her waist, and Shanela gently leaned on his shoulder. "What have you been busy with these past few days? You always seem in such a hurry," Shanela asked softly. "It's still about the pirates, there's a lot to handle. Tell me about your past life, I want to know you a bit more, Shanela continued. Me? I joined an association in a small town in the Yeko Kingdom, where they really despised necromancers, as if they were their father's mortal enemies, Wu Heng said softly. Leaning against him, Shanela laughed and said, you even make your stories sound funny, likening them to father's mortal enemies. They chatted for a while. Shanela stood up and stretched, it's getting late, I should head back now. How about talking a bit more? It's not good if the patrolling tamed beast sees us, we'll talk next time, Shanela winked. Wu Heng also stood up, hugging her waist tightly. What are you doing? We agreed that. Wu Heng captured her lips with his, kissing her deeply. After a slight struggle, Shanela also clumsily responded. Then, grabbing the hand that had slipped into her shirt, she turned her head aside and said, all right, save this energy for leveling up. Wu Heng didn't want to be too forceful and upset her, yeah, okay. Then I'm going back. I'll walk you out. Just go back, when it's daylight, I'll come find you, Shanela slapped his hand lightly. Okay. He watched Shanela leave and enter her dwelling. Wu Heng then climbed down from the rooftop and went back to his room to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Heng headed directly to the zombie world. The survivors in the old factory area started working on their assigned tasks. The whole base became bustling with activity. At that moment, Chi Han-Ke hurried over, the route is confirmed, there are several building material stores over here where we should be able to find some tools. The plan for the day was to clear the zombies around the base. Meanwhile, gathering various necessary tools to speed up weapon production. Wu Heng glanced at the map and nodded, okay, let's set out. They boarded the modified jeep, with Skull Crusher, Bloody Hand and Big Head Skeleton in the back row. Once everything was ready, the convoy set out. On both sides of the convoy was a dense skeleton army, moving towards the target location. As they left the old factory area and entered the main road, a large number of zombies began to appear all around. They snarled and gnashed their teeth, their faces fierce. Their roars merged into a continuous sound, and as it spread quickly, more and more hordes of zombies flooded the main road, forming massive waves of undead. Wu Heng stood amidst the skeleton troops, watching as the wave of zombies rapidly approached. He asked over the walkie-talkie, Wang Cheng Gang, how is it looking behind us? The first skeleton flying dragon's ammo chamber is loaded. Wu Heng instructed the skeleton nearby, have the dragon loaded with ammo take off and bomb from above the zombies. Whoosh! A rushing sound echoed, and the wingspan measuring several meters, the skeleton flying dragon swooped over the skeleton troops. Climbing to a certain height rapidly above the horde of zombies, it opened its ammo chamber. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The whistling sound of the falling ammunition echoed from overhead. Following that, it was like a hailstorm raining down, bombarding the gathered horde. Boom boom boom! The earth-shaking roars went off, and smoke billowed up over 3 meters high, the debris flying everywhere, shattering the glass of the surrounding shops. The dust, carried by the autumn wind, scattered away. The wave of zombies at the rear, stepping over the ground littered with limbs, continued to surge forward. Without any trace of fear or hesitation. Boss, the second one is loaded now, Wang Chenggang's voice came through the walkie-talkie once again. Wu Heng continued to give orders to the nearby big head skeleton. The second skeleton flying dragon took to the sky, reaching above the horde, and dropped the solid iron bombs. Boom boom! Still came the intense tremors and the rising smoke. At the same time, a notification sounded in Wu Heng's ears. Your level has increased to 13, Intelligence +1, Perception +1. Amidst the dense accumulation of experience, his level had finally reached 13, although no new feat was unlocked. There was no time to check his attributes. As the dust with the wind gradually faded, it revealed a vast swath of zombies with battered bodies. Stepping over the remnants littering the entire road, they continued to charge forward. Archers, fire at will! Wu Heng ordered again. Swish swish swish! The skeleton archers drew their bows and shot their arrows. Arrows fell into the crowd of zombies like rain, pitter-pattering as they landed. The already decaying zombies were turned into porcupines, their bodies staggering and falling to the ground. After several rounds of arrow showers had passed. Advance! Clattering! The neatly arranged skeleton army, with spears pointed forward, formed an impenetrable wall and began to advance. The oncoming zombies were pierced by the spears. Bearing their bodies, they slowly retreated backward and were then punctured into honeycombs. Once the skeleton ranks returned to standby mode, the entire battlefield quieted down. The narrow road was now covered with flesh and blood. Clean up the battlefield, clear the bodies, collect the arrows. Wu Heng ordered directly. The waiting skeletons sprang into action again. They began cleaning up the battlefield. The rear convoy. The survivors who had newly joined the scavenging team trembled with shaking legs and goosebumps all over their bodies. Despite being mentally prepared, they were still terrified out of control by the scene before them. Flesh and blood carpeted the entire road like a rug, with fresh blood streaming into rivulets, and passing vehicles and buildings were riddled with holes. Even the air above was permeated with a layer of dark red blood light. Just which side was the monster? Both sides were monsters. At this moment, an order came through the radio: "Scavenging team, come over, collect the items from the shops, take precautions and don't get injured." Wang Chenggang turned his head and shouted at everyone, "All right, it's our turn now, load all the useful things onto the truck." The survivors from the auto repair shop, along with the newcomers from the old factory district, began entering the battle zone. They scavenged and transported various materials along the way. At the same time, they carefully watched the dense skeleton army as well as the young leader. Having assigned the tasks, Wu Heng opened his panel to check his attributes. Name: Wu Heng. Level 13. Attributes: Strength 34, Agility 28, Constitution 37, Intelligence 36, Perception 23, Charm 28. Feats: One-handed sword specialization, Basic, Swordsmanship specialization, Basic, Arcane training, Knowledge of souls, Undead adaptation, Spellcasting acceleration, Forced concentration. Abilities: Greyhawk swordsmanship, Beginner, Enhance will, Soul sense, Spellcasting acceleration. Skills: Bone manipulation skill, Bone armored, Corpse cage, White bone transplant, Breath of death, Animate object. The experience from level 13 to level 14 had reached an exaggerated number. Without the zombie world, Wu Heng feared he would never be able to reach a higher level in his lifetime. But with the zombie world, just grinding 5 or 6 waves of zombie hordes was actually enough. After closing the panel, the bodies were all gathered together. Wu Heng took out the spine staff and first cast White bone transplant. The broken skeleton warriors walked into the crowd of corpses, pulled out the parts they were missing, and attached them to their own bodies. Once the bone transplantation was finished, Wu Heng continued to cast Corpse Battlefield. A grey-white ring of light spread out, and countless skeletons rose from the piles of corpses, joining the skeleton ranks. The tens of thousands of corpses in the street still represented a significant workload. The staff and the newly exchanged robe provided an effect that reduced spell consumption. But still, he needed to take a spirit potion. After all the conversions were complete, Wu Heng called over Qi Hanke and continued to push forward along the road. Gaining experience was also a way to increase the number of skeletons. As dusk approached, the skeleton army and the convoy returned. The vehicle had just stopped when a large number of people from the dormitory rushed out to help move the supplies. When they saw the truckload after truckload of grain and various foods, the survivors from the old factory district were excited and overjoyed. The other trucks were filled with various tools, which would be used to make weapons. Wu Heng walked into the dormitory and said, "We need to hurry up with making weapons and solid iron bullets. Having enough skeletons isn't enough if they can only punch. Okay, I'll have people start making iron spears overnight, but for the solid iron bullets, we need to build a furnace. I plan to arrange for the convoy to transport it from the bus station first," Qi Hanke responded. Without a better option, "All right, do that for now. Are you going to eat with us tonight?" Qi Hanke continued to ask. Wu Heng shook his head, "No need, when I'm not here, you're in charge of everything, don't let people into the floor I'm staying on." "Okay, I got it," Qi Hanke nodded. Returning to his room, Wu Heng opened the boundary door and returned to Gold and Silver Island. He had come back earlier today than yesterday. He went downstairs to the radio room to have a look. In front of the skeleton investigator, the papers were once again covered in writing. "Damn it, what's up, Vice Executive? You're not dead, are you? Why aren't you talking? We've landed on the island and are planning to recruit some sailors. If something happens to me, remember to ransom me. Hey, I've got some intel. Are any of your people out at sea catching pirates? A few pirate groups are planning to ambush your men. His own people? Wu Heng's mind flickered in recognition. The association's men. Xi Ligi. Chapter 378. Seeing this message, Wu Heng immediately thought of Xi Ligi. Last time he chatted with Olin, he heard that Xi Ligi had taken 2 teams out to sea. Unless it was someone from an association branch elsewhere, if it was a member of the Yeko Association, it would be Xi Ligi and her team. How come the pirates didn't catch them, but were instead targeted by them? After thinking for a moment, he still picked up the microphone. Philippa, can you hear me? Soon, the sound of communication came from the other side. Yet. I'm here. I thought this thing was broken. You haven't spoken for days. Wu Heng asked, how are things on your end? I just docked today, planning to recruit some sailors, Philippa said. Wu Heng continued to ask, the pirates you mentioned want to capture our people, who are they? Don't know, but it's definitely an association's ship. Several pirate groups are discussing how to encircle them, Philippa said bluntly. Do you know who in the association it is? Don't know, I only heard some chatter, haven't seen anyone, Philippa replied. Wu Heng frowned and thought for a moment, then continued to ask, where are you? Cape Lookout Fortress. I see, said Wu Heng and then added, if possible, continue to pay attention to this matter. Oh, sure. You're the boss, what you say goes. Stay safe. Roger that, gotta stop talking now, I need to brief the new crew. Ending the chat, Wu Heng put the microphone back. He thought for a moment, went downstairs, and greeted Minnie on his way to the association. Steward's office. Wu Heng knocked on the door lightly and entered directly. Imolo was putting on his coat, looking as if he was about to leave work. Something came up. Wu Heng nodded, the intelligence is not very certain, but I feel I should still mention it. Go on, Imolo said. I received intelligence that several pirate groups are planning to attack the association's fleet, Wu Heng whispered. The normally unconcerned Imolo looked up with a serious expression. Do you suspect it's Xi Ligi's team? Yes, very likely. Where did this message come from? Imolo began to take it more seriously. Philippa. She's in Cape Lookout Fortress recruiting sailors and overheard the news, Wu Heng replied. Imolo nodded and said, all right, I'll figure out a way to notify Xi Ligi, you yourself are being targeted by the pirates, don't leave the island. Okay. After discussing the matter, Wu Heng didn't linger and left the steward's office immediately. The sea is far too vast. Wu Heng knew that with this information, trying to rescue them himself was clearly impractical. Informing the steward and letting him find a way was the best course of action. He headed back to his own office. He picked up Andre Willow and the white-haired tamed beast on his way home. Returning home, Chef No. 1 had already prepared dinner. The 3 chatted and ate together. With Minnie around, the atmosphere was always light. After dinner, Wu Heng redeployed some security measures for the residents. Beyond increasing the number of skeleton guards stationed, he also set up armed skeleton sentinels on the balconies of the 2nd and 4th floors, as well as the rooftop. Overall, it felt even more secure than Shanela's next door. Moreover, her guards were all living beings, prone to shift changes, fatigue, distraction, and other issues. Such situations were completely impossible in his own home. Skeletons, without even blinking, stood on 24-hour alert. Once everything was arranged, Wu Heng called the 2 other people in the room to train together in the courtyard. Only after the training ended did they go back inside to rest. The next day, Snake Badge Consortium. VIP room. Wu Heng sat on the leather sofa, and immediately someone brought over dried fruit and tea. The middle-aged worker in a suit smiled and bowed. Good morning, guest. Any results on the commission I posted? Wu Heng asked directly. Guest, please wait, I'll check for you. The man went out and quickly returned. Behind him, someone carried in 2 coffins. Guest, it hasn't been long since last time, we've only gathered 2 blacksmith corpses, both level above 10, both of the short people race, died from heavy drinking at sea, the middle-aged man explained. Wu Heng was not interested in learning why the blacksmiths went to sea. Whether or not they died for that reason was also not important. All that mattered was that he had a need for them. Wu Heng glanced at the opened coffins with the corpses inside, ordered them to be closed, and put them into his space ring. After paying the final amount, suddenly, Wu Heng thought of something and asked, "Do you have anything that can smelt iron ore?" The middle-aged man didn't ponder too much and directly answered, "If you mean a forge for smelting metals, we can provide the flame furnace enchantment construction, which is built by blacksmith shops everywhere." Wu Heng's brows raised, surprised to hear about such construction. He continued to ask, "What other types of enchantment construction can you provide?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "What are your requirements? I can suggest some options for you. Can it directly make arrows? Do you mean arrows for bow and arrow use? There's no such construction. Enchantment constructions mainly have auxiliary effects and can't be used for direct production," the middle-aged man replied. Wu Heng nodded to indicate he understood. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "Do you have buildings that purify water?" "Yes, guest. One type is a well structure that aggregates water elementals, which can collect water elements from the air to form drinkable water. The second type is a dam-like structure that purifies water resources by removing the toxins within," the middle-aged man explained. Wu Heng straightaway said, "The iron forging furnace and the water elemental well, write up a commission for one of each for me, I want to see the effects." The middle-aged man's face showed delight. "Of course, just a moment, please." After saying that, he quickly filled out the commission forms and collected a deposit of 3,500 silver coins. After Wu Heng paid and put away the commission forms, he left the Snake Badge Consortium straight away. He didn't linger outside and headed towards his residence. Pushing the door and entering the courtyard, he saw Shanela sitting alone on a stone bench, staring blankly at the flower bed in front of her. She really acted as if this was her own home. Almost twice every 2 days she would come by, mooching lunch and dinner. If it weren't for her inability to get up in the mornings, she'd probably eat breakfast here too. In fact, Wu Heng had many secrets that were not convenient to reveal to others. In the past, he was very averse to having outsiders near his residence. After all, the boundary door and the skeleton attendants were his core trump cards. This world was not friendly, revealing everything would only quicken one's death. But as his level increased, he loosened up quite a bit regarding secrecy. Apart from the boundary door, things like the skeletons and some modern equipment were no longer strictly confidential. After all, it was impossible to keep them completely secret. The only exception was the bronze key, that was something he could not let outsiders know about. Even if it was a maid bound by a slave contract. "Why are you here alone?" Wu Heng asked as he approached. "Minnie is in the living room reading comics. I got bored, so I came out to sit for a bit." Shanela turned her head with a smile. "That Minnie, when I get back I'll have to talk to her." "No," Minnie said she'd accompany me outside, "but since I have nothing to do, I came out by myself," she said, stretching out her fair hand. Wu Heng took her hand, pulled her up, and didn't let go. He led her to the backyard. Once in the backyard, Wu Heng sat down in the pavilion, intending to pull her into his embrace. Shanela immediately became alert. "Don't mess around, Deputy Steward." "What do you mean messing around? I'm worried the chair is too cold." "Humph. As if I'd believe that." Shanela sat down next to him, but very close, almost leaning on him completely, and said softly, "Actually, I want to be with you too, but as a businesswoman, I must abide by contracts." "It won't be long now," Wu Heng said, smelling her fragrance and reaching around to embrace her soft waist. Shanela leaned back against him. The two leaned against each other for a while. Wu Heng continued to ask, "Great Chairman? Why call me Great Chairman? It sounds so odd." Shanela looked up and then, as if realizing something, immediately said, "Did Minnie tell you? What's with the great this and great that? It sounds horrible, don't you dare say it randomly." "Ah?" Wu Heng didn't know what she was getting at, and asked directly, "The batch of weapons and equipment I ordered should be arriving soon, right?" Shanela leaned back against his shoulder, closed her eyes to calculate the time, and said, "Pirates have been rampant lately, so the convoy has increased its guards and changed routes, but it should arrive in the next couple of days. I'll let you know when it does." "Good. Why are you buying so many weapons and armors? You're not thinking of getting involved in the affairs of the Yeko Kingdom, are you?" Shanela asked curiously. Wu Heng tightened his hold around her and whispered, "I've got a friend who has a city inland. I plan to buy and ship goods over to him. They've never seen the elf race's equipment over there." "Oh, you have friends too? What kind of remark is that? No offense, but isn't it said that humans are very hostile towards necromancers?" I thought you'd have very few friends. True, I don't have many, but it's not like I have none at all. That's true. The pair chatted in the backyard for a bit, with Shanela only allowing to hold hands and embrace, but refraining from doing anything else. Then they both got up and went back to the living room together. Minnie was curious about the two of them coming in together. She said she went out to look for Shanela just before and thought she had left because she couldn't find her. After lunch, Shanela and Minnie were off to go shopping. Wu Heng checked the wireless communication to make sure there was nothing urgent. Then opened the boundary door and headed straight for Zombie World. At the old factory area, Wu Heng came downstairs and saw the busy survivors. Some were moving things while others were adding height and reinforcement to the walls at the main gate. Even a forklift was brought over to redig and set the foundations. Wu Heng called Chi Han-Ke, got the convoy ready, and led the skeleton army to continue clearing hordes of zombies in the vicinity, while transporting materials back and forth. The number of the skeleton army had reached over 30,000. A vast, rustling mass. The only deficiency was in equipment. Even with the collection of kitchen knives, they still hadn't completely met the need for one piece per hand. As dusk approached, the skeleton army returned to the factory area. Just as Wu Heng was about to go upstairs, a young girl hurried down, lowering her head timidly and said, "King, Sister Zhao is asking you to go to the radio station, she has something to tell you." Well, the title of king was catching on here, too. Wu Heng nodded and went straight to the radio room upstairs. Zhao Yangkai was sitting in front of the radio, listening to information from all over, with a notebook beside her, jotting down some content. Upon seeing Wu Heng come in, she immediately stood up and said, "We've established contact with the military, they have set up a market for exchanging goods to the southeast." Chapter 379. Have you made contact with the military? The location of the military market isn't difficult to find, or you could say it is open to all the shelters. As long as you get in touch and ask, they can tell you the exact location. What are their requirements for trading? Zhao Yangkai said, "There aren't any special requirements, no more than 5 people are allowed inside the market at one time, and if you want to sell items in the market, you need to register in advance." Just these 2 conditions? Yes, they only mentioned these 2 requirements. For other shelters, these 2 requirements weren't too strict. Those able to make it there already faced great danger, and if the requirements were too demanding, then no one would truly go. What sells well over there? Wu Heng continued to ask. The best sellers are food, medicine, military-provided weapons and equipment, and some daily necessities. With winter coming, cotton clothes and quilts should sell well too, Zhao Yangkai replied. The market's rules were much the same as those at the auto repair shop. Only the format was the opposite. At the auto repair shop, food and daily necessities were provided, as well as weapons and armor, in exchange for gold and silver from other shelters. The military, on the other hand, provided firearms and ammunition in exchange for food and various supplies. But both sides had the same goal, to exchange for the goods they needed. Are you planning to trade supplies with them? Zhao Yangkai asked. No rush, let's wait and see how things go first. He would definitely have a look at the military's side, but now was not the time. Food had become the most popular currency in the apocalypse, and all trades were based on it. He had ordered 5,000 bags of food from Shanela, and once this batch arrived, he would have enough to trade for the supplies he wanted over there. Oh! Seeing she had nothing else to say, Wu Heng spoke directly, "All right, then keep an eye on the radio." Zhao Yangkai nodded, indicating she understood. Wu Heng left the room and returned to his dormitory on the top floor. He opened the boundary door and returned to Gold and Silver Island. He went downstairs. Minnie and Andre Willow were playing with a little owl in the courtyard. Chef 1 started preparing dinner. Wu Heng sat in the living room, thinking over his contact with the military. Guns were still very effective against hordes of zombies, but the noise easily attracted more of them. With sufficient numbers and adequate weapons, dealing with zombies wasn't hard. The fear was that the more you fought, the more zombies would swarm until you were overwhelmed. At the county's flame god shelter, there were also plenty of firearms, but unless it was an emergency, they generally wouldn't use guns to kill zombies. After all, a shelter that started with just over 100 people could trigger a zombie tide that numbered in the thousands. Even a minor scratch or bite was still fatal. Perhaps that was why the military was selling firearms, both to exchange for the resources they needed and to enable more survivors to keep living. I'm not lacking in food, just need to see if they have what I want, he thought to himself. Soon, Chef One served dinner, and Wu Heng called the two ladies from the courtyard to come inside to eat. The two women quickly ran inside. They ate together. After dinner, they trained in the courtyard until it got dark, then went to the bathroom together to take a bath and rest. The next day, in the morning, after breakfast, Wu Heng went straight to Zombie World. Coming out of his dormitory, the survivors downstairs had already started their own work. Standing at the entrance of the dormitory building, he waited for a while when Chi Han-Ke hurried over and said, "Yesterday, we made more than 70 spears, and there are also some kitchen knives and hammers that were scavenged, they're all piled up there." The city was densely populated. After clearing several old residential areas nearby, the number of skeletons reached more than 20,000, close to 30,000. The team's numbers were rapidly increasing, but their weapons and equipment were falling behind. Now, besides scavenging, the most assigned job for the survivors was weapon crafting. If they couldn't kill zombies, at least they could fashion weapons faster, right? "Let's go, let's check it out," Wu Heng said. Chi Han-Ke nodded and led the way to the side. In an open space, it was piled full of scavenged kitchen knives, hammers, hatchets, and other harmful iron tools. It looked like they had collected everything that could be used as a weapon. Wu Heng turned to the big head skull behind him, "Bring over the skeleton warriors that are lacking weapons to take their pick." Hula la! With a clattering of bone against bone, a large number of skeletons, forming a long line, came over from one side. They bent down to pick up weapons from the ground and rejoined the ranks. It was as if they had been trained, remarkably orderly and uniform. When all the weapons were distributed, Wu Heng continued, "Have the vehicle team come over, we're heading out to clear zombies." "Got it." Chi Han-Ke acknowledged, picking up the walkie-talkie to say, "Come on, bring the vehicles over here." Once the vehicle team arrived, one of the drivers came down to meet Chi Han-Ke. Wu Heng boarded the bus with a few skeletons, following suit. The vehicle team started up, and under the escort of skeletons, they left the old factory area. On the bus, Chi Han-Ke gripped the steering wheel, her eyes occasionally glancing at the CO driver's seat. After a long moment of contemplation, she started a conversation, "My king, what kind of corpse core did you use to awaken your superpower?" Chi Han-Ke was also a superpowered man. Although climbing walls and having enhanced leg strength didn't have as strong an effect on killing zombies. At the auto repair shop, she was the strongest person next to Wu Heng. Corpse cores contained the virus, but in a sense, they also broke the body's shackles for humans. Wu Heng knew what she was asking. Summoning skeletons was a skill inherent to his profession, but to Chi Han-Ke and others, it seemed like he had awakened some special superpower. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "I've taken a few kinds, and the one that awakened my superpower was the corpse core of a big head zombie." He gave a deliberately vague answer. His own awakening of the corpse core was willpower reinforcement, which could protect his own consciousness and block negative states affecting one's will. It wasn't really lying to her. Hearing that Wu Heng had taken several kinds, Chi Han-Ke's expression became animated. Surprise, hesitation, and a bit of disbelief crossed her face until finally, she managed to say, "Your constitution is really good." She almost blurted out, "You really have a big life." "There are some tricks, I'll tell you when I get a chance. Taking more elixirs might benefit your breakthroughs in constitution," Wu Heng said in an even tone. These words made Chi Han-Ke tremble with excitement. Tricks? He really found a way to consume corpse cores. Besides summoning skeletons, Wu Heng had also cast fireballs and casually taken out items, clearly indicating he had more than one superpower. There surely was a method to mitigate the toxins. A method even the headquarters didn't know. "All right, I will definitely do my best," Chi Han-Ke promised. She inwardly rejoiced over her decision to join the mechanics factory. Good food and drink were no longer a worry, and now she had learned such significant information. "Don't talk about it outside, or it will be troublesome." "I won't say a word," Chi Han-Ke assured solemnly. Wu Heng continued, "How did you arrange those few factory buildings in the old factory district?" "I've turned 2 of them into production workshops, some equipment and tools are over there, manufacturing weapons for skeleton usage, the rest haven't been arranged yet, they're still empty." The old factory district was very large. From the worn signs found in a warehouse, they were marked with Mechanical Factory No. 16. But the factory had been abandoned long ago, and no equipment was left behind. With several workshop buildings and the number of survivors, production of iron spears and arrows would not require so many facilities. Choose one workshop to serve as a warehouse, build an inner wall and iron door inside, I will need it later, Wu Heng instructed directly. Oh, okay, I'll arrange it when I get back. The coach continued forward. As they moved away from the safe zone, zombie roars began to emerge around them. And the numbers grew. Wu Heng began issuing commands to the skeleton army. The skeleton flying dragons dropped solid iron bullets. Then came a rain of arrows plummeting from above. After the two assaults, not many zombies that could reach close quarters were left. They were directly knocked to the ground by the skeleton army, spears and kitchen knives incessantly falling, a rollover slaughter. Advance forward. Wu Heng ordered. The skeletons strode ahead, while Wu Heng followed behind, holding the spine staff and casting corpse battlefield. One by one, skeletons rose from the ground and joined the advancing ranks. This area was cleared. Wu Heng ordered the skeletons to continue forward, clearing other areas of zombie hordes. As dusk neared, the skeleton army returned, with their numbers having increased once again. Wu Heng glanced at his experience points. It had risen to a quarter, a few more runs and he could level up to 14. He was a bit closer to Shanela. The army returned to the courtyard and went into standby mode. After giving Chi Hanke a couple of instructions, Wu Heng went back to Gold and Silver Island. The next day, the association. It had been several days since he'd last been here. Wu Heng still came to sit for a while. Beside him, Andre Willow was doing a kitten owl's hair, tying a tuft upright on its head. Then she took out a silver mirror to show the owl. The little owl, infuriated, stood on the desk shaking its head frantically, trying to throw off the thing on its head, causing Andre Willow to laugh without stopping. "Where?" Wu Heng called out. Andre Willow came over, and the owl, still shaking its head madly, followed, staring at him with big eyes. Wu Heng stroked the little owl's feathers before asking, "For rangers who transition jobs, are the abilities trained?" "It requires long-term training. We grew up in the forest from a young age and underwent the training of our tribe," Andre Willow explained directly. "What kind of jobs are easier for the children of ordinary families to transition into?" "That would be warriors or rangers. They can quickly become professionals through training and are not overly dependent on inheritance, or spending a lot of time studying books. In fact, ordinary families need more time to sustain a livelihood," Andre Willow explained. In her view, her master was of noble origin, and a very wealthy one at that. So, she explained things in more detail. Wu Heng nodded, feeling she made a lot of sense. It was just like how people in modern society pursue higher education. Those from better-off families have ample time and financial resources to continue improving their knowledge and experience. But some people need to spend more time sustaining their livelihoods. Professions that are easy to pick up allow these people to quickly become professionals. Does the master have someone in mind who wishes to change jobs? We could choose a profession based on what he's good at, Andre Willow said. Just asking, he replied. While they were chatting, the door was knocked softly. Andre Willow answered it. There stood a man in a crisp suit with the starflower emblem on his chest at the doorway. Without entering, he glanced at the room and said softly, "May I ask if Deputy Steward Wu Heng is present?" "I am. Is there something you need?" "Deputy Steward Shanela, the leader, has sent me to remind you that the goods you ordered from Starflower have arrived at the port, and you can go to inspect and receive them anytime," the man relayed. Hearing this news, Wu Heng's heart stirred. The goods had finally arrived. Chapter 380. Due to the pirates, the formation of the Starflower fleet was also affected. After so much time, it had finally arrived at the port. "I'll come over to you now," said the man. The man nodded. "All right, Deputy Steward, I'll wait for you at the door." Wu Heng put on his coat and said to Andre Willow, "Waiter, if there's nothing urgent at the association, head home early." "Got it, Master," Andre Willow replied with a smile. Wu Heng exited the association and saw the Starflower coach parked by the door. After boarding the coach that opened its door, it sped towards the direction of the port. The cargo ship of the Starflower. It was a massive blue and white cargo ship that, in terms of structure and size, was larger than those of the pirates and far more sophisticated and advanced. The two seemed like they were built with styles and technologies from different eras. With the arrival of the Starflower fleet, the port was busier than ever. Rows of workers were transporting cargo, surrounded by guard teams keeping watch. Under the lead of a man in formal attire, Wu Heng went straight into the cabin of one of the cargo ships. Upon descending, he saw a mature yet beautiful figure wearing a hood, standing in the company of guards in the middle of the cabin. From the stature and the few strands of hair falling from underneath the hood, it was unmistakable that it was Shanela herself. Hearing footsteps, Shanela turned her head and greeted with a smile, "Deputy Steward Wu Heng." "Lady Shanela." Wu Heng nodded in response. It was as if they were business partners who had only met once. Shanela nodded, and while walking deeper inside, she said, "Your cargo has arrived, this way for the leather armor and weapons, further inside are the grains you ordered. Due to the humidity at sea, the internal cargo hold has moisture-proof formations to ensure the dryness and quality of the grains." Following her introduction, some guards opened 2 wooden crates. They revealed one-handed battle axes and wooden bows inside. Wu Heng casually took one out to examine and felt the quality was very good. Putting it back, he said, "I trust the reputation of Starflower, there's no need for inspection, have people move it directly to the ship at No. 3 Association Dock, I'll arrange for someone to haul it away later." "Certainly." Shanela smiled and commanded her people behind her. A horde of workers immediately rushed in and began moving the cargo. Meanwhile, some people from Starflower came out and started tallying the remaining balance that needed settlement. Wu Heng immediately took out the corresponding money to complete the transaction. The workers carried the cargo. Wu Heng and Shanela stood aside, quietly watching. "What time did you get up today? You seem still sleepy," Wu Heng mentioned softly while standing aside. Shanela continued to gaze ahead and replied softly, "Don't even mention it, I was brought here as soon as I got out of bed, and I haven't even had breakfast yet. Youth is great, staying up late every night." A small hand softly pinched him on side. "What do you mean by that?" Once the cargo was moved, Shanela had to deal with matters involving the fleet and left with the people of Starflower. Wu Heng also went to his own ships. He opened the cabin and the boundary door to Zombie World, transporting all the purchased goods into the newly constructed warehouse. The items purchased from Starflower were split into 5 categories. 2,000 wooden bows and one-handed battle axes each, 50,000 sets of leather armor, 5,000 bags of wheat flour and soybeans in total. After everything was moved over, he began directing the skeleton army to come over, don armor, and pick up weapons. "When did they bring over so much equipment?" "Last night, I guess. They hurried the construction yesterday and added an extra wall in the warehouse, originally planning to use it as storage." "Goodness, these boneheads even know how to dress themselves. Would you stop blabbering? He might be smarter than you. You know, if we used these skeletons as a base for making silicone people, wouldn't that solve the issue of rigidness and heaviness?" Brother, what kind of work did you do before?" From a distance, survivors from the old factory district were watching the skeletons change their gear and discussing among themselves. They had originally thought that skeletons were only capable of simple attack motions, but now they could dress themselves, pick up weapons, and transport goods. They didn't seem much different from people anymore. At that moment, Heng came out from the dormitory and said, "Stop gawking, get on with your tasks." At her word, everyone immediately dispersed and returned to their respective posts. Seeing Heng approach, Wu Heng asked, "Has the route to the military market been planned out yet?" "It has been planned out." Heng took out a map and pointed out the route to him. The people from the old factory shelter had traded with the military before, so there was guaranteed to be a safe route to reach them. Plus, in the past few days, Wu Heng and the others had cleaned and investigated the surroundings for a well-inferred route. Having looked at it, Wu Heng said directly, "Get ready, we're visiting the military market tomorrow. How many vehicles do we need to prepare?" Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, 3 trucks will do, load some grain on 1 truck, and the skeletons on the other 2. After all, it was a public market, and the likelihood of danger was low. But it was important to be cautious on the way. Bringing along some skeletons would provide some defense if needed, buying time for the convoy to retreat. "Okay, I'll let the people prepare immediately." Heng went to delegate tasks. Wu Heng returned to the dormitory, opened the boundary door, and went back to the cabin. Upon reaching the deck, Wu Heng glanced at his ships moored at the port. Because he was also wanted by the pirates, he had never had the opportunity to set sail, so the ships just stayed docked here. He previously thought about forming a caravan to experience life in navigation and trade, but as Shanela had said, doing business required a lot of energy to manage, which clearly wasn't suitable for him. The second option was to lease out the ships for a certain rent, just like houses. Now, the second option seemed more reliable. Wu Heng stomped firmly on the deck twice. If only they could be refitted into modern battleships and destroyers, that would be wonderful. He stood on the boat and watched for a while. He disembarked directly, hailed a carriage, and headed to the central district. He returned to his residence. Lady Shanela was already sitting in the living room, chatting with two maids. The three of them had tied several hairstyles on the owl's iobi. Besides the owl looking dispirited, the three of them were quite happy. They were holding the little guy and chuckling. Seeing Wu Heng walk in, all three said in unison, "Back already." After speaking, they were all startled. Then Minnie and Andre Willow simultaneously turned their gaze toward Shanela, whose face instantly blushed as she said, "Deputy Steward is back. Are you satisfied with today's goods?" "Satisfied, with guild leader Shanela keeping an eye on things, I'm certainly satisfied," said Wu Heng as he walked in and sat down on the side. "That's good," Shanela continued, "do you need to order anything else? The fleet can bring it directly the next time they return to port." "Not for now, I'll find Shanela when I need to," he replied. "All right." Minnie watched the two talking. Curiously she said, "Master and Sister Shanela, your way of speaking is so formal, do you always talk like this?" "Do we?" asked Shanela. "Yes, right, Sister Wayer." Andre Willow also nodded her head. At that moment, Chef No. 1 came up with dinner. "Dinner's ready, Shanela, please stay and eat with us," said Wu Heng. The four of them sat at the dining table and began to eat. Wu Heng and Shanela no longer addressed each other as deputy steward and guild leader, but by their names instead. After dinner, they chatted for a while before Shanela returned to her residence. Wu Heng went upstairs to rest with the two women. The next day, Andre Willow went to sit in at the association, while Wu Heng headed straight for the zombie world. Exiting the dormitory, Chi Han Ke came up to meet him. He said, "Everything is ready, we can leave at any time. Today's task was to head to the military market. Let's set off then." Wu Heng got on the truck. The convoy started moving, leaving the old factory area. Heading to the military market. They needed to take a long detour. Fortunately, the road was relatively clear, and even though some parts were rough and bumpy, they didn't encounter situations that forced them to stop. About 3 hours later, 3 military trucks arrived within the perimeter of the military area. From afar, they could see a market enclosed by a concrete wall. Outside the wall, many modified vehicles were parked, most of them reinforced with iron plates and steel bars, all bearing the style of the wasteland. Above the wall was barbed wire, and at the gatehouse was a heavy machine gun. Rifle-bearing guards could also be seen. It felt somewhat like a prison from before. The 3 trucks stopped in the distance for a while. The invisible Xiao Xiao floated back from the opposite direction and slipped directly into Wu Heng's body. In his mind, images shared from Xiao Xiao immediately surfaced. Behind the concrete wall was indeed a market. Many people were selling their wares at the stalls, medicines, tools, and in the frame, people were even selling themselves. Shouting, having consumed a first-level corpse core, seeking refuge to join a shelter. What interested Wu Heng in the military sector was situated in the back of the courtyard. It was set a distance apart from the ordinary refuge stalls. Many people were lining up there, waiting to exchange materials. "Let's go, let's head over there," Wu Heng said. "Oh." Chi Han Ke picked up the walkie-talkie, notified the vehicles behind, and stepped on the gas pedal to drive straight there. As they approached, someone came to direct them to park on the side. Wu Heng instructed the others to wait and walked toward the market with 2 skeleton attendants and Chi Han Ke. Just as they neared the gate, they were stopped by someone. "Gentlemen, from which refuge are you? We need to log your entry," the guard said. Wu Heng replied, "From the old factory district refuge." The guard looked curiously at them and particularly at the oddly shaped, towering skull crusher and bloody hand. "Has your refuge changed personnel? Our 2 refuges have merged, and I've come to take a look around, get to know the place," Wu Heng said offhand. The guard didn't say much else, he just nodded, wrote Old Factory District, 4 people in the record book, and let them through. Wu Heng led the group straight inside. As soon as they entered the market, various shouting voices surrounded them. There was beer, medicine, and even winter clothing, quilts. It felt even more bustling than the modern vegetable markets before. He continued striding towards the interior. His target this time was military weapons. Even if he couldn't exchange for planes or tanks, getting a few more rocket launchers could be very effective in critical moments. Halfway through, Wu Heng suddenly stopped, looking down at a stall. 5 glass jars, each containing a bloody corpse core. 5 corpse cores? Are these for sale too? Wu Heng asked. What else would I be doing, displaying them here? The man's voice broke through. Wu Heng glanced up at him. How much are they? What have you got? Food. 150 kilograms bag of food for 1 core, said the man sternly. Wu Heng's brows lifted. So cheap? Chapter 381. Wu Heng looked up again at the owner behind the stall. Sitting on 3 red bricks, draped in a black, oily, tattered cloak, it concealed his figure, bulging in such a way that it was unclear what was hidden underneath. Only at the gap in the hood could one see the gun barrel sticking out. From its length and appearance, it should be an AWM sniper rifle Wu Heng had won himself. The silhouette had a touch of the ancient heroes. After sizing up the other man, Wu Heng turned his attention back to the stall. There were 5 canned glass jars set out, a corpse core and a bag of food for each. This price, in Wu Heng's view, was definitely not expensive. Even to say, unevenly cheap. A thing that can change human constitution, breaking through the shackles, is merely worth a bag of food? 1 for 1 bag? Wu Heng asked. No bargaining. If you don't have enough food, look at other stalls, the stall owner said directly. His tone was cold and somewhat impatient. Wu Heng didn't mind the man's tone. Instead, he felt surprised to confirm the seller's price. I want to check the goods before deciding whether to buy, Wu Heng said. The black hood lifted slightly. Check then. Wu Heng picked up one of them, unscrewed the cap, and immediately a rotten stench emanated from the jar. Mutated corpse core. Description: the energy crystallization of mutated creatures can enhance one's own constitution, may be contaminated by toxins. The property tip appeared. A level 1 corpse core, no problems whatsoever. Wu Heng continued to check the rest one by one, all of which were level 1 corpse cores. He looked up at the man again. Had this person found a nest of mutated zombies? Brought out so many at once? After screwing the lids back on the glass jars, he continued to ask, any more? The hood trembled slightly, and the man's tone was doubtful. You plan to buy? Planning to buy? There are 3 more, I can sell them all to you, no price reduction, the man emphasized. Wu Heng nodded, I'll take them all. Where's the stuff? Where's the food? The food is on the truck, bring the corpse cores, and I'll take you to trade. I hope you're sincere in completing this trade. The man started packing up his stall and followed Wu Heng outside. They exited the market directly and came to where the truck was parked. Seeing Wu Heng and Chi Han Ke return, Wang Chenggang and the others jumped down from the truck. How come you came out so quickly? No problem, grab 10 bags of food for this brother, Wu Heng said. Then he turned to look at the black-cloaked man in the distance. Rice and flour, what do you want? Half of each. Bring 4 bags of rice, 4 bags of flour. Okay. Wang Chenggang nodded, called over several other people from the truck, and carried down 4 bags of rice and 4 bags of flour, placing them on the nearby cement ground. The cloaked man drove a pickup truck from the opposite side, stopping not far away. He got out and started checking the bags of food, one by one. After confirming there was no problem, he opened his backpack, and in addition to the 5 canned jars, he threw another plastic bag. Inside were 3 level 1 corpse cores. 8 in total, the trade is complete, he said. After that, he moved the several bags of food to the back of the pickup truck. Having loaded everything on the truck, he was about to leave when Wu Heng spoke up again. We're from the old factory shelter. If you have more corpse cores to sell, you can contact us directly. 1 for 1 bag of food, for every 5, we'll give you an extra 5 kilos of soybeans. The man raised an eyebrow, sitting at the wheel and looking at him. I've met the leader of the old factory, doesn't seem to be you. We've merged, now I have the final say here, and I promise you won't be shortchanged a bit, Wu Heng stated plainly. The man looked at him, then swept a glance over the several trucks behind, and said, okay, I'll remember that. If there's more, I'll contact you. Wu Heng nodded. The man then stepped on the gas, driving off into the distance. It seemed that he too was here in this market just for the sake of selling corpse cores. Heng watched the receding pickup truck. They got the corpse cores, don't they plan to use it themselves? Maybe the risk is too high. Could be. Heng nodded. Wu Heng glanced around at the armed guards and said to Wang Chenggang, you also take someone in and see if there's anything we need around here that we can exchange. Okay. Wang Chenggang nodded, called over another person, and followed Wu Heng and the others back into the market. Wu Heng, accompanied by Heng and 2 skeleton attendants, headed for the central military exchange spot. Wang Chenggang, on the other hand, wandered through the market, checking out some stalls. Within the market, various tools and vehicle parts were for sale, possibly holding something his side needed. It was a good opportunity to exchange for them. At the military exchange spot behind Wu Heng. The building wasn't an exhibition hall, but rather more like an office building. At the entrance, 2 blue notice boards were placed. On them were listed the exchange prices for various firearms and ammunition. Rifles for 25 kilos of food each, ammunition for 20 kilos per 100 rounds. Machine guns for 75 kilos of food each, ammunition for 30 kilos per 50 rounds. Hand grenades. Rocket launcher, 90 kilograms of food, including 1 rocket. Sniper rifle. Machine cannon, 500 kilograms of food, 23 mm cannon shells, 10 kilograms each. Military radio, military headset. There were quite a few exchangeable goods, but not as comprehensive as imagined. Airplanes and tanks weren't on the list. It seemed that resources here weren't as abundant as one might think. From the initial questioning of Wenqi, Wu Heng learned that the military had about 300 people. How had these people managed to transport so many things out? Or was it that they had organized a raid on a military base to acquire these items? The latter seemed more likely. Wu Heng's gaze lingered on the machine cannon. This wasn't his first encounter with such a weapon. Back in the county, they had acquired 2 armored vehicles, one of which was equipped with a machine cannon. However, for the safety of the bus station there, both armored vehicles were left behind. Wu Heng looked at the machine cannon in the picture. It felt somewhat different. The machine cannon they had obtained last time was single-barreled, yet the one in the picture was double-barreled. He wondered if the picture was accurate. As for other firearms and bullets, he was not short on those. But he was indeed interested in this type of machine cannon. After looking at the first notice board, Wu Heng's gaze shifted to the second one, which mainly listed the prices for purchasing goods. Grade 1 Corpse Core, purchase price 40 kilograms of food. Grade 2 Corpse Core, purchase price 80 kilograms of food. Medicine, purchase price 1 to 30 kilograms of food. Gasoline, purchase price 1 kilogram for 10 liters. Special vehicles. Equipment. The military's purchase prices were lower. It's no wonder the man who sold his corpse core earlier set the price at 50 kilograms. That was already quite a bit higher than the military's rate. Moreover, the fixed prices. Common items like gasoline, various tools, and automobile parts were also within the range of purchase. However, the prices were particularly low. It gave the impression that as long as you came to trade, you wouldn't starve, but you wouldn't get to rest either. I feel like we're loaded, Heng approached and said in a low voice. With such low pricing here. The auto repair shop is definitely like a tycoon. The food in the warehouse could let them spend extravagantly here. At this moment, Heng was even more certain that joining the auto repair shop was a definite decision. So what if Ma Xiong held a title of regional command, had armored vehicles, and various firearms? Now, they had whatever they wanted. To say they could buy out the entire military market was an exaggeration, but acquiring a large portion was definitely feasible. Wu Heng also had this feeling and said softly, keep a low profile, we're in someone else's territory, so be more discreet. Understood. Heng's face turned slightly red with excitement, but she managed to suppress her joy. The two stood aside and watched for a while. There weren't many people left in line to trade, and Wu Heng stepped forward, I'd like to exchange for firearms and ammunition. The staff member was a middle-aged woman, just say what you want to exchange directly. 1 machine cannon, those 23 mm shells, 100 of them, Wu Heng said directly. The woman who had been looking down suddenly looked up. She glanced at him, and at Heng beside him, and said, have you seen the price list? I have, and I plan to trade for these, Wu Heng said directly. The number of shells he intended to buy was somewhat small, but there was no choice, as the food they brought was limited. He had also wanted to exchange for more military radios and machine gun bullets, but it would have to wait until the next visit. Upon confirming that he really intended to buy, the woman picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Captain Yang Long, please come to the hall, a base is planning to purchase machine cannons here." "Roger that." Thump thump thump. Soon, several people in camouflage uniforms came down from the upstairs. The one in the lead appeared quite young, only in his late 20s. The woman indicated Wu Heng with her gaze, and the man quickly walked over, extending his hand. "Brother, you want to buy a machine cannon?" "Yeah." "Then I'll take you to have a look," he said, leading him outside. Meanwhile, the gazes of other survivors in the hall followed them, murmuring quietly among themselves. "New faces, hey. Right, buying a machine cannon straight away, looks like they've taken over a granary. Doubtful, last time, a refuge attacked the granary, heard the rats were like a bunch of cats, swarming everywhere, they didn't take over the granary and lost quite a few people instead. That woman doesn't look bad, not malnourished at all, quite plump." Chapter 382. "Brother, which shelter did you come from?" Yang Long led the way, walking and asking. "The old factory district." "Brother must have quite a few people under him. To be able to bring out so much grain for exchange, your strength must be formidable," Yang Long continued. Wu Heng glanced at him and said directly, "Not many, just happened to find a grain store, got some food there." Yang Long still smiled, "Don't get me wrong, brother, we've always cooperated with some high-strength bases, regularly clearing out some special areas, you can join us when the time comes, everyone gets a share of the spoils." Wu Heng nodded, "If there's a chance, we can work together." A few of them walked together to the back of a factory building. The iron door opened, revealing a large amount of military equipment inside. Yang Long had someone lift the canvas in front, exposing a twin-barrel machine cannon. The two pitch-black gun barrels conveyed a sense of modern mechanical beauty. Yang Long patted the machine cannon, saying, "GSH-23 twin-barrel machine cannon, loaded with 23mm cannon shells, muzzle velocity 715 meters per second, 3,400 to 3,600 rounds per minute, can easily tear apart conventional vehicles and some shelters." Too specialized a knowledge, Wu Heng didn't have much of a concept either. But after listening, he knew this thing was powerful. It was not for shooting people, but for destroying vehicles or some equipment and shelters. A machine gun could kill a swath of enemies, machine cannon bullets were bigger, so naturally, their power was also greater. Wu Heng looked it over carefully and felt quite satisfied. "How to operate, give me a rundown." The machine cannon was mounted on an iron frame, and it seemed it could be controlled to a large extent. Yang Long and the others smiled, came forward, and explained a bit, how to operate it, and how to turn it in different directions. Without a control system, it needed to be operated by someone manually. Just like a machine gun, aim and fire at the enemy. The grain is on truck outside the market," Wu Heng stated directly. Although he didn't have the chance to test fire it, he was quite satisfied with the machine cannon. "I'll go with you to fetch it, then get some people to haul the machine cannon out for you," said Yang Long. "Okay." They chatted as they walked out of the camp. Wang Chenggang had also bought some tools in the market and was having people load them onto the back of a truck. Wu Heng went over and had his people start transporting the grain. Because there was a large quantity, they didn't bother to differentiate between rice and flour, just threw it out. Whatever they grabbed counted. Seeing how swiftly the other party worked, Yang Long and his people guessed they had plenty of resources. While unloading the grain, Yang Long said, "Next time you want something, come directly to me, and I'll arrange the goods for you, so you don't have to waste time in line." Wu Heng nodded. Soon, the grain was unloaded, and Yang Long and his people began to inspect it. Once confirmed as correct, Yang Long grabbed the walkie-talkie and said, "Bring the machine cannon and ammunition over." At this moment, a truck appeared from the inside and drove out. Using tools, they transported the machine cannon to Wu Heng's truck. Once everything was ready, Wu Heng had the canvas cover secured on the truck's top. "Captain Yang, we'll be heading back now. Take care." Wu Heng waved, and the convoy started off, leaving directly. Yang Long also, along with his people and a large amount of grain, crossed the market under the greedy gazes of other shelters and entered the innermost side. At the market entrance, the onlooking crowd dispersed, leaving 5 people who didn't move. They still watched the departing truck. One cursed, "They actually traded so much grain for a machine cannon, damn it. I've been watching." They unloaded the grain from one truck, the other 2 definitely had a lot of good stuff too, and there were just a few of them, another added. "Boss, should we follow and take a look? If we can't fight on this side, could we not take down those few shrimps? They just got that machine cannon, you want to get blasted to heaven or what?" I noticed the machine cannon and the ammo were stored separately. If we make a swift attack, they won't have time to get ready. The schemer glanced at the parked vehicles. Didn't we just trade for a rocket launcher? At the right moment, hit them with a couple of rounds, trade a rocket launcher for a machine cannon, it's worth it. Aside, the bald, goat-beard man furrowed his brow in thought. In this world, it's either kill or be killed. A few people came along with so much grain, proving they weren't very bright. Could be a chance for a big score. Glancing around and seeing no one else following, he said decisively, "Let's go, follow them. After this job, we won't have to worry about food or women." "Good, we'll listen to the boss." "Listen to the boss." The few of them spoke and headed towards the parking spot. Then, a pickup and several SUVs filled with people charged out. Chasing in the direction the truck had disappeared. On the truck. "The goods here are so cheap!" Heng exclaimed. "Yeah, grain is a necessity, and it's decreasing as it's consumed. We have plenty of grain, so it feels cheaper. For other shelters, though, it's not cheap." Wu Heng shared his thoughts. This was because they were getting supplies from the other world. Otherwise, with the number of survivors in the auto repair shop, relying on scrounged supplies, it was doubtful whether they could have held on. If that were really the case, we wouldn't even want to trade machine cannons, let alone rifles and bullets, for fear that we might go hungry the next time. Trading away even a little bit might mean starvation next time. Heng's expression stiffened. You're right, thank you for feeding all of us. The base is built by everyone, there's no feeding or not feeding." Heng showed a smile. "If you were in command of our region, I would have joined you long ago. It's not too late now. Hey! Anyway, still." As Heng spoke, Wu Heng suddenly extended his hand, stopping her from saying more. He listened intently to the outside. Heng also became tense immediately and checked the surroundings through the rear-view mirror. Wu Heng said, "Ask the last vehicle if there's any convoy approaching." Heng quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and repeated Wu Heng's words. Soon, the last vehicle responded, "No vehicles detected." "No vehicles?" Heng said. Wu Heng shook his head, "Impossible." He was just about to have Xiao Xiao fly up high into the sky to take a look. Suddenly, several off-road vehicles flashed past quickly through the gaps between the buildings at the side of the road. Both of them saw the off-road vehicles. There indeed were vehicles following us. Whoosh! At that moment, a pickup truck suddenly charged onto the road from the side, driving parallel to Wu Heng's truck. The canvas cover on the back was lifted, revealing the dark iron of a machine gun. The gun barrel swiveled, aiming at the position of the truck. "Fuck you, I'll send you to see your mama." The man laughed wildly, ready to pull the trigger. Whoosh! Suddenly, a force came through. The machine gun's barrel was abruptly raised skyward. No matter how hard the man tried, he couldn't turn the barrel back down. And Heng seized the opportunity, turned the steering wheel sharply, and rammed directly into the pickup. Bang! A loud crash sounded. The two vehicles collided. The military truck trembled slightly, while the pickup with the machine gun became instantly unbalanced, swaying left to right, crashing into the roadside wrecked cars, with its hood flying open and thick smoke billowing out. Then 4 more off-road vehicles emerged from one side and followed suit. Car windows rolled down, and several rifles were extended out. Before they could fire, the rifle barrels, likewise uncontrollable, spun around, aiming skyward and groundward, but never forward. Wu Heng drew his pistol and, using the effect of the hunting ring, fired 2 shots at the open window of the off-road vehicles. 2 bullets accurately hit the driver in the driver's seat. The off-road vehicle started to lose control, crashing into a bus shelter on the side. Then bang bang bang, 3 more shots were fired, hitting the tires of 3 off-road vehicles respectively. The bodies rolled, and the sound of crashing, accompanied by flying parts, scattered chaos everywhere. The appearance of the off-road convoy, to their disappearance, lasted only a few minutes. Some people hadn't even realized what had happened. The battle had already ended. If everything hadn't been seen so clearly, and if the other side hadn't brought out machine guns and rifles, one might not have believed such events could have happened upon hearing about them. Anybody hurt? Chi Han Ke asked through the walkie-talkie. No. No injuries here either. The two military trucks directly responded. Through the rearview mirror, several people crawled out of their vehicles, cursing in the direction of the truck. Chi Han Ke looked away from the rearview mirror and said, "Some people have climbed out of the cars, they seem to be all right. Reverse the truck, let's go kill them." "Oh, okay." Chi Han Ke picked up the walkie-talkie, "Reverse, let's go back and finish them off." "Roger that." Received. The convoy immediately reversed, approaching the overturned vehicle's location quickly. Under the bus shelter, Goatbeard and his men struggled to crawl out from inside the vehicle. They were lucky that this sector's zombies had been cleared away, or else they might have been attacked and killed by a horde. After coughing loudly twice, forcefully slapping the smoke-emitting hood twice, he cursed, "Damn it, the gun moved by itself." One underling said, "Must be a superpowered man, we've encountered a superpowered man." "Damn, what the hell, anyone could be a superpowered man." "Go check on the others, pull out anyone who's alive," Goatbeard instructed and continued to mutter curses. "I remember that kid and that girl, next time I'll just use a rocket launcher to blow." He was cut off mid-sentence. His gaze turned puzzledly forward. He saw the three trucks that had already left the field of view quickly reverse back towards them, with the tarpaulin on the back shaking. It seemed like something was going to come down from it. Chapter 383. The truck that had left suddenly came barreling back. Those who were scrambling to save their companion were all startled, immediately searching for their guns. Before they could pull the guns from the wrecked car, the tarpaulin cover at the back of the truck was flung open. Figures clad in leather armor, wielding battle axes, supported themselves with one hand on the edge, and jumped down. They started sprinting toward this side in droves. Amidst their panic, the eyes of the few people present were filled with surprise. "Didn't they say there were only a few of them? Damn it, what are those? They have no faces. Damn it, the truck isn't loaded with food, it's full of skeletons." As they saw the faces of the approaching figures, the terror amongst them increased. Frantically releasing the firearms safeties, they began firing toward the front. In the midst of the gunfire, the bullets poured forward non-stop, striking the battle-axe-wielding skeletons that were dashing madly forward. In desperation, they picked up the guns that had fallen under the vehicle and started firing wildly at the charging skeletons. Bullets rained down like raindrops, hitting the bodies of the skeleton horde. The force of the bullets knocked down the skeletons at the very front, but they soon got up from the ground again and continued to charge with the other skeletons. "Damn it! They can't be killed, run for it! They're not human! Run, they're not human, just like the zombies!" Seeing that the bullets were ineffective, the rest turned and ran. And Goatbeard, the boss hiding beneath the truck pulling a long wooden crate, looked up and saw that his underlings had already run several meters. Goatbeard panicked, cursed loudly, let go of what he was holding, and ran. As he sprinted, he pulled out a pistol from his waist and fired bang bang at two of his underlings up front. "Cover for me, I'll take care of your women for you." As the underlings fell in pain, before they could curse, they were overtaken by pursuing skeletons and struck in the head with an axe, collapsing to the ground. Even so, the skeletons ran much faster than the remaining people. They were quickly overtaken, knocked to the ground, and the battle axes continued to fall. "We were wrong, we're all survivors. It was Yang Hao who made us do it, don't kill us. Ah! Give us a chance." Goatbeard and his remaining men cried out loudly, begging for mercy. But the encircling skeletons gave them no chance. The battle axes descended from all around, the sound of chopping meat drowned out their cries, and the battleground gradually fell silent. When the skeletons entered standby mode, Wu Heng finally jumped down from the truck. The one-handed battle axe skeletons displayed a rather different form of combat. Wielding the axe with one hand, they sprinted rapidly. It felt like attacking with a suicide squad. In time, forming a strike team with these one-handed battle axe skeletons might yield good results. Wu Heng looked around and said, "Go search those overturned cars, and scavenge anything useful." Okay. Heng took out the walkie-talkie and issued the command. The rest of the people also got down from the truck and went to the several overturned and wrecked off-road vehicles to loot the spoils. The equipment those people had on them wasn't bad either. Apart from guns and ammunition, they all wore bulletproof vests. It was unclear if they could defend against the tearing and biting of zombies, but wearing them made them look more professional. While the others looted the vehicles, the skeletons dragged several bodies over. The corpses were badly mutilated. Unrecognizable. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then released communicate with the dead on one of them. The corpse sat up, gazing over. Wu Heng asked directly, "Why were you following us?" The corpse with a mangled mouth answered, "We saw you didn't have many people and wanted to take advantage of that." Indeed, they had attracted the attention of others at the market. Wu Heng continued asking, "Did someone direct you to follow us?" The corpse replied, "No, we talked it over and followed right after." "Apart from these vehicles, are there others?" "No. Besides those present, does anyone else know you're tracking us?" "No." After several questions, Wu Heng had no more to ask. He dispelled the magic, and the corpse lay back down on the ground. So it was that these people had set their sights on him at the market, thinking the numbers were too few, and upon seeing several trucks of food, they conceived the idea of looting. Probably this sort of thing was not uncommon at the market. But today they encountered Wu Heng and his group, and that was their bad luck. "Strip everything off their bodies," Wu Heng said. Several skeletons stepped forward. They searched the bodies, taking everything from bulletproof vests to magazines, cigarettes, and other items. Wu Heng also released bone manipulation skill on the stripped corpses. The skeletons stood up and joined the lineup of battle axe-wielding skeletons to one side. At this time, Heng and the others also brought over the loot. Apart from rifles and ammunition, there were 5 grenades, 1 machine gun, and a rocket launcher packed in a box. There were also dry food, beer, mineral water, and other supplies. The loot was quite substantial once it was scavenged. "It's all here," Heng said. Wu Heng put away the weapons and continued, "What about those off-road vehicles? They are trashed, we could repair them, but it's not really necessary. In this world, there are plenty of cars. Crashed like that, it's better to find a car in better condition from the roadside. Just go to a forest store, and pick any you want. Distribute these bulletproof vests later, load the food and drink into the truck, and let's head back," Wu Heng instructed. "Okay." Everyone loaded the items onto the truck, and then they all got into the vehicles. Once the skeletons also boarded the rear compartment. The convoy restarted and headed towards the old factory area. There were no more issues for the remainder of the journey. Even the off-road vehicles that had rushed out earlier hadn't caused any losses. Instead, they brought a good deal of firearms and bullets, including a machine cannon and a rocket launcher. At first, Wu Heng wondered why they didn't just fire a rocket launcher directly. Instead, they charged forth and shot at the cab. Once he got on the truck and thought about it, he figured it out. If they launched a rocket, he feared the entire shipment would be affected. At that moment, they believed the truck was carrying food, not skeleton soldiers. The factory area opened its gates, and the convoy drove straight in. The skeletons began to disembark from the 2 trucks. Heng then parked the truck loaded with a machine cannon directly into the garage. After parking, Wu Heng got out and immediately put the machine cannon into the space ring. Heng wasn't surprised that he could take things away, he had seen it before. Standing aside, he directly asked, "Do we have any plans for tomorrow?" "Continue making weapons as normal, if anything comes up, I'll let you know," Wu Heng said. "Got it." The 2 walked out of the garage together. Heng had people move the bulletproof vests to the warehouse, while Wu Heng headed back to his dormitory. He opened the boundary door and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Emerging from the boundary door, Wu Heng went straight to the alchemy laboratory. Opening the door, he saw several alchemy skeletons busy with their tasks, sorting herbs, purifying, and brewing. The making of elixirs was not as simple as cooking porridge. The steps were quite intricate. Wu Heng turned his gaze to No, one expert. He saw No, one expert, with 6 arms, cautiously handling a 3rd-level corpse core at the alchemy bench. After thinking for a bit, he decided to switch to another skeleton. "No, one alchemy number, come here for a moment." The dwarf skeleton came over, shaking a potion bottle as it walked. Wu Heng took out the 8 corpse cores he had obtained that day and said, these are first-level corpse cores, use them to make first-level elixirs. The dwarf skeleton took them, placed them in a nearby cooler, and then returned to its original work spot. Wu Heng didn't continue to disturb them. He closed the door and headed downstairs. When he reached the first floor, Minnie was sitting at the coffee table practicing her writing. Seeing Wu Heng come down, she immediately smiled. "Master, I thought you weren't home. I've been upstairs, get the bath water ready, I need to take a shower." "Yes, master." Minnie got up to prepare the bath water. After the bath was filled with water, Wu Heng soaked in it comfortably. Leaning his head back, resting on the edge of the tub, he pondered his encounter with the military market today. The take was not small. Besides purchasing a machine cannon, he also obtained 8 corpse cores, all of which were needed by him. And the pricing of the market was really not expensive. "I can often go there to exchange for things I need," Wu Heng muttered to himself. Beyond ammunition, corpse cores, various mechanical parts needed, special labor types, or corpses of mutated zombies. All these were usable by him as well. Talents are also quite important, I'll recruit some in time. The development of the base, relying solely on ordinary survivors to do the hard labor, was difficult to advance. Recruiting special workers or superpowered men was also very important. At the very least, after Qiangzi figured out the lazy dog bomb, the efficiency of clearing zombies increased by more than several times. So having talents from various industries in the base was ultimately not a bad thing. Creak. As he thought this, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Wu Heng narrowed his eyes and looked to the side. He saw Minnie, wrapped in a bath towel, sneaking in. The towel revealed her white collarbone, arms, and straight calves. Seeing Wu Heng open his eyes, she said a bit disappointed, "I wanted to scare you." As she spoke, Minnie sat down and gently splashed water on him. Wu Heng placed a hand on her smooth thigh, sliding under the towel. "You're always up to mischief." "Hee," Minnie giggled, her onion-like fingers gently caressing his chest. "Master, your muscles are so nice, I wish I were this solid." "What girl is solid with muscles all over?" Minnie smiled again and said, "Let me rub your shoulders for you, you seem a bit tired today." Then she moved behind and began gently massaging his shoulders. After massaging for a while, Minnie continued, "Master, this position is a bit tiring for me, can I come in?" "Come on in." The robe slipped off, revealing a lithe body full of vitality. Carefully, she stepped into the tub and sat down facing him. But as soon as she sat down, she leaned into his embrace as if she had no strength left. "Aren't you going to continue?" Wu Heng asked, wrapping his arms around her waist. Minnie's face turned red, she tucked back her wet ear and said, "I don't have the strength anymore." "That's not true, you're ending it before you even start." Minnie wrapped her arms around his shoulder and whined softly, "Master is so mean." As dusk approached, Andre Willow also returned from outside. When Chef No. 1 brought dinner, the 3 of them sat together to eat. "Shanayla hasn't come over for a meal these past 2 days, said Andre Willow. "Eating," Minnie replied, "the merchant ship has arrived, and she's busy with that." "Has Starflower's fleet not left yet?" "Not yet, I think. I heard they're preparing food, fresh water and cargo to take away," answered Minnie. "That makes sense." He had been commanding the undead and had forgotten about the matters of the living. Living beings setting sail needed to be well prepared, otherwise, they might die of thirst or hunger at sea. "Yeah, that makes sense." After dinner, they continued their usual training in the courtyard. Wu Heng's swordsmanship became increasingly proficient, and even without using the longsword instructor, he wielded it with style. However, his swordsmanship was still basic and hadn't reached the intermediate level. After training for a while, Wu Heng took the 2 women back to the room to rest. The next morning, Wu Heng headed to the association. As soon as he entered the hall, a staff member hurried over. "Deputy Steward, there are 2 letters for you here." Chapter 384. Letter? Wu Heng took it and glanced at it. It wasn't a blank envelope sort of letter but one mailed by the association. "Thank you. It's my duty," the staff member smiled and nodded before turning and walking away. Wu Heng, holding the letter, went straight to the office study. Upon opening the door, he saw Andre Willow tidying up. As the vice-executive's assistant, she always arrived a bit earlier to prepare some things ahead of time. "Master." Wu Heng nodded, sat down at the desk to the side, and began to peruse the letter. There were 2 letters in total, and both were sent by acquaintances of his. Sister Mancha, the gang big sister, and Steward Slate from Blackstone Town. Had the 2 agreed to send letters together? They actually arrived here at the same time. He picked up the first letter, broke the seal, and poured out the letter to unfold it. Master. I assume you've arrived at Gold and Silver Island by now. Did you have a smooth trip? Are the new members friendly? If it's not so nice there, if you're not quite fitting in, you can come to Lundham City. It's not as bad here anymore as it used to be. Of course, with your abilities, Master, everything will go smoothly wherever you go. Since you've been gone for so long, Steward Slate has come to Lundham City. He brought girls who sing and dance, and now the Money Cat has opened for business. It's become the hottest entertainment venue in the surrounding cities, making a large amount of money every day. Even the local taxes have gone up several-fold. The development of the city has also progressed according to your layout. Streetlights have been erected in the central area, and property values for shops around have been rising rapidly. Those who sold their properties to us at low prices before probably cannot sleep with regret now. I've been keeping a tally of the taxes and Money Cat's income, which you can take with you as soon as you return. During your absence, I've missed you a bit, though I know you must miss me too and know that you can't come back because you are busy with association work, but still, I dream about you every day, about the times when I would act as your little wildcat. Oh, and I have a surprise for you. The thing we worked hard on together has borne fruit. You'll see it when you return. Master, if you have time, please come back to see me. I miss you very much. After reading the letter, Wu Heng immediately put it into his space ring. The first part talked about the development of Lundham City. According to the plans he and another person discussed before he left, they were to turn Lundham City into a genuine city that never sleeps. Aside from serving as a transit hub for the Beastmen Federation and the Yeko Kingdom, it was also going to become a significant entertainment city. The Money Cat was one of its representative buildings. From what the letter indicated, the effect was very good. Even the whole town's shops benefited, with taxes naturally increasing as well. The latter part of the letter detailed Sister Mancha's longing for him. Sister Mancha was Wu Heng's first maid, a cold big sister of the gang outwardly but a woman who would wear cat ear lingerie and meow indoors. In truth, Wu Heng missed her too, but the distance was too great. Even using the phantom train, the journey would take half a month. When he had some free time, he would go back to visit. And to lay out the next steps for the development of Lundham City. Did someone write a letter to the master? Andre Willow brought over a cup of tea. From Sister Mancha. Andre Willow smiled. Sister Mancha probably misses you to death. When we were in Lundham City, she was the one who clung to you the most. Really? Yes, if you don't believe me, ask Minnie. Whenever we spent too long with you, Sister Mancha would immediately get mad, Andre Willow said while petting the little owl. Is that so? Tell her about it next time you see her. No need for that. Aside from you, Master, she takes good care of us in every other way. Since coming here, no one has given us any spending money, Andre Willow said. Oh, she still acts a bit like an elder sister then, Wu Heng commented. Andre Willow leaned in closer and continued, did Sister Mancha mention my people? No, Sister Mancha is quite reliable in her work. I'll be back in a short while, and I'll check for you then, Wu Heng replied. Thank you so much, Master. The two chatted as the owl hooted softly. Andre Willow moved to one side, opened the drawer, and took out some jerky to feed it. Wu Heng then opened the second letter to see what it contained. Deputy Steward Wu Heng. The sea surrounds Gold and Silver Island, and it's plagued with rampant pirates, far worse than the bandits and highway robbers before. Their leaders might even be at the third or fourth tier, with not insignificant power. In your dealings, be very cautious and careful, and never as reckless as on the mainland, or act alone. With your current age, it's rare for anyone in the human race to rise so quickly to the position of vice executive. Just survive safely for a while, and the association will nurture you more. Remember not to be reckless and seek adventure. The Money Cat at Lundham City is doing exceedingly well. Even without the profit share I promised you, the yield is dozens of times that of the Money Cat in Blackstone Town. I intend to shift the focus of the business to Lundham City, to prioritize it. I've heard that Gold and Silver Island is an important maritime trade hub. Can you start making contacts to see if it's suitable to establish another Money Cat there? Everything is fine in Blackstone Town, even though you have left. the tales about you in the crowded district keep spreading and growing, your reputation has far surpassed mine as an association steward. The residents of the crowded district have had their third application for erecting a statue of you approved. When you return next time, you should be able to see what your likeness looks like amongst them. Yuli often talks about you, seeming rather attached. Be aware of your position and don't talk to her about anything to do with pirates. Now she keeps clamoring to go to sea and become a pirate, which is giving me a headache. Everything is fine on my end, there's no need to worry. I've been keeping an eye on that house of yours in Blackstone Town. I've recently replaced some of the furniture and wall coverings. When you have time, come back and see if you like it. Be careful in all you do. Reading the contents of the letter, Wu Heng's brow raised. Slither and Sister Mancha had completely different personalities. When Mancha would be more straightforward in revealing her emotions, after all, that's just how communication in the gang worked. As for Slither, she was the image of a strong woman, and she was quite assertive in her approach. Otherwise, Money Cat wouldn't have taken off, let alone secure a position as a steward. Even when the two of them were together, she was the one on top. The contents of the letter, aside from advising him to be careful, also included an update on the business situation at Money Cat. The booming income from Lundham City even made her consider closing down the Money Cat in Blackstone Town. The latter part of the letter mentioned Yuli and her desire to become a pirate, which Wu Heng failed to see how it related to himself. He had come to Gold and Silver Island and encountered pirates but never told Yuli. And the last sentence, there was new furniture at home, beckoning him to return and check it out. Wu Heng, however, did understand the message. It was at this place that they last reconciled. What's there to see about furniture? It was simply that she missed him. Humph. Women. Still playing it cool. He took out 2 sheets of paper and wrote replies to the 2 women. He briefed them on the situation here and also expressed his longing for them. He would definitely visit them when he had the time. After finishing the replies, he sealed them in envelopes, addressing them properly. Waiter. Master. Waiter turned around. No matter, I'll be heading back now. Now? It's not even noon yet. Can't help it, sitting here is making me restless, let me know if anything comes up. Wu Heng got up. All right then, master, take care. Squeak, squeak. The little owl also hooted twice. Wu Heng waved at the person and the bird, carrying his letters as he walked out. Handing over the letters to the front desk, he left the association. He returned to his residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw the wood elf Shanela sitting there. Seeing Wu Heng return, she flashed a bright smile. You're back. Yeah, why are you spacing out here by yourself again today? Wu Heng walked over and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Shanela looked around guiltily, making sure no one was there, then leaned into him and said, just came out to sit, Minnie is inside painting. Ah. Minnie has picked up a new hobby. Shanela smiled and said, it's quite nice, she has her own interests, and it's rare to have a master who spoils the mates as much as you do. I'll spoil you even more in the future. Shanela lifted her eyes slightly, you said so, I'll remember that. Of course. Shanela continued, Starflower's merchant fleet is about to leave, let me know if you have more ceramics and glass products to sell, I'll take them too. Zombie World, the collected life essentials. Wu Heng had agreed to sell them to Starflower. Besides, he would get more profit by selling through them than on his own. Wu Heng said, let's do it tomorrow, I'll have all the goods ready, your people can take them all away then. Alright, also let me know if you need to buy anything, write it all down and place the order with me. Okay. The two sat in the courtyard chatting for a while, then Minnie came out of the room. She called Shanela over to take a look at her work and help with some adjustments. Shanela went to correct the painting with Minnie, and Wu Heng found an excuse to leave the place directly. He headed to the port and his ship's hold. He opened the boundary door and moved all the ready goods over. Skeletons carried the goods one by one. Gradually, they filled up the entire cargo hold. I'll have Shanela arrange for people to move it tomorrow, it's good to make use of it. All those things had been scavenged from Zombie World. Now Starflower would sell them on his behalf, and he could now sell them in large quantities. Otherwise, he'd run out of space to store them. After moving everything, Wu Heng locked up the door, left skeletons to guard it, then went back to the deck and walked out. He followed the road back. Along the way, he stopped by a few shops on Lighthouse Street. He bought some alchemy materials and a large number of arrows. Halfway through, he suddenly felt someone rapidly approaching. He turned around cautiously, while Skull Crusher and Bloody Hand quickly positioned themselves before and behind him for protection. The approaching person was a bald, dark-skinned burly man dressed like a gang member. He gave a slight bow and said, "Sir, Our Lady invites you over." Wu Heng took another look at the man and asked, "Who is your lady?" "Lady Macintosh. The Six-Armed Prophet?" Chapter 385. Macintosh, this name did conjure some memories for Wu Heng. The prophet from the Old Barrel Tavern, with her thick lips and bushy eyebrows, was a woman with 4 arms. Her appearance felt somewhat like that of a Native American in the movies. This bald burly man, was he one of the people from the Old Barrel? "What do you want with me?" Wu Heng asked, looking toward him. Though the bald man looked fierce, his tone was very respectful. The lady didn't say. Wu Heng nodded and asked, "Where is she?" "Where?" "This way, please." The bald strongman led the way, heading to one side. Wu Heng followed behind him, and before long, they arrived in front of a carriage. It seemed that they had just seen him. The bald man stood by the carriage and spoke in a soft voice, "The person you are to meet has arrived." The curtain was pulled open slightly, and Wu Heng could vaguely see a woman looking out. "Please get in, sir." The carriage door opened, revealing the somewhat dark interior. Wu Heng glanced inside. It was just the woman by herself, with nothing else unusual about the place. Wu Heng let Skull Crusher sit next to the coachman, and he entered the carriage directly with Bloody Hand. The carriage door closed, the woman poured a glass of fruit wine, and gently said, "Deputy Steward, where are you planning to go?" The other party knew his identity, but Wu Heng didn't mind. The pirates had already spread the news far and wide. Not to mention the Old Barrel Tavern that handled many of the island's intelligence reports. "Back to the association. I'm heading to the Central District as well," said the woman, then she tapped the carriage's partition. "Let's go." The carriage gradually set into motion, slowly moving forward. Inside the carriage, after a moment of silence, the woman, leaning back in her chair, said, "Did the deputy steward come to Lighthouse Street to buy something?" "Just browsing around," Wu Heng asked back. "Mrs. Macintosh, what are you doing out?" "Visiting a friend. The information I provided you with last time, did it yield anything?" The last time Wu Heng went to buy information about the pirates. The other party did not provide it, but mentioned finding 2 bodies at the port. Although it was not a direct clue for catching the pirates, it was still somewhat related. It was somewhat helpful. "Mrs. Macintosh's information is quite reliable. In the future, should there be any cases, I may still trouble Old Barrel Tavern," Wu Heng said politely. A smile appeared on the woman's face. "Don't keep calling me Mrs. all the time, I'm not much older than you." With that, she reached out one of her hands to hold his hand. Wu Heng instantly raised his hand to scratch his head, avoiding the woman's gesture, and casually said, "There hasn't been any trouble at the port lately, has there?" The woman's gesture fell short, and her expression didn't change at all. She simply said, "Accompany me for dinner tonight, and I can provide you with any information you need." Wu Heng's skin crawled upon hearing this. Why did that line sound like it was trying to seduce some young girl? And today, it was being used on him. At the same time, he recalled what the steward assistant Moya had said during his first visit to the Old Barrel Tavern. Macintosh had been through several husbands, with lovers everywhere. She looked at him with a certain look in her eyes, warning him to be careful. He hadn't paid much mind at first, but now, the situation had actually arisen. Lovers everywhere. Chances are that some of the strong men outside were her lovers. Macintosh controlled the allocation of port labor and intelligence work. Although she didn't hold a candle to the island master or the association stewards, she was still a well-known figure on the island. Having more lovers was quite normal. The strong hold more resources, including partners, regardless of gender. However, since she wasn't to his taste, it was also hard for him to accept this approach. "I'll pass on dinner, but if there is any information I need, I'll go to the Old Barrel Tavern," Wu Heng said directly. The woman looked up at him, sipped her tea with a smile, and did not dwell on the matter. Instead, she casually brought up a new topic, mentioning that many wealthy merchants had recently come to the Lighthouse District and bought a lot of properties in the newly built area. It was possible that Lighthouse Street would have many new shops opening soon. Wu Heng chatted along. It was somewhat awkward. The awkward conversation continued all the way to the association, where he thanked her and got out of the carriage. The woman with the gold rings on her fingers lifted the curtain and said, "If you come around one day, you can find me, feelings can be cultivated slowly." Wu Heng raised an eyebrow and replied, "I still prefer purchasing information with a bounty." The woman didn't say anything, and the carriage slowly drove away. Wu Heng watched the carriage depart, and then walked towards his own residence. Well, that was a close call, he nearly got flirted with by a woman. Returning home, André Willow had also returned from the association. The three women were sitting in the living room chatting. Seeing Wu Heng return, Minnie immediately said, "Master, Shanela brought a lot of ingredients, dinner is going to be rich tonight." Shanela smiled and said, "They were brought by the fleet, and I can't finish them alone, let's eat together." "Sorry for the trouble." "Not at all, it's just some common ingredients." Minnie hugged Shanela's arm, "It's nice to be rich. Your master is pretty rich too." "But not as rich as you." Minnie looked up at her and said, "Why don't you just move in here and save the trouble of going back and forth?" Shanela's cheeks turned red, and she glanced cautiously at Wu Heng before tapping Minnie's forehead lightly. "I'm the president of Starflower, how could I possibly stay randomly at other places? It would affect both the merchant fleet and our race if word got out." Wu Heng, sitting on the side, felt as though the comment was meant for him to hear. Minnie still clung to her, "Would it affect anything if you come here every day?" "Visiting you? What's there to affect?" "Hee, that's true." After chatting for a while, Chef Number 1 prepared dinner. They sat down together at the dining table to eat. Once dinner was over, the group, along with an owl, went to the courtyard to discuss the flower beds and the swimming pool's water storage. As the daylight gradually faded, Shanela waved goodbye and returned to her place. Wu Heng also went back to his room with the two women to rest. The next day, morning. Inside the ship's cabin, the Starflower workers began moving the cargo stored in the cabin. To one side, people were constantly reminding them to be careful because the items were fragile. Shanela, today wrapped in a blue cloak that hid her body and face, could not entirely conceal her voluptuous figure. Wu Heng handed her the completed order form and said, "It's done, 50,000 sets of leather armor, 3,000 one-handed battle axes, 3,000 longbows and 1,000 strong crossbows, plus 5,000 bags of grain." Upon hearing the quantities he reported, Shanela took another look, slightly surprised. "Why are you buying so much again? Was he planning to arm a national army?" "I have many friends, as soon as they heard the cargo was from the Starflower, they all clamored for it." "Stop talking nonsense. If you keep ordering like this, you'll become our biggest customer on Gold and Silver Island," Shanela said. "Is there any discount?" Shanela gave him a glance, handed the order to a nearby fleet manager, and instructed, "Charge him a 30% deposit." "Yes," the manager replied. After calculating the price, Starflower paid Wu Heng over 40 gold coins. This was the money for selling glass and ceramics, which would have been more, but they had deducted the 30% deposit. By the time it was passed over, only a small bag remained. But the price was still good. In Lundham City, these items were all sold for copper coins, but Shanela had directly bought them at the rate of 1 silver piece each. Of course, the quality of glass products like these could only be sold by Starflower and not to others, setting a kind of monopoly price. With the money received, Wu Heng still stood to the side. The workers kept on moving the cargo. Wu Heng and Shanela stood nearby, silently watching. After all the cargo was moved, Shanela went to deal with fleet matters, and Wu Heng left the port with the skeletons. After returning to his place, he informed Minnie. Then he directly went up to the 4th floor, heading for the zombie world. Stepping out of the dormitory, the survivors were all greeting each other. Wu Heng nodded in response and headed to the designated area for skeletons. Walking around inside, he selected 20 skeleton warriors that had reached level 5 and possessed the skill Hunter's Aim. Hunter's Aim, when the target focuses on aiming, their attacks become incredibly precise, ignoring the prey's concealed state and any lesser cover. Hunter's Aim was a skill unlocked by archers and crossbowmen that could reduce environmental impact and increase accuracy. In reality, the environment had little effect on skeletons. Skeletons lacked physical sensation, the most it impacted was their weaponry. For example, wind force, air resistance, or other kinds of disturbances. But having this skill was certainly better than not having it at all. Wu Heng took out rifles from the space ring and placed them on the ground, then ordered, "Drop your weapons and pick up the firearms on the ground." Clatter clatter. The skeleton warriors put down their longbows and bent over to pick up the rifles from the ground. Level 5 skeletons already possessed basic intelligence. Although their actions still followed orders, they now had strong recognition and judgment abilities. Moreover, this wasn't the first time skeletons had been guards carrying guns. Both the prison and the passenger station were guarded by armed skeletons. Wu Heng demonstrated to them how to disengage the safety and change the bullets among other actions using the rifle. After demonstrating everything, he continued to order, "Fire ahead." Bang bang bang. The skeletons fired in unison, their bullets shooting into the high grass a half-meter away. The skeletons bearing guns was not their first time either. The prison and passenger station were both guarded by skeletons armed with guns. Skeletons were stronger in combat than average survivors, which also prevented the distribution of guns to ordinary survivors from resulting in uncontrollable situations. If someone indeed tried to snatch the firearms from the skeletons' hands, they would be deemed a threat and attacked by the rest of the skeletons. Therefore, skeletons serving as guards were effective as a deterrent both internally and externally. At this moment, Heng and others, hearing the gunfire, hurried over. Seeing Wu Heng there, they let the others disperse. Heng approached and said, "I thought we were being attacked." "No, these skeletons are to be assigned for base defense," Wu Heng said directly. "Understood." Heng immediately positioned the skeletons on guard duty, attracting quite a crowd of curious survivors. After coming back, Wu Heng continued, "Get the convoy ready, we're going out to clear zombies." "All right." Soon, the convoy was prepared. Escorted by the skeleton army, they left the factory gates. The street was flanked by a large number of KTVs. Packs of zombies surged like a raging flood from all sides onto the main road, bringing with them an overwhelming stench of blood, rushing forward in a torrent. Whoosh! The skeleton flying dragons flew over the horde of zombies. Dense iron bombs fell like torrential rain, covering the zombies below. The ground shook, and clouds of dust rose to the heavens. Then the second and third waves of iron rain followed in succession. The horde of zombies collapsed in the barrage, instantly clearing the whole street. Only a few scattered at the edges, shaking their broken bodies. Confused, they looked around and continued their forward assault. Wu Heng waved away the smoke that had drifted to the back. Looking at the 1,000 or so zombies, he ordered directly, "Advance forward." Shuffle shuffle. The waiting skeleton army began to move. They started to advance along the road. Wu Heng followed behind, unleashing corpse battlefield. Bands of skeletons rose up and joined the skeleton ranks. Skeleton Warrior, Level 3. Skeleton Warrior, Level 4. Level 4? Chapter 386. Seeing the directly transformed skeletons had already reached Level 4. Wu Heng still couldn't help but frown. This was not good news for the ordinary survivors. The attributes of the zombies were continuously increasing, but on the survivors' side, awakening superpowers remained difficult. Even selling corpse cores, no one was willing to try swallowing a corpse core to gamble at all. This was related to the level of danger after consumption. Whether one could awaken a superpower was one thing, but most survivors, after consuming a corpse core, would be directly transformed into zombies. Without being driven to a last resort, few were willing to gamble with their lives on luck. Whoosh! Ahead, a staircase entrance door suddenly fell to one side. 5 or 6 zombies charged out from inside, pouncing toward the rear of the team. Wu Heng looked up and said, "Axe-head skeleton, go up." The axe-wielding skeleton at the back rushed forward, knocking the zombies down head-on and directly chopping them into a mess of flesh and blood. The battle quickly ended. After Wu Heng had transformed all the bodies, he ordered to continue moving forward. Heading to the next area, continuing to kill zombie hordes to increase the number of skeletons while also gathering experience. The third batch of zombie hordes was cleared out. 2 mutated dog corpses were dragged over by skeletons and thrown at his feet. Mutated dogs, possessing substantial intelligence, were not easy to kill. It was only after the skeletons took a detour and trapped them in an alley that they were successfully killed. Releasing the bone manipulation skill, the flesh fell off, and 2 skeleton hounds immediately stood up. Shaking off the bits of flesh from their bodies, they walked to one side. Wu Heng, meanwhile, found 2 level 1 corpse cores among the bodies. He directly pocketed them. Continuing, he released Corpse Battlefield, transforming all the killed bodies. As the transformation ended, the sky also gradually darkened. Wu Heng climbed onto the truck, leading the large force back. After returning to the old factory district, he handed it over to Chi Han-Ke, then opened the boundary door and returned to Gold and Silver Island. On Gold and Silver Island, the sky also darkened. Wu Heng moved downstairs quietly and after having Chef No. 1 prepare some late-night snacks, he walked out of the courtyard, instinctively glancing at the position of Shanela's study where, behind the curtains, a light still shone through. She was indeed staying up late again. Wu Heng folded a piece of paper into a box, released animate object, and the paper crane flapped its wings, heading toward the window. Soon, Shanela with her hair down, poked her head out from the window. She glanced in his direction, then pointed to a spot on the rooftop. Wu Heng nodded and quickly climbed up to the rooftop. And Shanela on the opposite side waved at him. Wu Heng pointed to himself and whispered, "I'll come over." Shanela nodded. The distance between the two buildings was roughly 3 to 4 meters. His attributes were already several times greater than an ordinary person's, and since Shanela could make the jump, he surely wouldn't have any problems either. Backpedaling 2 steps, he ran forward and leaped, directly landing on the opposite rooftop and teetering a few steps before being caught in the open arms of Shanela. Shanela freed herself from the embrace, grabbed his hand, and slapped the back of it hard before pulling him downstairs into the 4th-floor study. Only after closing the doors and windows did she speak softly, "I've cut down the number of guards, usually, no one comes to the 4th floor." Wu Heng immediately said, "Why have the guards been reduced? Gold and Silver Island isn't safe, don't let anything happen. Don't I have you now? You said you would protect me. But what if I'm not around? What if you encounter danger?" Wu Heng thought for a moment, then continued, "I'll arrange some skeletons for you, they'll be fully armed and inconspicuous. No need for now, the trade caravan will send some people over for me, we can see how it goes." The Starflower, obviously, would not let Shanela, the president, be in danger. "I just need to keep an eye on things myself then." Having decided, he looked at the wood elf in front of him, with her fair skin and voluptuous figure, stood up, walked over, and pulled her into his embrace. He gazed down at her beautiful eyes, as green as emeralds. Shanela's eyes darted away. What are you doing? I only said it's convenient to talk here, we had an agreement, you can't just. The next second, Wu Heng bent down and kissed her. He captured her soft lips, gently taking them into his mouth. In her panic, he quickly caught the flicking tip of her tongue. Struggling in vain, Shanela's body gradually softened. She lightly punched his shoulder, then wrapped her arms around his neck, awkwardly returning the kiss. Wu Heng chuckled. Over 400 years old, and she really doesn't understand much about these things. Seeing her moved, Wu Heng gently explored her body, soft and smooth as if caressing polished jade. Tap tap tap. At this moment, footsteps sounded. Wu Heng opened his eyes, while Shanela was still responding eagerly, he slightly turned his head and whispered, "Someone is coming." Shanela's expression froze, and she snapped back to reality, "Shh, don't make a sound." Thump thump. "Milady, you should rest now," the housekeeper's voice came through. Before the room door opened, Shanela walked out. She said, "Let's go, I'm tired too." The housekeeper glanced at the study and left with her. Wu Heng then returned to his quarters via the same route he had come by. Returning to his room from the rooftop. After a simple wash, he prepared to rest. Lying in bed, he thought about what just happened. The timing of Shanela's housekeeper's appearance and the glance she cast toward the study before leaving. It all seemed as if she knew Wu Heng was in the study. On further thought, Shanela, as the president of a wood elf trading company and an important covenant wife, wouldn't have an ordinary person for a housekeeper. Moreover, could I have so easily gotten in and out if the guard of the 4th floor had been reduced? She likely wasn't an ordinary person either. If that was the case, then, Shanela must have known the housekeeper would find out. She didn't attempt to hide it, which seemed like a declaration of her relationship with me. It appears she trusts her indeed. With these thoughts in mind, he closed his eyes to rest. The next day, early morning. Laughter from Minnie echoed from downstairs. Wu Heng got up, washed, and made his way downstairs. When passing the radio room on the 3rd floor, he walked inside. In front of the skeleton investigator, the record book was filled with numerous entries as usual. A new batch of slaves has arrived here, do you want me to buy some women for you to try out? I saw a lot buying. Damn it, those assholes look down on me, arrange a couple of merchant ships for me to rob, will you? Without any prestige, it's hard for me to do things for you. I'm joining a few other pirate groups to corner your association's ships, think of something, this ship won't last much longer. It's not me attacking, you know, I'm just following from a distance to help you gather information, if anyone dies, it's got nothing to do with me. Chapter 387. Looking at the recorded content in his hands, Wu Heng instantly sobered up. Philippa was actually joining forces with other pirate groups to ambush the association's ship. This. Our own undercover agents clashing with us, isn't this madness? 2 days ago, Philippa had sent back a similar message. She mentioned that a few pirate groups were discussing ambushing the association's ships, and Wu Heng even asked her to pay more attention to it. And now, she had directly joined in. If these association members really die here, and Philippa's involvement gets out, it would be hard to remove their names from the association's wanted list. A complete return to the high seas. Wu Heng looked at the contents again, picked up the microphone, and said, Philippa. Can you hear me? Yes, you're finally speaking. What's going on? Explain in detail, Wu Heng directly said. Oh. While I was on the island, I recruited some sailors, intending to leave the next day. The pirate groups I mentioned before found me, saying they were going to ambush the association's ships at night. They were short-handed and asked if I wanted to join. I thought it was a good opportunity to gather intelligence on pirate movements, so I agreed, Philippa said proudly. So, originally, the Philippa pirate group wasn't part of the plan. But an unexpected situation arose, and they were asked to join. It felt like Philippa had fully integrated into her undercover identity and was even excited about it. What about now? Wu Heng asked again. We're at sea now. How's the association's ship doing? They are fleeing, there are several pirate ships chasing after them, I haven't hit them at all, if they die, it has nothing to do with me, Philippa continued. Who's on the ship? Lots of people, all from the association, and they are pretty formidable, so many ships attacking them, so many ballistae fired, and they've still managed to break through and flee until now. Wu Heng thought for a moment and asked again, is there an elf woman with golden hair wearing silver armor? Yes. She's quite formidable, so, she's one of your people, Philippa said, a bit surprised. Wu Heng's heart skipped a beat. It must be the team led by Xi Ligi. They were fine, yet they had to go out and capture pirates, now they didn't catch anyone, and they are about to become captives instead. Frowning in thought, he said, is there a way to ensure their survival? I can make sure to gather the bodies for you. Once people are dead, what difference do their bodies make? Tell me your location, the number of pirate ships, and the level of the leader, Wu Heng said. I'm not too sure about the location, they are fleeing toward Gold and Silver Island, they should be near Scorpion Pincer Island by now. There are 7 pirate ships, all small ones, 2 leaders, the highest is from the Poison Blade pirate group, a level 12 chief, the other is level 10, Philippa reported. Wu Heng flipped through the wanted orders on his tablet. Poison Blade pirate group, level 12 chief, wanted on a 3rd-degree order for a previous assassination of an association squad leader. Quite the catch. They had already attacked association members before. It seems they harbored grievances against the association, which is why they targeted their isolated members. After confirming the pirates' wanted orders, Wu Heng going on, all right, if there's a chance, try to save the golden-haired elf woman, she's a deputy steward of the association. Oh, if there's an opportunity, I will, Philippa replied. Hearing this, Wu Heng put the microphone back. He went downstairs, put on his coat, and hurried outside. Minnie, watering the flowers in the courtyard, saw him rushing out and called out, Master, breakfast is ready. There's trouble at the association, I'll have to eat later tonight. With that, he left. He hailed a carriage and rushed towards the direction of the association steward's office. After tapping lightly on the door and hearing the assistant Moya respond, he pushed the door open and entered. In the office, only Moya sat behind the desk, sorting through stacks of documents. Where's the steward? Wu Heng asked. The steward is not here, you seem to be in a hurry, is there something wrong? Moya asked. Wu Heng glanced at her and said, call the steward back, I have important intelligence about the pirates that I need to discuss with him. Moya hesitated for a moment but still said, the steward has gone to sea, to meet with Deputy Steward Xi Liggy and others, he is not on the island right now. After saying this, she added, don't speak of this matter to anyone, to avoid complications. Upon hearing this, Wu Heng furrowed his brows. Imolo has gone to sea to rescue Xi Liggy. Then who are Philippa and her group chasing after? From their appearance, it should be the team led by Xi Liggy. How many days has the steward been out? 2 days, according to the plan, he should arrive at the rendezvous point by noon. Considering he left 2 days ago, how did they still encounter an ambush by pirate ships? Was the steward targeted as well? Impossible, pirates dare not come close to Gold and Silver Island, largely because Imolo is stationed here. A level 12 petty pirate daring to confront Imolo is quite unlikely. It's very likely there was a timing issue, and the two sides didn't meet, with Xi Liggy's fleet being pursued haphazardly. Is there a problem? Moya, seeing him standing there frowning, asked curiously. Wu Heng raised his head, shared the intelligence he had just gathered, as well as his own analysis. After hearing this, Moya's eyebrows also furrowed. He said, what you're thinking makes sense, and I'll find a way to contact the steward, tell that pirate mistress to ensure the safety of the association members as much as possible. Wu Heng hesitated but still responded, all right. The only guarantee is to recover bodies. Seeing Moya hurry off, Wu Heng also promptly left the steward's office. He stood in place, deep in thought. Then he headed straight for the office of the elf vice-executive Xi Liggy. Standing in front of the door, he forcefully twisted the doorknob, but it didn't open. Xi Liggy didn't have an attendant, so when she wasn't there, no one was in the room. Do you have the key to this room? Wu Heng asked a passing worker. The worker looked at him and then at the steward's office, shaking his head, no. Go find a thief to pick the lock, never mind, Skull Crusher, you do it, Wu Heng said directly. Skull Crusher stepped back 2 paces, took a running start, and kicked out, bang, the whole door shook violently. Then Skull Crusher swung the warmer and smashed it down on the door lock. The sound of breaking was heard, the door lock instantly loosened, and with another kick, the door was forced open. Wu Heng entered the room and looked around. He pulled open the desk drawer, which contained many daily use items. He rummaged through it and found a cream-colored bodice and a blue hairband. He put back the bodice and took the hairband. Tap tap tap. Guards responsible for the order at the association hurried over, pushing through the crowd. They surveyed the violently opened door and Wu Heng, who was seated inside rifling through things, with slightly furrowed brows. Deputy Steward Wu Heng, what is this about? Wu Heng got up and walked out, saying, have someone watch over this place, don't let anything get lost, I will explain to the steward and Xi Liggy afterward. Oh. The guard responded. They had the door propped up and arranged for someone to stand guard. Upon reaching the port, Wu Heng boarded his own ship directly. When he walked down into the ship's cabin, he saw the skeleton attendant Shark Teeth, as well as a large group of skeleton sailors behind him. Set sail, to Scorpion Pincer Island. Rustle rustle. All the standing skeletons instantly sprang into action. Shark Teeth headed to the control room while the rest of the skeleton sailors charged onto the deck, untying the mooring ropes, retracting the gangways. Preparing to set sail. At the port above, the sudden appearance of skeletons quickly drew the attention of others. Damn it, how can there be so many undead here? They're commandeering the association's ship, quick, call the guard team. Damn it, follow me, there aren't many necromancy forces, kill them and go collect the reward from the association. The port was in chaos. Meanwhile, the ship filled with undead troops gradually disappeared from view. The ship moved swiftly across the sea. Shark Teeth's attributes included navigation-related ones. His ship-handling skills were very proficient, and the ship under his feet advanced rapidly. On deck, Wu Heng held the tracing locket, discerning the direction it indicated. The greatest use of this special item was to find targets. The last time he used it, it had been very effective. This time, he was relying on the locket to find the location of Xi Liggy and the others. The ship progressed swiftly. At that moment, the ghost Glenda, serving as a lookout sailor, flew down from above. I see several ships flying pirate flags, they should be the ones you're looking for. Wu Heng shaded his eyes with his hand and looked ahead. In the vast expanse of the sea, with faint mist floating, he saw nothing. "I don't see them, come back so I can take a look," Wu Heng said. Glenda merged into his body, sharing the recent vision in his mind. In the distance at sea, several pirate ships hovered. They had encircled a ship and launched an attack. It appeared that Xi Ligi and her party were still alive, at least, from what the vision showed, they were engaging in battle with the pirates. He let Glenda out again and continued to have shark teeth move closer. Glenda hovered in midair and said, "Are you sure you want to go? 8 pirate ships, are you sure you are going to rescue them and not join them in death?" The information provided by Philippa mentioned 7 pirate ships, not counting her own. What Glenda saw were 8. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then took the heavy machine cannon out of the space ring and had a skeleton secure it on one side of the deck. Meanwhile, he said to Glenda, "I have a big toy, cost me a lot of money, just the right time to test its power." Glenda floated above the machine cannon, looking at the oddly erected contraption, "Another one of your strange devices." "Uh-huh." The ship approached the battlefield quickly. Wu Heng continued to distribute heavy machine guns, rifles, and rocket launchers to the rest of the skeletons. Chapter 388. On the sea ship surrounded by pirate ships. Bodies lay scattered across the deck, their blood pooling together and flowing into the sea. A few pirates, wielding large hammers, kept swinging them, pounding at the entrance of the cabin. At this moment, the watching pirates made way. 3 figures, all wearing captain's hats, walked straight to the forefront. The leader, tall and slender with bushy eyebrows and a full beard, was clad in black leather armor and had 2 short blades hanging at his waist. This man was the captain of the Poison Blade pirate group. The second, probably in his 40s, solidly built with a rugged face, had a green feathered red crown parrot on his shoulder, larger around than a chicken. He was the captain of the Red Crown pirate group. The third was Philippa, clad in leather armor and trousers, her hair done up in dreadlocks, representing the Iron Barrel pirate group. Also the weakest among the 3 pirate groups. "How's it going?" the captain of the Poison Blade pirate group asked. The hammering pirate wiped off sweat and replied, "It's been specially reinforced, very hard to break through." "Humph. The association's pathetic ship turns out to have its cabin entrance the most secure," the captain of the Red Crown scoffed. The fat parrot on his shoulder mimicked, "Pathetic ship, pathetic ship." The captain of the Poison Blade's gaze fell on the cabin door as he spoke directly, "Friends from the association, at this point, is there still a need to drag out time? If you surrender peacefully, I can promise your safety, and once the ransom arrives, we will let you leave." After these words were said, the pirates turned their backs and laughed sinisterly. The solidly built captain of the Red Crown pirate group also spoke up, "We pirates are all after fortune, not interested in killing you all, surrender and come out, and you could still save your lives." "Exactly, do you think there's another way out? Or do you plan to hide in there until you die of thirst or hunger? Come out, we mean what we say." The group of pirates spoke with sneering smiles. Behind the door of the cabin, Xi Ligi gripped the long sword tightly, staring intently outside. A silver helmet sat upon her head, her delicate face smeared with dirt. The remaining squad members sat on the ground at either side, trying their best to recover their strength. Hearing the shouts from outside, one of the sailors whispered, "Vice Executive, shouldn't we?" Xi Ligi's face was cold as she turned and glared, cutting him off directly. "The Poison Blade pirate group is on the wanted list for murdering members of the association, do you think they would let us go? Opening the door and going out is just a death sentence." Upon hearing these words, the rest fell silent. They sat back down, unsure of what to do. Outside the cabin, as the pirates saw there was still no response, their patience for waiting had run out. The captain of the Poison Blade waved his hand, "Bring over the gunpowder kegs and blast it open." "Yes." Several pirates left to fetch the gunpowder kegs. These kegs were normally used for blockading the sea. If pursued by another ship, they would throw them into the water to hinder the pursuer's chase route. Pirates typically carried many, as every day they were prepared for battle. Philippa glanced at the cabin and then at the other pirates, suggesting, "This ship must be quite valuable, what if we blow it to pieces? I say let's take turns trying to break it open, or try from both sides if that doesn't work." The Poison Blade said nothing. But the captain of the Red Crown pirate group, puzzled, asked, "What? Got someone you know inside? Trying to buy time? Damn it! I know your mom," Philippa cursed and waved a hand dismissively, go ahead with the blast then, and you two will shoulder the loss when it comes time to sell. The poison blade paid him no mind, put it by the door. The pirates began carrying the gunpowder kegs over. They started stacking them by the cabin site. The captain of the poison blade wore a cold smile and spoke to those inside the cabin. I saw earlier, your team is led by an elf. It's been a while since I've tasted an elf's flavor. I won't let you die so quickly, I must at least enjoy. Clang. Mid-sentence, the ship's alarm bell rang out. Suddenly a pirate came running, yelling, "Captain, a merchant ship is coming from behind, heading this way." A merchant ship? They all looked back and saw on the far-off sea surface, a vessel resembling a cargo ship quickly approaching them. "Signal them to scram, I've got important matters here." "Lucky for him," said the poison blade. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a series of dull roars came from afar. Streaks of bright red light flashed by. Next second, a pirate ship in view was violently torn apart, whether it was pirates above deck or the ship's body. In an instant, it burst open like fireworks. Boom! The gunpowder inside the cabin ignited, flames rising, enveloping the whole ship. Sinking toward the seabed. Everyone's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the scene. In less than half a minute, the ship and its men had just vanished. Immediately following, was the second, the third, the fourth. Wherever the bright red flames passed, all the ships were extremely frail. Large pirate ships were blasted into sieves, small speedboats shattered into pieces and sank toward the bottom of the sea. The captain of Poison Blade pirate group was taken aback and quickly took cover behind the barricade, yelling, "What the hell is that? Which powers ships are these? Could it be some kind of special item with attack powers?" One question after another was shouted out. But no one could answer him. Everyone was scared witless by this sudden attack, scrambling to find cover to avoid being hit by flying debris. Whoosh! The next second, another whistling sound of something tearing through the air approached. A rocket exploded near Poison Blade. The blast hurled him several meters away, his legs were gone, and his upper body rolled to a distant place before slowly coming to a stop. He vomited blood profusely. Wu Heng operated the machine cannon, continuously firing at the ships. The 23mm bullets exhibited power far beyond imagination. Even though they couldn't sink a large pirate ship, piercing through the hull and killing enemies was not a problem at all. Those nimble boats used for boarding by the pirates could be sunk with just a few hits. Man and boat shattered together. Indeed, humans are fragile, even though in this world they continuously developed their constitution. They still couldn't resist an attack from such weapons. Ghost Glenda floated nearby. "What is this thing you have? Why is its power so immense?" The roaring continued by his ear. Wu Heng raised his voice, "Machine cannon. If this thing were to be sold, it would definitely be a hot seller among the armies of various countries, they might even fight to buy it," Glenda said. "Forget it, it's better for us to use it ourselves, it might not be a good thing if the word gets out." Glenda shrugged, "It's just a suggestion, it's up to you to decide." Then she pointed to another ship, "That one's close, hit it." "Can't do that, that one's ours." In less than 5 minutes, the bullets bought from the military had all been spent. Wu Heng said, "Go scout, see how many enemies are left, are the people from the association still alive?" "Okay." Glenda replied. And flew off into the distance. In the distance, all the pirates were terrified out of their wits. They had never seen weapons that could tear metal apart. They couldn't even see what was coming before people turned into clouds of blood and holes were left in the ships. "Fuck, what are you spacing out for? Get on the ship, we're getting out of here," the captain of the Red Crown pirate group cursed and ran towards his own ship. From a distance, Wu Heng saw the man, took out a barret from his ring, mounted it on the rail, and aimed. He estimated the man's movements. And pulled the trigger directly. Instantly, strong recoil struck, but his shoulder did not budge. And that burly captain of the pirates, his chest instantly burst into a cloud of blood. He was thrown backward, rolling several times before slowly coming to a stop. Wu Heng put away his gun, reflecting, "My shooting seems to have improved quite a bit." At this moment, Glenda flew back. She said directly, "Found it, the vice-executive you mentioned, is it a blonde elf?" "Yes." "Are they still alive?" "Alive, hiding in the cabin, seems unharmed." Wu Heng also let out a sigh of relief, it was good the person was unharmed. "Move closer, take out all the pirates." The ship began to approach, and the skeletons wielding machine guns and rifles began pulling their triggers, raining bullets down. On the deck, the captain of Poison Blade pirate group leaned back in the corner, vomiting blood profusely. A level 12, allowing him a stronger vitality, such that even when a rocket exploded beside him, he didn't immediately die. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw Philippa, who was also looking at him and reached out a hand. Save me, I can give you money. The excessive blood loss nearly pushed him to his limit, he could faint at any moment. Philippa glanced at him, then looked up at the ship that was quickly approaching and shooting at the pirate ship. She crawled over and grabbed Poison Blade's half-body, dragging it back. Once dragged to a corner. While Poison Blade was vomiting blood, he said, Save me, I can take you away. Oh, okay. Philippa nodded. The next second, a dagger slid out of her sleeve and plunged directly into his neck. Poison Blade's eyes widened, not expecting Philippa to kill him too, and he suddenly erupted with tremendous strength, struggling furiously. Philippa locked her legs tightly around his body. The dagger thrust into the neck continually stirred. Chapter 389. Philippa clenched her legs tightly around the body, her dagger slashing horizontally across the neck. The struggling body gradually lost its strength and went limp. Only a pair of eyes, still staring intently in her direction, refused to close in death. Philippa let go of the corpse and cautiously looked around. Seeing that no one around had noticed, she immediately crouched down, her face alight with joy as she slipped off the space ring from the finger, wiped the blood from it on the body, and put it on her own hand. Then, while carefully watching her surroundings, she started to strip the equipment from the body. Leather armor, leather boots, the dagger at the waist. She picked up the dagger by the hilt and smashed it against the golden teeth in the mouth. Traitor, traitor! Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out from above. Philippa's heart contracted. She looked up sharply to see the green-haired red-crowned parrot standing on the railing, loudly squawking traitor. Damn, shut up, stupid bird! Traitor, lackey, stupid bird! You motherfucker! Philippa cursed and lunged at it immediately. The fat parrot flapped its wings and flew up, thudding against the overhead beam, then tumbling back down onto the deck. Philippa was startled. It really is a stupid bird. She grabbed her clothes and hurriedly bent down to run toward her own pirate ship. Inside the cabin, amid the deafening roar, the whole ship was shaking violently. The wails of pirates came from outside, and fresh blood seeped through the cracks of the door. Xiligi and the few other squad members crammed into the narrow crevice, straining to look outside. Within their fixed line of sight, flames shot up into the sky, and from time to time, pirates were flung into the air. Bodies and limbs strewn about, scattering all over. What kind of weapon is this? Or has a great mage come? It must be the steward leading the team. I just saw that captain of Poison Blade being blasted away, he's probably dead. That's a level 12 fugitive, how could he be dead? Even if he's not dead, he won't live long, that hanging over there is his leg. The squad members discussed in hushed voices. The arrival of reinforcements allowed their taut nerves to relax somewhat. It was as if they had taken a stroll through the gates of hell. But Xiligi's brows were still furrowed. Although she couldn't see who was attacking the pirates, this method of attack felt strangely familiar. Last time, Wu Heng had used a strange apparatus to kill all the attacking pirates. Could it be that it's not Imolo the steward who has come? But Wu Heng? He was someone who rarely even went to the association, so why would he suddenly appear here? Deputy Steward, the noise outside has lessened, should we break out? Someone asked aloud with a suggestion. Xiligi glanced outside again and shook her head. Let's wait a bit longer, it's chaotic out there, and if we go out now, we might accidentally hurt our people, let's see how it unfolds first. Oh, okay. Everyone, eat something, when we go out later, there might still be pirates. Everyone nodded and rested where they were. The cargo ship filled with skeletons rapidly approached. Bullets rained out, relentlessly striking down every visible target. This way. Wu Heng pointed to the left. Bang bang bang. All guns aimed to the left, and a burst of concentrated gunfire ensued. Pirates trying to untie the ropes and cut the hooks were instantly struck dead or wounded. Over here. Attack this ship. Rocket launchers, sink that speedboat. Wu Heng kept pointing at one pirate ship after another, and the skeletons rotated their guns to sweep fire accordingly. Suddenly, in the corner of his eye, he saw Philippa clutching something, climbing back onto her own ship through the net of ropes. Wu Heng immediately directed the skeletons to turn their guns towards other ships. "Do you know that person?" Glenda floated nearby and asked quietly. She's my informant among the pirates, today's intelligence was provided by her," Wu Heng said directly. The ghost was intimately connected to her. Many things could be shared with them without any problem. "It seems like the people you chose aren't very agile." "There was no one else to choose, as long as they're not stupid, they'll do," Wu Heng said. His gaze swept over the location of the Iron Barrel pirate group again. Philippa had already climbed back onto her own ship and started directing the crew to break free and cut the ropes. Wu Heng then turned his head and looked in other directions. Only after the ship had broken free and moved away into the distance, did he gesture for the skeletons to fire a couple of random shots. Still, a few pirates were hit. They lay on the deck. With Philippa's pirate ship leaving, there were no more concerns. Under a relentless barrage of gunfire, the decks of all the ships were covered in bodies, with not a living soul in sight. "Cease fire!" The skeletons, upon hearing the command, stowed away their firearms. Wu Heng led the skeletons and leaped onto a pirate ship, the hulls touching. The deck was littered with bodies, and his feet felt the sticky sensation of flesh and blood. Raising his hand, he cast Corpse Battlefield, transforming the bodies on the deck into skeletons that rose from the ground. They swayed as they picked up the weapons from the ground. Wu Heng walked to the entrance of the cabin and looked down. Whoosh whoosh! Several crossbow arrows, whistling as they were shot up. Wu Heng dodged to one side and threw dancing light skill downwards, barely making out the pirates hiding inside, ready for action. It seems a defensive battle was in order. Thinking for a moment, he took a grenade from his space ring, pulled the pin, and threw it directly into the cabin. Bang! After a loud boom, Wu Heng said, "Kill them all, leave none alive." Clang clang clang! The skeletons, armed with weapons, charged into the cabin. Instantly, they clashed with the pirates inside. Then, Wu Heng continued to the remaining pirate ships, turning the bodies on the decks and ordering attacks on the cabins to kill the remaining pirates. After leaving several pirate ships to the skeletons, Wu Heng proceeded to the besieged guild's ship in the center. This ship was not much better than the pirate ships, the railing was shattered, and the deck was full of bodies, dense holes and huge dents from the explosions. He walked around the deck. He found the captain of Red Crown Pirate Group with a huge hole in his chest and the captain of Poison Blade Pirate Group, stripped to just his underwear. Wu Heng checked the wanted posters, then looked around nearby. Among the scattered limbs, he found 2 legs that seemed to belong to Poison Blade. He took out 2 mets from his space ring, wrapped up the bodies and then directly put them into his space ring. Afterward, he transformed all the other bodies into skeletons. Thud thud thud! Wu Heng approached where the guild members were hiding, knocked lightly, and said, "Xi Ligi, you can come out now." Behind the door, after the sound of moving items, the door opened. Xi Ligi, along with her team members and sailors, walked out from the dim cabin. It seemed that everyone was in a sorry state. There were hardly any crew members left. Deputy Steward Wu Heng. "Thank you, Deputy Steward, for coming to rescue us." "Thank you, Deputy Steward Wu Heng." Everyone thanked him, but they still looked with some trepidation at the sea of skeletons behind him. Xi Ligi glanced around at the situation. The scene was even more tragic than she had imagined, with the deck resembling ruins, covered in bloodstains and various debris. And on the surrounding pirate ships, one could see skeletons dragging out some of the bodies from the cabins. "Where are the others?" asked Xi Ligi. Chapter 390. Seeing the curious gaze from Xi Ligi, Wu Heng was also startled. "What other people?" Shiraz looked at him with confusion. "Didn't you bring a squad over?" There was no time. As soon as he finished speaking, Xi Ligi and the others all frowned at him. One person, killing so many pirates? The entire sea had been dyed red. Let alone whether the other deputy stewards could do it, even Steward Imolo might find it difficult to boast of coming out alone to rescue someone. This was somewhat too abnormal. Xi Ligi continued to inquire, "Didn't the steward come with you?" "No, I'll explain in detail when we return, you go check this ship first to see if it still can move," said Wu Heng straightforwardly. "Okay." Xi Ligi nodded. She instructed the others to start inspecting the ship. The battles on the other pirate ships had also ended. Bodies were dragged out of the cabins and laid out on the deck. Wu Heng turned them all into skeletons and then began to move the goods and money from the pirate ships. Several ships were all tied together. A large amount of goods were moved into the cabin on Wu Heng's ship, which, besides the materials, included some gold coins and several large buckets of silver coins. It seemed that the pirates were very fond of using wooden barrels to hold silver coins. The several pirates that had been wiped out one after another all had barrels filled to the brim. A huge amount of materials was piled into the cabin. Apart from the bounties from the association, these ships and the materials in the cabins were already a significant harvest to take back. Returning to the deck, Shark Teeth was leading a few skeletons, retrieving sunken goods from under the sea. There were bound to be losses. But some coins were still salvageable and could be used again. Before long, a squad member came over. He said, "Deputy Steward Wu Heng, we've inspected the pirate ships, and 3 of them can be operational after repairs while the remaining one needs to be towed back. Out of the remaining pirate ships, which were 4 in total, they were definitely to be taken back. The greatest value was in these ships. Then let's tow them back." Okay, the squad member went down to prepare. Once everything was dealt with, the order was given to set sail for home. The ships formed a convoy, approaching in the direction of Gold and Silver Island. On the deck, the sea breeze howled, and the splashing waves fell like raindrops. Xi leaned on the railing, her golden hair fluttering with the sea breeze, and said, "How did you know we were in danger?" "The steward came to pick you up a few days ago. Seeing there was no news, I took the special item for finding people and came out to check," Wu Heng stated directly. Xi nodded, "Thank you, if it wasn't for you coming over, we might have been in danger." Wu Heng laughed, waved his hand and said, "What's there to thank for? We're all companions, helping each other is natural. If I'm in danger, you'd surely come to my rescue too." A smile appeared on Shiraz's somewhat dirty face. "That's true, you really are different from other necromancers, the impression you give is different. Take that as a compliment." Wu Heng said, then quickly added, "By the way, the item I use to find people requires an article of clothing or a personal belonging of the target to track their location. I went to your office and took one, but I accidentally broke the door." Xi didn't mind at all. "It's fine, just have someone fix it later. What did you take?" Wu Heng flipped his hand, producing a hairband. "This hairband, I'm giving it back to you." Xi looked surprised. "I've been looking for this hairband for a long time, I couldn't even remember where I put it." "Well, keep it with you for now, that way, you don't have to break the door again the next time I'm in danger." That's one way to do it." Wu Heng put it away again, and Xi showed a smile. Wu Heng leaned on the railing and continued, "Don't just head out to sea on a whim, it's too dangerous." Xi sighed and said, "The association has set targets for us, do you think I want this? Now even the ship is broken, I don't know how I'm going to explain this to the steward when I get back." Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "We just killed 2 pirate captains, one of whom was a level 3 fugitive. When we report it, we'll say we killed them together to fulfill the quota first." Shiraz looked up at him. "How can we do that? That should be your achievement. On record, there's a complete difference between a single person killing and a group killing. 2 deputy stewards, plus 2 squads, killed 2 pirate groups. Although the quota was met, it didn't look that impressive. What use is a record, anyway? That may be true, but fabricating achievements is not permitted by the association." "Fabricating what?" "You and the squad members participated too, it wouldn't be considered fabricating." Xi hesitated, then glanced at the other squad members in the distance. It wasn't quite right that they had almost lost their lives on this venture without reaping any benefits. Ultimately, she nodded and agreed, "All right, thank you." "No need for thanks. I'll go and inform everyone, so there are no problems later," Xi said, and then she walked toward the direction of the squad members. She briefly explained the situation. All the squad members saluted Wu Heng in gratitude. Wu Heng also nodded with a smile. He didn't say much else. The Iron Barrel Pirate Group. Philippa sat in the captain's cabin, joyful as she took out everything from the space ring. Various supplies, a large bag of gold coins, and 2 whole barrels of silver coins. This filled Philippa with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Being a pirate is awesome. Unlike the startup funds Wu Heng had given her, this money was obtained by her own hands through killing and looting. A pirate should live like a pirate. The spoils she lent were not as satisfying as those taken with her own hands. Humming a tune, she put away all the supplies. Then, her gaze fell onto the iron cage on the table. In the cage was a chubby green parrot. Patches of its feathers were plucked, giving it the look of a chicken ready for the pot. Philippa pulled out a dagger with a ring, and slammed it onto the wooden table. Her eyes slightly narrowed, she looked at the parrot with ill intent and said, "Chick, now you have two choices, be stewed in soup or roasted." After speaking, she instinctively licked her lips. The green parrot shivered and said in a shrill voice, "Ally, pirate code. Your ally is very hungry." The green parrot flapped its wings, shouting, "No, traitor. I didn't expect you could communicate," said Philippa with curiosity. She knew the parrot could talk, but she hadn't expected it to understand so much. After thinking for a moment, she continued, "You've seen too much today, you can't be left alive." "Ally! Ally!" the parrot shouted, "Ally!" shaking its head frantically. "If you were one of our pirate crew, I wouldn't eat you." The wing-flapping parrot paused for a moment, tilting its head as if it didn't understand. Philippa picked up the dagger again. The parrot immediately became alert and shouted in a piercing voice, "Captain, great captain!" Philippa drew closer to the cage, staring at the parrot, and said, "If you become my tamed beast and fail, I'll pluck and stew you." The parrot spread its wings, pressed against the back of the iron cage, full of fear. Chapter 391. Not until early the next morning did the fleet approach the harbour, towing the damaged pirate ships. The sight of ships covered in scars making their way to the dock still caused quite a stir. "What's happening? Why are ships flying pirate flags docking?" "Those are the Poison Blade and Red Crown pirate ships, I've seen their flags on wanted posters. They're approaching the Association's harbour, looks like they've been taken down by the Association's folks. The Poison Blade pirate group has been notorious for over a decade, how could they be wiped out so easily? It seems the Association has taken drastic measures, the pirates have been too rampant on the trading routes lately." "That's true." everyone whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, those who were gathering information quickly left the crowd to pass the news on. Soon, the news that the association had wiped out two pirate groups spread rapidly at the harbour and across the island. Taverns and brothels were all abuzz with discussions about it. They speculated whether it was Imolo himself who led the team, wiped out the two groups as a warning to others. In the cabin, Wu Heng ordered all the skeletons to stand by. He then returned to the deck and, together with Xi Ligi and many squad members, disembarked the ship. After informing the ship manager, he called for a carriage and headed back to the association. Upon arrival at the association, the team members went back to their resting area, while Wu Heng and Xi Ligi together headed to the steward's office. After knocking lightly on the door, they entered directly. Inside the office, there was only the assistant, Moya. Upon seeing Wu Heng and Xi Ligi stepping in, Moya's eyes widened. Only yesterday, Wu Heng had mentioned receiving intelligence about Xi Ligi being in danger, and today he brought her back? That was incredibly fast. Or was it that Xi Ligi wasn't in trouble at all and had just happened to run into Wu Heng on her way back? "Deputy Steward Xi Ligi, are you all right?" Moya asked. Xi Ligi ran her fingers through her hair and replied, "I'm fine, some sailors were injured, and there's damage to the ships, where's the steward?" Moya said, "I've already passed the message along to the steward, he hasn't come back yet." At this point, Moya became even more curious about how Wu Heng found her and brought her back so quickly. "Even if you had hidden her yourself, it couldn't have been this fast, could it? When can we expect him back?" Xi Ligi continued. Moya replied, "If he sets sail back immediately upon receiving the message, he could return tonight or tomorrow." "Oh, then we'll come back tomorrow," said Xi Ligi. "Yes, knowing that you've returned safely will put the steward at ease." Wu Heng and Xi Ligi nodded, then left the office. After leaving the steward's office, they continued down the stone stairs together to the morgue. The corpses they had obtained needed to be examined. Everything was to proceed according to the association's protocol. In the cold morgue, the coroner was inspecting the bodies on the iron beds. Upon seeing two stewards coming down at once, he promptly saluted, "Deputy Steward." Wu Heng took out the wrapped corpses and said, "Two bodies, both fugitives from the wanted list, verify their identities and then stitch up the bodies." Both bodies had met particularly gruesome ends. The captain of Red Crown pirate group had a large hole torn open in his chest, while the captain of Poison Blade pirate group suffered even more. His legs had been removed from the mast. Stripped completely bare, his neck was deeply slashed, leaving his head hanging. The coroner lifted the two bodies onto the iron bed, took a quick look, and nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll notify the reception directly once I have the results." "Great, thanks for your hard work." The pair then headed back. They said goodbye in the corridor and returned to their respective offices. Back in the office, Andre Willow smiled and hung his coat on the rack for him. She said softly, "Master, did you go on a mission yesterday?" "Yes, I went to rescue an association ship." Wu Heng washed his face in a basin to the side. Andre Willow took a towel and gently wiped the water off his face. Sitting down, Wu Heng said, "Waiter, help me write a report, the steward might need it later." Andre Willow took out paper and a pen, replying, "Sure, go ahead." Wu Heng thought for a moment and recounted the intelligence he had received yesterday before going to rescue Xi Ligi. The only difference was that he didn't say he killed all the pirates. Instead, he recounted that upon his arrival, Xi Ligi was already fighting with the pirates, and he used skeletons and some machinery to kill them. This was also what he and Xi Ligi had agreed upon. Otherwise, Xi Ligi and other squad members would just hide in the cabin, waiting for the battle to end before emerging. It's difficult to be credited with any merit. Andre Willow wrote down the main content and then began to rewrite it as a report. Wu Heng continued, "Mention our ship's damages and see if we can get some money from the association for repairs." "Ah? All right." Andre Willow nodded. "Elsewhere." Xi Ligi looked at the fallen door on the floor and the broken door frame. Her eyes bulged in astonishment. Is this what Wu Heng meant by a bit of damage? It was entirely unusable. Okay. She dismissed the guards at the door and stepped over the door plate to enter. Glancing around, she noticed a drawer half open under the desk. It seemed Wu Heng had taken his headband from there. She couldn't really blame him, since he had been in a rush to save her, and indeed he had encountered danger at the time. She casually pulled the drawer out further and upon seeing the white chest wrap on top, her cheeks flushed crimson immediately. She had just taken it off and had not had the chance to take it back for washing. He didn't see it, did he? This guy. Deputy Steward Xi Ligi. At that moment, a staff member entered. Xi Ligi put the chest wrap into her space ring and looked up. "What's up? Do we need someone to fix the door?" "Yes, go find someone." "Okay, Deputy Steward." The staff member left. Xi Ligi also took out paper and pen, and began to write about the battle with the pirates yesterday. Closer to noon, Wu Heng stepped out from the association. He had left the report writing entirely to Andre Willow. After all, a report is not an essay exam, clarity of events was what mattered. Besides, the steward was not back yet, and it was uncertain if it could be submitted tomorrow. On this world, messaging was still very primitive. His own radio, however, could transmit messages rapidly. He made his way back to his residence. Minnie saw his return and ran out from the room, launching herself at him. Wu Heng caught her, feeling the bunny girl wrap around him like an octopus. "This move again." Wu Heng, cradling her buoyant buttocks, walked towards the room. Minnie whispered, "I just missed you a bit." "You can't miss me every day." "Oh my." Minnie nuzzled into his neck firmly and cooed softly. Wu Heng, carrying her, headed to the living room. He said, "Be good, go tell chef number 1 to prepare lunch." Minnie hopped down. "Okay, what does master want for lunch?" "Just whip something up." "All right." Minnie ran into the kitchen. Wu Heng also went up to the third floor and into the room equipped with a radio. He glanced at the skeleton investigator's record book, then picked up the microphone and said, "Philippa, how are things on your side?" Soon, Philippa's voice came through, "It's all right, you killed a few of my crew members, now I have to recruit others." The scene had been chaotic at the time. Besides, aside from Philippa, Wu Heng didn't know which were her crew members as the skeleton warriors had opened fire indiscriminately. To say a few were killed was to say the others dodged really well, not that they weren't all killed. "As long as you're not hurt, that's good, other crew members can be recruited again," Wu Heng said bluntly. "Humph, those were my capable subordinates, my allies for conquering the seas," Philippa commented, then continued, "What weapon did you use to destroy the ships?" "It seemed quite powerful." She must be talking about the machine cannons. With sufficient ammunition, they could destroy a ship within seconds. A type of machinery. Install a few on my ship, then I could provide you with more intelligence, Philippa went on. Wu Heng knew instantly what she wanted and replied, no, and don't stand out too much, keep a low profile, mainly gather intelligence. Ammunition for machine cannons was a serious issue right now. Wu Heng had only the machine cannons left with no ammunition. And even if he had some, installing them on her ship wasn't a clear-cut decision. Such devices, in the eyes of pirates, were nothing short of magic relics. You, an 8th level ranger with a relic, how long could you survive? Impossible. Stingy. Philippa muttered and then said, I found a blank envelope on the captain of Poison Blade pirate group, with also a blank paper inside. I wonder if it's the kind of envelope you told me to look out for. Chapter 392. Upon hearing this news, Wu Heng furrowed his brows. Why had these kinds of envelopes appeared again? Or could it be that this time, the Pirates' Loan Association ship was also related to these envelopes? Where are you now? The route? We've circled around to avoid being spotted by anyone, and now we're moving away from Cocktail Island, said Philippa. After thinking for a moment, Wu Heng spoke, head to Cocktail Island now, I'll be there soon, and we'll talk in person. If you come after dark and the other crew members see your ship, how am I supposed to explain? Philippa exclaimed in surprise. I have a way to get there in advance. All right. If you don't make it before nightfall, I'll take my leave with my people, and don't blame me for it, I am not without constraints, Philippa sighed. Wu Heng didn't say much more and hung up directly. Downstairs, lunch was already prepared. After a quick bite, he chatted with Minnie for a moment. Then he left his dwelling, found a secluded place, put on the conductor's hat, and boarded the train. He was on his way to Cocktail Island. The Phantom train, on the way to Cocktail Island, only took a little over 20 minutes. Upon Wu Heng's arrival, he waited for 3 to 4 hours before he finally saw the Iron Barrel Pirate Group's ship approaching from a distance. As the ship docked, Philippa disembarked from the deck with the blazing blade in hand, a parrot perched on her shoulder, looking around like a thief. After gesturing for the crew to go back, she headed straight for the center of the island. When she reached a rundown wooden hut in the center, she let the parrot fly to keep watch on the roof. She then pushed the door and entered the room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Wu Heng seated inside, along with 2 attendants who were well disguised. A smile squeezed onto her face immediately, and she said respectfully and softly, Deputy Steward. Wu Heng nodded, sit down. Philippa sat on a rock opposite him. Wu Heng continued, where's the letter? Let me see it. Oh, right. Philippa pulled out the envelope and handed it over forthwith. Wu Heng glanced at the space ring on Philippa's hand, who instantly covered it, looking as if she was afraid it would be snatched away. There was no need to guess any more, the person who had stripped the Poison Blade pirate group of their gear was Philippa herself. Her actions were indeed ruthless. The legs of Captain Poison Blade were blown off, and she almost savagely managed to decapitate the man. Wu Heng didn't inquire about the ring. He didn't lack such things, so he took the envelope and started to examine it. It was indeed identical to the blank envelope he had obtained before, in length, width, and the feel of the paper. Similarly, looking at this envelope did not provide any panel description. This meant that the envelope and the paper were not props or special items but were distributed to these pirates by some other prop. It was as if someone omnipotent at sea knew the routes of all the trade fleets, as well as the movements of the association ships. The person behind this had indeed become a mystery. How about it? Is it the kind you were looking for? Philippa leaned in and asked. Wu Heng nodded, indeed, it is that kind, however, it's impossible to determine who sent the envelope. You should be more cautious in the future. If you have related intelligence or if you receive such an envelope, notify me immediately. Oh, of course. You can count on me to handle things, Philippa patted her chest confidently. Wu Heng returned the envelope to her as a reference so that she wouldn't forget about it upon seeing it next time. Then he continued, the intelligence was delivered very timely, and you handled it well. This is for you, recruit some new crew members when the time comes. With a flick of his hand, 5 barrels appeared beside him, filled to the brim with silver coins. Pirate bounties, in fact, are not very high. What is most valuable is the wealth and ships that pirates plunder. The amount given to Philippa was not excessive, but she had already received quite a bit the last time she left her post. Seeing Wu Heng take out so much money again, Philippa immediately revealed a smile, Being an undercover was truly delightful, she had acquired quite a sum from the pirates. And now, Wu Heng had given her a pile of money. Her mother lived in that small village and probably had never seen so much money in her entire life. Upon receiving the silver coins, Philippa continued and asked, "Lord, how is my mother doing?" As for Philippa's mother, Wu Heng hadn't paid much attention to her recently. He said, "When you left, I had someone take her out of prison. She wanted to return to the village, but I didn't agree, and she is currently arranged to stay in the association's dormitory." Philippa immediately said, "She can't go back, she has always been rather timid by nature. If she were to return, she would be ostracized and bullied by the villagers, and she would not survive for long." Wu Heng understood her meaning. He said, "Do your job well, and I will buy her a property on Gold and Silver Island. She can run a small business there and maintain a normal life." "That's fine, just don't let her go back to the village," Philippa said. After finishing the conversation about her mother, Philippa leaned forward again, her face filled with curiosity as she asked, "I don't need that device that destroys ships anymore, but what about that small device used by the ranks of skeletons on deck? Can't you give me one of those? I am doing your work for you, what if I'm in danger?" She was referring to a rifle. Wu Heng thought about it. Philippa was now a captain, but her actual strength was indeed lacking, and currently, the blazing blade and the skeletons were protecting her. If she faced danger alone, it would surely be troublesome. He had plenty of rifles and submachine guns, but he was worried they would be circulated outside, and someone might disassemble and reproduce them. After all, freighters and cargo ships had already been made. Firearms and cannons, as long as one researched in that direction, were not difficult to replicate. After thinking, he still took a rifle from his space ring and placed it on the table. Philippa's eyes immediately lit up, and before Wu Heng could speak, she hastily grabbed it. "How do I use this? Is it like a crossbow arrow?" Avoiding the direction of the muzzle, Wu Heng grasped her hand and said, "Don't point the muzzle toward yourself or your comrades, there's a possibility of misfire with this thing, and you would be at a loss if you shot yourself dead." Philippa realized she had been too excited, and chuckled, "Got it." Wu Heng held the rifle, explaining the safety and use methods, and simultaneously said, "The method of use is just like this, only I have this weapon, so don't show it in public. If someone finds out, they might easily guess the connection between you and me." "Damn it! If I can't use it, then why did you give it to me? Use it to protect yourself in case of danger. If someday you really face unavoidable peril, there's no need to care so much. Use the method I taught you, aim directly and fire. Anything below level 15 can be turned into a sieve." Hearing that it could kill targets below level 15, Philippa got excited again. A weapon capable of killing a 4th-tier professional face-to-face. That was indeed a treasure. She smiled and looked up, "Thank you. These are the bullets, remember to switch them out, and also, don't give this weapon to outsiders, not even a single piece of ammunition," Wu Heng instructed again. "I understand, such a tool, I would be a fool to give it to someone else." Philippa stored away the gun and the bullets. "All right, that's all for now. After you go back, your bounty will increase. Be more careful in the future," Wu Heng advised. "Got it. You sound just like my mom," Philippa muttered, then proposed, "Can I change the name of the pirate group? The name Iron Barrel is so ugly." "Isn't that the name left by your father?" asked Wu Heng. "I'm not close with him. I got on the ship to save my mom in the first place. Don't change it for now, the main job is collecting intelligence, not really expecting you to run a pirate group, why care so much about the name?" "Fine then, you're the boss, what you say goes," said Philippa. The two continued their conversation for a while and decided to use Cocktail Island as the future meeting spot for exchanging goods. Philippa walked out of the stone house, and the green parrot flew down from the roof. Chattering, it exclaimed, "Man, you like men. Shut up, you silly bird." "Captain, silly bird," mimicked the parrot. "You're the silly bird," retorted Philippa. Philippa and the parrot bantered as she boarded the ship and left. Wu Heng also left the stone house and, putting on the conductor's hat again, returned to Gold and Silver Island. Chapter 393. The night was deep. Crickets chirped outside the window. Wu Heng lay in bed, gently stroking Minnie's abdomen. The bunny girl's skin was taut and vibrant, smooth as silk. His touch glided upward, soft and filling the palm of his hand. Minnie turned to him, her eyes brimming with tenderness, and said in a sweet voice, Master, it's so good to have you. Why say that? Minnie giggled and lay back down, saying, I just feel very lucky, out of so many slaves, you chose me, now I get to eat delicious food, wear beautiful clothes, and even live in a big house, things I never dared dream of. Minnie placed her arms behind her head, seemingly reminiscing. At that time, Wu Heng needed someone to cook and another to handle accounting. Minnie and Andre Willow came forward directly. From the slaves purchased from Slither, they chose to be with him. It was, in a way, a mutual selection. And now, perhaps due to the better food and living environment, Minnie and Andre Willow were becoming more and more beautiful. They were rare beauties on Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng also smiled, I'm also very lucky to have chosen you too. Wu. Master is so kind. Minnie snuggled into his embrace again. Wu Heng patted the girl's waist and hips, held her close, and then continued, by the way, I have a task for you. Ah? What task? Minnie lifted her head from his chest. On the 3rd floor, there's a room used for receiving intelligence. Ah, I know that room, does it need cleaning? Minnie asked. No, that room is an important tool for contact between me and the pirates. When you have time, take a look at the messages recorded by the skeletons. If there's anything important or urgent, remind me in time, Wu Heng said. It was because of the incident where Shiraz had been surrounded by the pirate group. Wu Heng felt it was better to have Minnie regularly check the content to prevent missing any urgent matters. Of course, there were times when he had gone to Zombie World, and Minnie wouldn't be able to find him. But upon his return, he would be able to get the messages immediately. Oh, all right. Minnie immediately agreed, then asked, those pirates, are they very fierce? They're certainly not good people, he replied. Can they stretch their arms out long? Why do you ask? That's what happens in the comic books, and there are those who use 3 swords. That's all fake, pirates in reality are bad people, be careful around them, Wu Heng continued. Oh, okay. Minnie acknowledged, promptly sitting on top of him. Aren't you sleeping yet? Hehe, Bad Fox isn't here tonight, so I won't sleep all night. Wu Heng supported her waist, you're the one with the boundless energy. Hehe. The next day, early morning. Andre Willow went downstairs and saw Minnie coming out of the kitchen. Good morning, waiter sister. Andre Willow glanced at her and said, you're being so polite today, you didn't talk badly about me last night, did you? How could I? Waiter sister and I are the best of friends, Minnie leaned in. Andre Willow pushed her away with her hand, isn't it the time you were shouting last night how Bad Fox wasn't here and you wanted to play all night? Minnie's expression instantly stiffened as she awkwardly said, ah, that just slipped out unconsciously, you know how I blurt things out when I'm excited, we're the best of friends. I'm not that close to you. Okay, we're the best, I'll make you something delicious tonight, Minnie said, hugging Andre Willow's arm and sweetly apologizing. It wasn't long before Wu Heng also came downstairs from upstairs. He glanced at the two of them fooling around and said, Willow, we'll go to the guild together later. Yes, master. Breakfast was ready. They sat down together at the dining table for breakfast. Wu Heng and Andre Willow then headed to the guild together. Steward's office. Wu Heng knocked on the door and entered after hearing a response. The elegant elf steward sat behind the desk, not at all looking like she had just returned from the sea. Vice Executive Xi Ligi was seated on a sofa to one side, nodding at Wu Heng as he entered. Sit down, said Imolo. Wu Heng took a seat across from Xi Ligi. Imolo continued, Xi Ligi told me about yesterday's events, you did well to rescue members of the guild and kill 2 pirate captains, I'll make sure to note it in your record. Thank you, steward, Wu Heng expressed his gratitude. Although he wasn't too concerned about the record, a positive entry couldn't hurt. Have you written your report? I have. Wu Heng handed the report over to him. Imolo briefly eyed the report and set it aside, then said, don't go out to sea for a while, I'll be organizing an internal inspection in the next few days. Understood, both of them nodded. All right, Shiraz can go back first, Wu Heng, you stay behind a bit. Shiraz stood up, bowed, and left the room. On her way out, she even winked at Wu Heng. After the door closed, Imolo continued, repeat what happened. Wu Heng nodded, repeating the intelligence he had obtained from Philippa, and the rescue mission at sea once more. Imolo pondered for a moment and asked, the pirate girl you arranged, Does she know where the pirates got their information from? Being able to accurately grasp the movements of the association's vessels was not something ordinary pirates could do. At the very least, Imolo did not believe that the Poison Blade and Red Crown pirate groups had that capability. It was clear he suspected someone had provided them with intelligence. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "She's not sure either." She said she was out recruiting sailors and then overheard those people's conversation. Then he added, "But on the bodies, we found those blank envelopes." Imolo's eyes narrowed instantly, related to the blank envelopes again. "There's a possibility, the text on the envelope has disappeared, and I don't know if the message transmitted has anything to do with this incident," said Wu Heng. Imolo frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "I have noted this matter, you and that pirate girl have done well, tell her to keep up the good work, the association will record this and will also sponsor her future development." "Oh, okay. All right, you can go back now too, I'll let you know if there's anything." Wu Heng bowed and then left the room. Back to the steward's office. Andre Willow was bathing the little owl. Seeing Wu Heng return, she smiled and said, "The association is all discussing your deeds, aren't they?" "What deeds?" Wu Heng sat down beside her. "About how you single-handedly rescued Vice Executive Shiraz and their team, saying your strength is second only to Steward Imolo," Andre Willow said while petting the owl, turning her head to speak. "The whole association knows, hey?" "Yes. Everyone is talking about it," Andre Willow said, her face holding a proud expression. "Discuss it for 2 days, and everyone will forget about it," Wu Heng said, tidying up his things. "Where, I'm heading home, if there's nothing this afternoon, you should come back early as well." "Yes, master." Wu Heng left the office. As he reached the hall, indeed many people were greeting him from afar. It seemed he had become famous overnight. Nodding in response, he quickly exited the association and headed to his residence. Arriving back at his residence, it was just around noon. He had lunch with Minnie, and then headed upstairs. Even after hearing Minnie say that there was no important information in the radio log, he still went in to check it himself. There truly was no important information, just some trivial chatter. It felt as if Philippa had turned the radio into a tree hole for worries, where she had to speak into the microphone about every small issue. After confirming there was no intelligence he needed, he continued to ascend to the 4th floor and entered the alchemy room. He placed the purchased materials to one side, then went over to the shelf, looking at the finished elixirs. This time, apart from the several types of elixirs that Wu Heng regularly needed, there were also 8 bottles of level 1 corpse core potion. The production efficiency was fairly high. It hadn't been long since he had brought them back from the military market. After taking all the potions, Wu Heng left the room immediately. In the study, he opened the boundary door and headed to Zombie World. Old Factory District, Dormitory. Wu Heng let Xiao Xiao out to find her mother. He went to the window himself and looked outside. There was construction happening both inside and outside the factory district. Beyond the internal walls and some defensive works, a market was also being built as planned outside. Cranes were digging foundations, and a large number of people were clearing weeds that were knee-high. That was when Chi Han Ke passed by below. Wu Heng took out his walkie-talkie, pressed the button, and said, "Chi Han Ke, come up for a bit." "Received." Chi Han Ke replied and quickly walked up the stairs. Soon, there was a knock on the door. "Enter." The door opened, and Chi Han Ke peered in. Seeing that the room only had Wu Heng and the 2 attendants, she immediately became a bit nervous. With her head slightly lowered, she glanced at the bed to the side and then back at him. "How's life at the base?" Wu Heng asked. "Ah." Chi Han Ke was taken aback, responding instinctively, "Pretty good." Wu Heng looked at her and said, "Do you still remember what I told you about there being a knack to taking the corpse core?" Hearing this, Chi Han Ke felt her heart racing. "I remember. If you're willing to stay and can assure that you won't divulge this matter, I can provide you with that kind of corpse core without any side effects." Chapter 394. Indeed. Chi Han Ke's heartbeat quickened even more. When she truly heard the words "no side effects," her heart skipped a beat, and her pupils suddenly constricted. No side effects? Last time, the other party only mentioned there were some techniques involved. She had thought it merely improved the success rate of consuming the corpse core. But now, what was said was completely different. No side effects meant a guaranteed success. This was too terrifying. Unrestricted enhancement of one's own abilities. For the other party, this wasn't the apocalypse, this was a hunting ground for breaking free from one's own shackles. No wonder the auto repair shop had always been looking for mutated zombies. And no wonder, the other party had displayed so many types of superpowers. Now, they were about to share this secret with her. At the same time as feeling ecstatic, she also understood the implications of the words. This was definitely a secret that could not be revealed. If she disclosed it, she feared she would become one of those skeletons. Forcing herself to calm down, she said firmly, I swear I will not betray you, and I am willing to do anything for you. Remember what you've said today, Wu Heng said. Heng spoke again, don't worry, I know how difficult it is to survive now, I will never do anything to betray you. Wu Heng nodded, took out a bottle of elixir, and handed it to her, saying, this is the purified elixir, drink it straight away, I'll watch over you. Heng frowned slightly, subconsciously taking the not-so-large bottle of elixir. It wasn't the blood-red corpse core, but rather, a medicinal liquid that looked like it could be eye drops. Heng looked at Wu Heng again, confirming that there was no reason for him to deceive or harm her. Moreover, with the conversation having come this far, there was no reason to back down. She opened the bottle cap and tilted her head back to drink. The elixir flowed down her throat into her stomach, dry and with a warmth. Then came an accelerated heartbeat, a feeling of tightness in her chest, and a surge of energy spreading rapidly throughout her body. Her muscles and bones throbbed with pain. But soon, all kinds of strange sensations gradually disappeared, replaced by a sense of vitality and comfort emanating from her body. She had experienced this feeling once before. Only, the last time it had been even more painful, like being flayed and having her bones scraped. An experience so agonizing, one would never wish to endure it a second time. Now, after taking the elixir, it ended so effortlessly. It was truly magical. How do you feel? Wu Heng watched her and asked. Even though Heng had consumed a corpse core before, at this moment, she was drenched with sweat, as if she had been fished out of a river. Her clothes clung to her body, outlining her stiff figure, and the black bra that faintly showed through. Heng revealed an uncontainable joy, very good, I can feel the increase in my body's strength. You have a good constitution, you absorbed it quite quickly. Thank you. A breeze blew through the window, causing Heng to shiver suddenly, realizing that her whole body was soaking wet, she instinctively covered her chest, then let go and pushed out her chest slightly. Thump, thump. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Wu Heng said. The door opened, and Xiao Xiao's mother, Zhao Yangkaiu, entered. Xiao Xiao said you were looking for me. Yes, come in, Wu Heng said. Zhao Yangkaiu entered the room and saw the somewhat oddly looking Heng. Her eyes swept over her body and then took a quick glance at Wu Heng. Deputy Director Qi, Zhao Yangkaiu said. Here in the base, they followed the titles common to most other bases. Wu Heng was the director, and as the day-to-day manager, Heng was the deputy director. Sister Zhao. Heng was even more polite. After exchanging greetings, Heng said to Wu Heng, I'll go back first, notify me at any time if there is any action. Yes, you can go back now, Wu Heng replied. Heng opened the door and walked straight out. After leaving the room, Heng took a deep breath to calm herself down. The fact that he had told her about the elixir signified great trust in her. Perhaps not as much as Li Yaheng, but within the bases controlled by King Yama, she undoubtedly counted as a confidant. She walked down the stairs. She still couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Looking up again, she suddenly thought that Zhao Yangkaiu must also be there to take the elixir. She must be doing it because of her daughter Xiao Xiao, Heng muttered to herself, increasingly curious about who this Xiao Xiao really was. She managed the entire old factory refuge, and all the survivors had been registered. Only this frequently mentioned Xiao Xiao had never made an appearance. It was as if she only existed in everyone's thoughts, never having been seen from the beginning to the end. At this thought, Heng felt a chill run down her spine again. A sense of horror inexplicably rose in her heart. It was like watching a horror movie, where all the characters were imagined by the audience and never truly existed. So cold, Heng shivered her shoulders and went back to her room to change clothes. Zhao Yangkaiu stood in the middle, speaking somewhat restrainedly, do you have any instructions for me? Xiao Xiao also revealed herself in mid-air, half reclining, humph. Mom's always got a temper with me. Zhao Yangkaiu looked up and glared at her. Wu Heng said, you've heard about the corpse core, haven't you? The radio mentioned it, something inside a zombie's body, Zhao Yangkaiu spoke. Even if she hadn't heard about it before, now that she was in charge of the radio, she naturally knew about the corpse core. Wu Heng spoke directly, I can provide you with a corpse core here, which would be of great benefit to your constitution. Zhao Yangkaiu frowned, the success rate of the corpse core is quite low. Xiao Xiao interrupted from the side, Uncle's doesn't have any side effects, Mom, so don't worry. Wu Heng also explained, I have an elixir here that has no side effects. Offering it to Zhao Yangkaiu was largely a compensation for Xiao Xiao. As one of the first ghosts who followed him, although she was a bit mischievous, she had indeed provided him with great help. Whether it was scouting before battles or locating mutated zombies. So now, with an abundance of corpse cores to distribute, Xiao Xiao's mother was also included. Zhao Yangkaiu looked at her daughter, who was nodding earnestly at her, and agreed, thank you for your trust. Wu Heng handed her the elixir. Zhao Yangkaiu opened the bottle and downed it in one gulp. Immediately afterward, her body started convulsing, curling into a ball and letting out pained moans. Xiao Xiao cheered her on from the side, telling her to just hold on a bit longer. After a short duration of pain, there was a sensation of the body being revitalized. Zhao Yangkaiu wiped her sweaty forehead, thank you, I feel like my body has changed a lot. Don't mention this to anyone, not even people within the base, or it could be life-threatening, Wu Heng continued to caution. Zhao Yangkaiu's expression grew serious, and she nodded gravely, I won't speak of it. Go ahead with your tasks. Zhao Yangkaiu gave a salute again and left the room. Thank you, Uncle, Xiao Xiao expressed her gratitude. Why be polite? We're all family here, said Wu Heng. Hee. Xiao Xiao chuckled happily and did a loop in the air. Wu Heng put on a coat, Xiao Xiao, come back first, we are going to the bus station. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao returned to her body. Wu Heng, along with the skeleton, went straight up to the rooftop, climbed onto the skeleton flying dragon's back, and put on a bandit mask as a windbreak. With a light pat on the dragon's neck, they soared into the sky, heading toward the direction of the bus station. Whistling wind filled his ears, and the airflow whipped around the mask like a lash. If his constitution weren't several times stronger than that of a normal person, he might have struggled with these speeds. The journey was a rapid flight. The skeleton flying dragon arrived directly above the bus station. The flying dragon descended into the yard, and the patrolling survivors, carrying strong crossbows, hurried over. Seeing Wu Heng taking off his hood, they immediately lowered their weapons and smiled. King Yama! Did you just come back from a raid? Wu Heng jumped down from the flying dragon and asked, where's Li Ya-heng? Sister Hong is in a meeting, should I notify her? Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, let her come to my room after the meeting finishes. Oh, all right. He returned to his original room. It was still preserved as it was. He waited briefly. The door opened, and Li Ya-heng, carrying a heavy backpack, walked straight in. Seeing Wu Heng, she stood at the door with her arms folded across her chest, looking sulky. Wu Heng saw her demeanor and felt somewhat amused. He opened his arms and said, come here. You, Li Ya-heng hesitated, glared at him, but still walked over and fell into his embrace. Wu Heng wrapped his arms around her, asking, miss me? Miss my ass, she retorted, yet still snuggled forcefully into his embrace. Wu Heng pinched her cheek, lifting her face, and planted a forceful kiss upon her lips. Chapter 395. Li Ya-heng, flushed with annoyance, hammered the other's chest twice before looking up and responding. It wasn't until her jacket had been taken off that Li Ya-heng turned away and said, no, I have to take a shower first, I'm all sweaty. Wu Heng unfastened her chest wrap with one hand, gave her lower back a light pat, hurry up then. Really, you're like this as soon as you arrive, Li Ya-heng held her chest clothing, complaining softly. After she entered the bathroom, Wu Heng also took off his clothes and followed in. Coming out of the bathroom, wrapped in bath towels, the two of them walked out and sat at the edge of the bed. Wu Heng took out 2 elixirs and placed them on the table, the new potions are out, here are 2 for you. Li Ya-heng, toweling her damp hair, arched an eyebrow. Corpse core potions, which hadn't been seen for a while, were mainly due to a lack of reports of mutated zombies nearby. Now, Having established a base in the city, that was indeed the right move. Am I taking two for myself? Shouldn't some be distributed to others? After all, I've taken it so many times and still haven't awakened any superpower. Wu Heng pulled her into his embrace and said, let's consider others later, you manage things here, you need to have a certain amount of strength. Alright, should I drink them now? Without saying much else, Li Yaheng opened the potions and drank both bottles in succession. A brief sting in her body followed, after which everything returned to normal. Li Yaheng could distinctly feel an improvement in her physical strength. Grabbing thin air then opening her palm again, she revealed a mosquito she had squished. Wow, I have the shadowless hand now, Li Yaheng exclaimed. She washed her hands in the bathroom and came back with a smile, saying, you're so nice. Not angry anymore. Still angry, who asked you to stay away for so many days? Li Yaheng continued to pout. Wu Heng drew her closer, I've been busy there, also setting up a new market. Moreover, Li Yaheng went on, the passenger terminal needs more food and strong crossbows, and in the bag I brought, is the gold and silver I've recently collected. I knew I could count on you. Really now? Staying at the passenger terminal until dusk, looking at the time, planning to leave. Li Yaheng helped him dress, quietly complaining, really, it's like sneaking around, in such a hurry, and even timing the return. Wu Heng laughed at her teasing, you are the official one. What, you really have someone else? Is it Chi Han Ke? I've had my suspicions about her for a long time, Li Yaheng immediately said. Wu Heng pinched her face playfully, what wild guesses? Then when will you come again? Li Yaheng continued to ask. In a few days. What about the food and strong crossbows I need? Let's do this, when the time comes, I'll have the convoy deliver them along the perimeter road, it'll take just over 2 days, Wu Heng thought for a moment and said. That works. After they had discussed and agreed, Wu Heng picked up the backpack full of gold and silver from the ground and glanced at it. Picking it up, it rustled heavily, weighing at least over 1,000 grams. In a different world, one could live a life of luxury with this. He stored it in his space ring and walked out directly. He mounted the skeleton flying dragon, waved goodbye and headed towards the old factory area. The flying dragon landed on the rooftop of the old factory area. Wu Heng returned to his dorm, opened the boundary door, and went back to Gold and Silver Island. Back at the place of residence. After dinner, Wu Heng distributed the remaining 4 potions to Minnie and Andre Willow. Both women knew the potion's value. They joyfully accepted it and took it immediately. When the night deepened, they returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, at the association, Wu Heng sat at the desk, checking the latest updates on the fugitive list. Some new pirate groups had been added, along with the usual fugitives. And Philippa, the bounty on her head, had already reached 650 silver coins, had she not just made the list. Given her estimated age, her level wouldn't be too high, and she might even be credited with a third-class merit. Thump thump. The door was knocked, and Andre Willow came in with a woman. Master, MRS, Millicent has arrived, Andre Willow said. Millicent was the name of Philippa's mother, a woman not yet 40, with very fair skin and a plump figure. Master, the woman said in a lowered voice, also quietly calling out. You can call me Deputy Steward, you don't need to follow their lead, Wu Heng said. It was still somewhat strange to be called master by his subordinate's mother. Yes, Deputy Steward. Wu Heng continued, the day before yesterday, I met your daughter, and she wanted me to arrange a job for you, have you done anything before? The woman carefully looked up and said, I used to run an inn for a while, but there weren't many people in the village, so it eventually closed. It simply wasn't viable to open an inn in a village. But it did count as having some experience in doing business. Wu Heng thought for a moment and then said, if I buy you a shop and have you open a tavern, can you manage it? I don't know, the woman replied, bowing her head. Gold and Silver Island was different from the village she had previously lived in. This place was a bustling trade center, with a great many sailors and trading groups entering the port daily. Taverns of that sort did quite well here. They would also serve as a source of information for him. After a moment of consideration, he looked up and said, let's give it a try, after all, it wasn't easy to leave the village, you should have a better life. The woman's expression briefly paused, you're right. Where, update by N0VGO, C0. Master, Andre Willow looked over. Go to the municipal offices and buy a shop, pick a location that's a bit better, and have someone else make the purchase, not you, Wu Heng instructed directly. Understood, Master. Andre Willow left. The room was now left with only Wu Heng and the woman standing in the middle. Sir, how is my daughter doing now? The woman hesitated for a moment before asking. Quite well, at least better than you, he replied. Hearing that her daughter was doing well, the woman's face relaxed quite a bit as she quietly said, Philippa has the temperament of a boy, please be patient with her if there's anything lacking. No problem, her character is quite good. Thank you. Wu Heng looked at her and continued to ask, what is your profession? I don't have a profession yet. Hearing this, Wu Heng's brow furrowed slightly. In a world where everyone had a profession, it was quite unusual not to have one at her age. How old are you? 38. Wu Heng thought a bit and continued, go wait inside for a while. Following his command, the woman walked into a room on the side. Wu Heng called over a staff member at the door and said, go to the front desk and get a investigator profession change scroll. Understood, Deputy Steward. It wasn't long before the profession change scroll was brought over. After the staff member left, he handed the scroll to the woman, this scroll is for you, your profession will be investigator, in the future, while managing the tavern, you will also be responsible for gathering information for me. The job characteristics of an investigator revolve around observation and recording. They are often employed in clerical positions and are popular in various forces. It's the kind of profession where, once you change, you won't worry about finding a job. But the downside is clear, as chosen laborers, there's little combat capability, and high-level powerhouses rarely emerge. Seeing the scroll handed to her, the woman immediately showed a delighted expression, thank you, Deputy Steward. Go ahead and change professions, he said. The woman tore open the scroll, and a beam of light penetrated her body. As the light faded, her demeanor and state transformed. Her eyes became brighter, and the look in her eyes, no longer timid, gave off an impression of keen observation. Wu Heng said, as an investigator, your advancement will focus on observation and collection, although your age of profession change is a bit older, if you pay more attention to your surroundings, you can catch up. Yes, I'll work hard, she affirmed. All right, do well, although you're not currently considered part of the guild, you are indeed my informant, work for a few years, and when you no longer wish to continue, I'll help you leave and arrange a new job for you. Thank you, sir. Chapter 396. He chatted with the woman for a while. Andre Willow came back with the deed. She said, Master, I've bought a shop at the newly built commercial street on Lighthouse Street, the location is pretty good. That area is quite nice. Wu Heng took the deed and continued to look at the woman, come, I'll take you to have a look. Yes, my lord. Lighthouse Street. Inside a newly completed shop. Wu Heng put on an illusion veil and transformed into the form of a plump woman, entering the shop with Millicent. The shop was empty. But the floor space was not small at all. A total of 5 floors, 4 above ground including the hall and the private rooms above. The architectural design appeared to be that of a tavern. Wu Heng handed the deed to her and said, now this shop is yours, if you have any troubles, come to me, but don't mention your relationship with me to outsiders, I am the deputy steward of the association, with many enemies around me, that would put you and your daughter in danger. I understand, the woman nodded, then gave a solemn bow again, thank you, my lord, for saving me and Philippa from the cell and for giving us this opportunity. It's good that you know what you should do. Yes, my lord. The two of them took a look around the shop. Wu Heng continued, first, find someone to renovate the shop, don't worry about the money. Yes, my lord. After looking around, they closed the shop's door again. The rest would be up to her to handle. Getting on the carriage, the woman returned to the association, while Wu Heng got off halfway and went back to his residence. After lunch, Wu Heng found a secluded place, put on the conductor's hat, and boarded the phantom train. In the schedule book, he wrote Natali City. The train vanished quickly, and when it appeared again, it had already arrived at this port city in the Yeko Kingdom. Perhaps due to the recent instability in the kingdom's political climate, the port streets had become much quieter. Wu Heng walked straight into a weapon shop he'd never visited before, glanced at the weapons around, and asked, How much for the strong crossbow? The owner said with a smile, this type of strong crossbow is 40 silver coins. The price really had gone up quite a bit. How many do you have in the store? Do you need a large order? The owner pondered for a moment and said, Customer, the store only has a bit more than 10 strong crossbows. If you order in bulk, we can arrange a supply order for you, and deliver within 10 days. Wu Heng frowned and thought it over. Just a few pieces weren't of much use. Moreover, he had ordered 1,000 elven strong crossbows from Starflower, along with a large amount of food. In 10 days, the goods from Starflower should also be about to arrive. So there was no need to order from here. Never mind, I'll look around some more. Wu Heng left the shop and strolled through the nearby stores. The price of food had also increased, but not by a large margin, and there was a quite ample supply. He directly bought more than 200 bags of flour and some legumes. Whether for the passenger station or for trade, it would all come in handy. After a round of shopping, finding nothing else in need of purchase, Wu Heng continued to walk outside. He came to a rather desolate place outside the city. Just as he was about to put on the hat to leave. Clop clop clop. The urgent sound of horse hooves suddenly rose from behind. Wu Heng put away his hat and turned to look back, only to see a group of armored cavalrymen quickly approaching from that direction. A line of 12 men followed by billowing clouds of dust kicked up in their wake. Wu Heng stood aside, waiting for them to pass. Suddenly, the leader of the cavalry yanked the reins, and the squad came to an abrupt halt. Seated high on his horse, the man in charge looked down and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Just passing through, is there a problem?" Wu Heng replied. The man sized up Wu Heng, his gaze sweeping over the ring on his hand before scanning the surroundings. "Recently, there's been a surge in banditry within the city, lay down your weapons and submit to an inspection." As he spoke, the cavalrymen encircled them. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly as he took out the deputy steward emblem and hung it on his chest. Scram! All the cavalrymen were taken aback. Their eyes widened a bit as they looked at the emblem. To randomly encounter someone who is a deputy steward out here. What are the odds? The captain of the cavalry was also taken aback. He scrutinized the man before continuing, "I know all the deputy stewards of Natali City, how come I've never seen you before? You didn't just pick that up, did you?" Then, he continued to command the cavalryman, "Go, take him down." Wu Heng stood his ground, having realized the other party's intentions. No matter what identity he claimed, here in this desolate place, they intended to have their way with him. Even the identity of a deputy steward wasn't enough to deter them, it seemed clear they didn't intend to leave any survivors. Tap, tap, tap. Heeding the captain's order, the cavalryman charged straight at him. Wu Heng immediately took out a heavy machine gun from his space ring and pulled the trigger relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. The violent explosions rang out. The approaching cavalry squad was instantly engulfed by bullets, and both men and horses lay scattered on the ground. The captain, who had just moments ago been indifferent and disdainful, suddenly changed in complexion pale, tugged the reins, and attempted to ride away. In a flash, Wu Heng cast a spell, and a cage of bones imprisoned the lone cavalry captain within it. The man's complexion turned exceedingly ugly. He'd hoped to profit from a lack of witnesses, but he had kicked an iron plate. Not only were all the members of his squad dead, he himself might also die here. As Wu Heng approached, the man hastily said, "Deputy Steward, it was our eagerness to apprehend bandits that led us to offend you." He dismounted and bowed deeply. Wu Heng's brow furrowed, the man truly knew how to be submissive when necessary. Just moments ago, he had ordered his men to kill, and now he was promptly apologizing. Wu Heng spoke plainly, "There's no need for apologies, just don't be so arrogant in your next life." After that, he dismantled the bone prison, and the skull crusher crushed the captain's skull with a single blow. It was clean and efficient. Wu Heng searched the bodies on the ground, finding some coin pouches, elixirs, and a sealed letter on the captain. Upon opening it, he saw it was a letter requesting troop movement to capture someone. It appeared those cavalrymen had been on a mission to deliver the letter. Just then, he had genuinely suspected that it was a blank letter meant to deceive. He took all the straw mats from his space ring. "Wrap up the bodies, use one mat for every 2 human corpses," Wu Heng ordered plainly. There were still too few straw mats. After rolling up the bodies, Wu Heng collected them into his space ring, then continued to pick up spent cartridges from the ground. He put on the conductor's hat once more and returned to Gold and Silver Island. In Zombie World, at an old factory district, Wu Heng was in an open space at the back. He took out several cavalrymen's bodies. Corpse battlefield was released, and bright white skeletons rose from the ground. In addition to human skeletons, there were also 12 skeleton horses. Chapter 397. Flesh fell away, and the stark white skeletons rose from the ground. 12 humanoid skeletons, along with 12 skeleton steeds. Wu Heng looked at the skeletons, inspecting the levels of a few. Skeleton Cavalryman, Level 7. Skeleton Cavalryman, Level 6. Skeleton Warhorse, Level 4. This time it was a new profession, called Cavalry. The highest level was 7, which was of the squad leader who had ordered the attack upon encounter. The levels are a bit low. Wu Heng was somewhat disappointed. But on second thought, these levels were normal. One shouldn't expect ordinary soldiers to be at the level of leaders or key figures. These were part of a cavalry troop, not a leader's squad. Moreover, the pirates recently transformed also had levels around 5. Different professions, but all belonged to soldiers. If there had been a high-level professional among them, Wu Heng wouldn't have killed them so easily within minutes. He continued to examine the attributes of the cavalry. They were closer to warriors, with additions in their specialties: riding mastery, basic; swordsmanship specialization, basic; lance mastery, intermediate. This indicated that the combat strength of this type of soldier was largely demonstrated in mounted combat. But in Wu Heng's view, against zombies, the advantages of cavalry might not be so clear. Most of the time, zombies would quickly form hordes. At that point, it would be difficult to exploit that kind of mobility with the inevitable surrounding and intercepting. It wasn't a big issue, as being useful in some way was better than not at all, and besides, skeletons didn't need to eat, practically causing no consumption. Put on the equipment on the ground, and equip your own skeleton steeds too, Wu Heng ordered. The 12 skeleton cavalrymen bent down to pick up the equipment on the ground, donning it back on themselves. Then, they continued to equip the horses with leather armor and stirrup saddles. Once fully equipped, they picked up the weapons from the ground and mounted their steeds. The weapons of the cavalry were divided into 2 types, long swords and lances. Sitting astride their horses, they looked quite imposing. From now on, your rider 1, your rider 2, your rider 3, Wu Heng named the cavalrymen in turn. After the naming was over, Wu Heng led all the skeleton cavalrymen back to the large courtyard. Stepping into the courtyard, the imposing skeleton cavalry immediately caught the attention of all the survivors. They stopped what they were working on and stared wide-eyed in their direction. They had already seen skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and even the flying dragons in the sky. Now a troop of skeleton cavalrymen had been brought back. It was almost like completing an ancient army with different types of soldiers equipped with cold weapons. All the people stood at a distance, whispering among themselves. Heng also received the news and came out of the dormitory building. She looked up at the tall skeleton cavalryman and subconsciously stepped back 2 paces. A vague pressure rose in her heart. She shifted her gaze and looked back at Wu Heng. Do we have any plans for today? Wu Heng glanced at the sky. Having returned from Natali City, it was already late in the day. He said, no particular plans for today. Tomorrow morning follow me to the military market. We need to prepare 2 carts of food. Okay. Heng agreed and went off to make preparations in advance. Wu Heng led the skeleton cavalry to where the skeleton army was stationed. Then he returned to the dormitory, opened the boundary door, and went back to Gold and Silver Island. The next day, morning. Zombie World. Wu Heng stepped out of the dormitory, and Heng had already prepared the vehicles. He got into the passenger seat. 3 military trucks started up and headed towards the direction of the military market. The wall around the market is almost built. Are we going to operate it like the bus station or as a free market like the military side? Heng asked while driving. The operations in both places had some differences. The bus station under Li Yaheng's control functioned more like a recycling center, where food was exchanged for supplies brought by all the shelters. As for the military market, not only did it allow for the exchange of firearms and ammunition for supplies, but it also provided a market where other people could set up stalls to sell their goods, essentially serving as a platform. Of course, for providing the venue and a certain level of security, the military also charged a fee. What Heng wanted to ask was whether they should open up the market to outsiders. After thinking for a moment, Wu Heng replied, I think the way the bus station operates is quite good, what do you think? His own side had different objectives from the military market. The military needed operations to maximize the collection of food or other resources. Whereas, on Wu Heng's side, there was an abundance of food, you came with goods, he gave you food, and then you could leave. There was absolutely no need to make the process so complicated. Moreover, the presence of many other shelters in the market increased the burden on security and maintenance within the market. I think the same, but as for pricing, should we go with the same rates as the military? Chi Han-K continued to ask. When it came to pricing, careful consideration was still needed. The military market's pricing was based on the resources they needed. It wasn't necessary for his side to follow their lead, but they also couldn't deliberately mark up the prices, as that might convey a provocative and targeted sentiment. Even if he wasn't afraid of the opposition, it was still better to avoid conflict. Modern weapons still posed a certain threat. For firearms and ammunition, we'll set the price at 1/3 lower than the military's. For corpse cores and special equipment, the prices will be the same. As for gold and silver, like the bus station, the prices will be reduced by 1/3. Good, Chi Han-K continued, and there's a special profession. In our meeting, we discussed that if other shelters send us a special profession or professional, we can offer them 50 kilograms of food, which will go to the individual if they come on their own. Agreed. So, do we need to go there today to exchange resources? The market is about to open. Chi Han-K glanced at him. We still need to make a trip, let's first exchange for some ammunition we need, in case the market opens and they refuse to sell to us, Wu Heng explained. Right, Chi Han-K continued, and when we come back, I'll have Zhao Yangkaiu announce it over the radio. The two finalized their market plans. Chi Han-K also discussed her arrangements for the sentry posts. With all the zombies around the old factory area cleared out, Chi Han-K planned to block some minor paths and arrange sentry posts on 2 main roads. Whether it was survivors approaching or a horde of zombies migrating, they could detect them early and have time to prepare. Wu Heng had no objections to this plan. He wasn't at the site every day, so some of the security matters needed to be arranged by them. The next several matters all received Wu Heng's approval. Chi Han-K felt somewhat pleased. With the serious matters out of the way, she was all smiles along the way, talking about the interesting events that had occurred within the base. Or, about some of the old members, who was getting together with whom. They had already started living together. Whether it was the bus station or the old factory area, having 2 women in the leadership role also avoided some severe issues related to men and women. There were no incidents of occupying women or creating comfort rooms and such. They finally arrived at the military market. Wang Chenggang and the others stayed on the truck to guard the supplies. Wu Heng, with Chi Han-K and 2 skeleton attendants, went directly into the market area. Inside the market, it was still bustling. One after another, stalls were filled with various supplies. Walking through, many stalls could be seen selling homemade detonators and explosives. Looking at the craftsmanship, it seemed quite crude. Folks, need some explosives? Each one's guaranteed to work, perfect for blowing up zombies one blast, and you'll take out a whole bunch, the stall owner shouted as they glanced his way, then patted his chest. You know the open pit mine, right? The explosives used for mining there are all made by me, I'm an old hand at this. Wu Heng took a look and decided to move on. In the other world, thunderclaps that produced explosive and smoke effects were common, although they were still ignited to detonate, they were much better than these homemade ones. Wu Heng continued to walk forward, looking around until he abruptly stopped in front of a stall. The stall owner was a scruffy middle-aged man, sucking on a self-rolled dry cigarette puff as he smoked. The stall was cluttered with a variety of items, machetes, battle axes, homemade armor, and even a cabinet-sized glass device, about the size of a beverage dispenser. Wu Heng scanned the stall and directly asked, "What's this?" "It's a 3D printer, you young folks should know about it, it can print all kinds of things, if you're interested, I'll sell it to you cheap," the man casually said, still puffing on his cigarette. Chapter 398. 3D Printer. Wu Heng was familiar with such a device. Before the disaster, these devices had a period of popularity as a rapid prototyping technology. In videos, many vloggers would post about the figurines they printed, or more advanced, creating various parts to eventually assemble robot arms, retractable knives, and other gadgets. Of course, the materials were not made of iron but more like plastic. Wu Heng looked at the vendor with a puzzled expression. It would be understandable to search for food or weapons, but what were you thinking, bringing out something like this? This thing can work without electricity? Wu Heng asked. The vendor exhaled a cloud of smoke. No. Then what's the point of bringing it out? If you want it, I'll give it to you cheap, the vendor said, avoiding the question. What's the price? 30 kilograms of food, and you get the computer and materials in the truck too. Wu Heng glanced at Chi Han-Ke, who paused for a moment, then grasped the situation and said with a light cough, food is for getting through the winter, what use are these junk items? If you buy it, I'll smash it for you. The vendor took a deep inhale, feeling his business was going under, and quickly said, young lady, you shouldn't speak like that, the apocalypse is tough enough, why destroy a man's dream of crafting? Can't eat a damn dream. Wu Heng added, 2 kilograms of food, this thing is useless without electricity. It wasn't that he was deliberately lowballing. In the current environment, the device was no different from trash. Brother, that's not how you haggle, 2 kilograms is too little, it was quite a hassle bringing this here, how about 10 kilograms, and you take it all, the man proposed. Forget it. Wu Heng turned around to leave. The man immediately grabbed the items off the ground and chased after him, shouting, sold. Don't go just yet, take it for 2 kilograms, a man needs his dreams, brother. Wu Heng stopped in his tracks, his face still showing hesitation. What about the computer and materials you mentioned? They are all in the truck outside, give me the food and I'll get everything ready for a straight trade. Wu Heng nodded in agreement, all right then, let's trade at the entrance. Sure. They all exited the market together. Wu Heng had someone pack 2 kilograms of flour in a plastic bag and handed it over. On the other side, the 3D printer, a computer and a large bag of raw materials were laid out on the ground. Wu Heng passed over the flour, the shabby man even took out a portable scale to weigh it. The weight was slightly over, and his face immediately beamed with a smile. All right, the deal is done, if you do print something, and the materials aren't enough, you can check out the commercial city, there's a store there that sells these materials, the man advised. Wu Heng nodded, oh, okay. They waved goodbye to each other. Wang Chenggang and the others carried the equipment back to the truck, and Wu Heng and Chi Han-Ke continued to look around. Not finding anything of need, they headed straight for the military exchange area to trade for ammunition. They entered the building. The exchange rates on the notice board had not changed. After greeting the worker at the counter, it wasn't long before Captain Yang, who had previously shown them around, descended from the upper floor at a leisurely pace. Seeing Wu Heng, he immediately smiled, young man, what are you buying today? It hadn't been long, but he still remembered Wu Heng. Wu Heng also smiled, Captain Yang, I'm here to buy some ammunition. Welcome, Captain Yang stepped down and said directly, what do you need? I'll have it prepared, we're selling off radios and headsets as well, see if you need any and we can include them in the trade. Wu Heng looked at him, curiously asking, what's the situation? Why are you in a rush to sell this stuff? Captain Yang chuckled, no big deal, just that they're gathering dust in storage, thought we might as well trade them so they can be of use. Though Wu Heng didn't believe it, he didn't inquire further and instead continued, how many of those machine cannons do you still have? You want more? Yet. There was a pause from Captain Yang, his tone regretful, unfortunately, we don't have many machine cannons to spare for sale, but I can give you some shells. How many shells can be traded? 500. Good, then I'll take 500 shells and 5,000 machine gun bullets. Hearing the request for such a large quantity, Captain Yang frowned slightly, but since he had already agreed to trade, he nodded, okay, I'll have it prepared. He instructed his subordinates through the walkie-talkie. Wu Heng waited for a while, once the ammunition was packed, they headed out of the market together. As before, they checked the ammunition and then had Wang Chenggang and others move the food. Captain Yang continued, your place seems to have a good supply of food. We're scrimping and saving, squeezing out some to exchange for ammunition here, Wu Heng sighed. Captain Yang glanced at the other truck covered by tarp and said, we're recruiting survivors from all over, do you have any interest in joining? I can introduce you, when this disaster is over, your status won't be low, and your prospects and reputation will be much stronger than now. Wu Heng's eyebrows raised, picking up on the other's desire to recruit him. The shelter isn't decided by me alone, I'll discuss it with everyone back home, and if there's any interest, we can talk in detail when I come back next time. Captain Yang nodded, that works, I'll wait for good news from you, brother. Once the food and ammunition were both checked and confirmed, Wu Heng said, then we'll be heading back for now, see you next time. Yeah, see you next time. They waved each other off and the convoy drove off into the distance. After driving a distance away, Chi Han-Ke finally asked, I have a feeling he's inviting us to join because of the food. From the mutually beneficial trade to Captain Yang's invitation. Chi Han-Ke also noticed something amiss. They had only met twice, the invitation to join wasn't because they recognized their strength, rather, it was more likely because they could provide sufficient food. Yep, Wu Heng agreed. I think we have no need to join them at all, if we hand over the food, it's uncertain how much will end up in our hands, Chi Han-Ke reminded more straightforwardly. These days, Wu Heng, the boss, and she his second in command. And the whole base's construction was developing in an increasingly positive direction. If they joined any faction now, Wu Heng would at most be a small team leader, and the status of those under them would get worse and worse. That was the best case scenario. If the other side took the food and resources and didn't share with them, things would be even more troublesome. Joining the military sounded good, with boundless prospects for the future. But for Wu Heng's side, it meant adding another shackle to themselves. Wu Heng smiled and said, just being polite, when you're on someone else's turf, directly rejecting Captain Yang could also potentially lead to conflict. Chi Han-Ke was startled, then realized. Wu Heng never intended to join, it was just that he was at the military's doorstep and worried about what they might do, which is why he tactfully said they would go back to discuss it. I knew it, Chi Han-Ke smiled, feeling much more relaxed, but it might not be so easy next time they come. There won't be a next time, after we go back, have Zhao Yang Kai publicize our market, we'll start exchanging goods in the next few days, firearms and various military equipment, and drop the price by a third. Understood. The car sped forward, rushing toward the direction of the old factory district. Upon entering the gate, Chi Han-Ke immediately assigned tasks to everyone, planning the whereabouts of the guard posts, and had Zhao Yang Kai announce the establishment of the old factory district market. There were no complicated trading methods, as long as you could bring out what was needed here, everything would be exchanged for food uniformly. The folks in the shelter, hearing that they were also going to establish a market, were somewhat excited at heart. It at least represented that their side was now on par with the military shelters, and even richer in resources. While Chi Han-Ke was assigning tasks, Wu Heng went to the area where the skeletons were stationed and selected more skeletons to distribute rifles and submachine guns. To serve as guards in the market. You still have to be wary of others. Otherwise, you can't survive long in this world. After everything was finished, Wu Heng went back to the dormitory and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Dazzling sea. On a ship moving with the waves. In the dim cabin, a bright illuminating stone hung. A man dressed in a fitted suit with a Golden Association emblem hanging on his chest attentively read a book at the table. Knock, knock. There was a light knock at the door. The guard's voice followed, Sir Kalma, the captain has arrived. Let him in, said the man as he closed the book in his hand. The door opened and in came a man dressed like a trading fleet captain. He smiled, saluting, greetings, Inspector Special Envoy Kalma. The door closed behind him. The captain brought out an object, placing it on the ground. An invisible sphere enveloped the entire room. Kalma's eyes narrowed and a magic wand appeared in his hand. You don't need to be nervous, Sir Kalma, this is a device that isolates sound, I've come to convey some matters to you, the captain quickly explained while putting on a ring with an eye pattern on his finger. A person from the secret cultivation hall. Kalma's face showed some displeasure as he said, haven't I told you not to contact me while I'm on a mission for the association? If I'm exposed, it's no good for you either. The captain apologized with a smile, please don't be angry, sir, there are some important issues, and the secret cultivation hall needs your help. Speak. We need your attention on a person, his name is Wu Heng. Oh? That new vice executive that was just brought up? Yes, the secret cultivation hall promises to compensate you handsomely afterward. Kalma shook his head, Imolo isn't easy to deal with, I hardly have any opportunities to confront him, and if I get caught with any leverage, I'll be the one to die. The captain continued, no, you just need to dig up some dirt and pull him down from the position of vice executive, a necromancer can't withstand scrutiny. Kalma's gaze instantly sharpened. If it was just this simple, then it wouldn't be difficult. But he still said, what if I don't find anything? Then you can make him commit a mistake and pull him down afterward. Kalma didn't answer immediately, he closed his eyes, pondering for a while, then said, fine, I agree to your request. Thank you, sir. The captain thanked him, packed up the device, and bowed respectfully. I shall not disturb you further, sir, dinner will be sent to you shortly. Yes, go ahead. The captain opened the door and left. Gold and Silver Island, residence. Wu Heng came downstairs from the upper floor. Minnie and Andre Willow were sitting in the living room chatting. Seeing Wu Heng come down, they both showed smiles and greeted him. Wu Heng nodded, glanced at the two women, and asked, why hasn't Shanayla been coming over for meals recently? I've heard she's been quite busy recently. What's up? Does the master miss Shanayla's sister? Minnie came over, hooking her arm into his. Just curious, since the association knows she lives next door to us, I have a task, and that's to ensure her safety, explained Wu Heng. Minnie was startled, not realizing there was such a matter. Then let's go over to her place for dinner today, suggested Minnie. Wu Heng thought that made sense and said, tidy up a bit, let's go check on her. Okay. The two women quickly got ready. Wu Heng led them out directly and headed next door. Chapter 399. Arriving at Shanayla's residence, Wu Heng knocked lightly on the iron door. Before long, a crack was opened. The stern-faced housekeeper looked out. Deputy Steward Wu Heng. Is Lady Shanayla at home? Wu Heng asked directly. Please wait a moment, the housekeeper said, and closed the courtyard door again. Soon, she opened the door all the way. The lady invites you to come in. Wu Heng nodded and walked in with his two maids. The flower beds were full of blooming flowers, with butterflies and bees fluttering around. The entire courtyard was permeated with a faint fragrance of flowers. They entered the central building. The layout of the living room had changed somewhat since the last time. The sculptures and hanging paintings had also been replaced with different styles. Footsteps sounded. Shanayla, wearing a beige long dress, walked down the stairs at a leisurely pace. Seeing the three of them, she instantly revealed a bright smile. What brings you to see me today? Came to check on you. Wu Heng said. Minnie chimed in from the side. Master said he hasn't seen you in several days and was worried something might have happened to you. You care for me so much. Shanayla then looked back at Wu Heng. Of course. At that moment, several maids came up with tea and snacks. The coffee table was filled with various styles of pastries. After the maids left, Wu Heng asked, what have you been busy with lately? Indeed, it's been a few days since we last saw you. Just the same old business consortium things. Shanayla said with a hint of helplessness. Run into any trouble? Nothing major, it's all right, it's already been taken care of. Shanayla smiled and continued, will you have dinner here tonight? We recently brought in 2 new chefs, and some of the alchemy dishes are quite good. Sure, then I'll impose, said Wu Heng politely. Minnie immediately leaned in, her tone surprised. Sister, you changed chefs just like that? That's quite extravagant. It's not always a change, the consortium's chefs are rotated as needed, Shanayla explained, then turned to the housekeeper, prepare dinner. Yes, lady. The housekeeper went downstairs to give orders, and the group continued to chat in the living room. After chatting for a while, the housekeeper returned to announce that dinner was ready. They sat down at the long carved dining table. Shanayla and Wu Heng sat on one side, while Minnie and Andre Willow sat opposite them. When they had almost finished eating, Shanayla asked with a smile, busy with lots of things at the association. Wu Heng was about to answer when he felt a soft little hand slip into his palm under the table, fingers interlocking. Turning his head, Shanayla retained her smile, giving a subtle wink. Wu Heng was surprised by her boldness and glanced at the housekeeper standing behind Shanayla. The housekeeper stood to the side as usual, her gaze fixed ahead as if she hadn't seen anything. Seeing that Shanayla wasn't concerned, Wu Heng naturally stopped worrying and, holding her hand, said, busy with the pirates' matters. Oh, be careful with your work, to be in the position of deputy steward at your age is impressive, don't push yourself too hard. Shanayla tilted her head and spoke softly. I know, Wu Heng smiled, then continued to ask, when will the goods I ordered arrive? The housekeeper glanced behind her before answering, according to the schedule, it will take 4 more days. Are you in a hurry? asked Shanayla. Not exactly, just thought to ask. Shanayla went on, will you need to place another order later? Most likely. Just let me know when you place your next order, I'll give you a total. These last 2 times have been a substantial amount of business, you'll get some discount on future orders. Great. Their palms tightly clasped, they continued to talk about various matters related to the island. After they finished dinner, it was only then that they quietly let go of each other's hand and walked back to the living room to chat for a while longer. As dusk gradually fell, Wu Heng left with his 2 maids. Before leaving, he said, come over for dinner when you have time. Shanayla nodded with a smile, sure. Back at their residence, Minnie sprawled on the sofa, patting her belly and complaining about how full she was. The little owl also flew in from the balcony, incessantly chirping. Andre Willow took out some strips of meat from the space ring to feed the little owl, and said, Master, it seems Lady Shanayla cares a lot about you. Sitting down, Wu Heng didn't deny it, yet, our relationship is quite good. Andre Willow continued, Lady Shanayla is so gentle and beautiful, and she's wealthy too, just perfect. Minnie also nodded, yet, and she's an elf, she can live so long. Wu Heng laughed, everyone has their own strengths, you two are also great, no need to envy her. Hehe, Master is so nice, Minnie said. Andre Willow then said, go, prepare the bath water for the Master. I'm so stuffed, I don't want to move. You'll feel better once you move around, go on, Andre Willow urged again. Reluctantly, Minnie went upstairs to prepare the bath water. Together, the 3 soaked in the bath and then went to their rooms to rest. The next day, Zombie World. Close to dusk, the convoy started back to the old factory area, escorted by a large crowd of skeletons. This morning, Wu Heng had led the skeletons out early, and along the main road, they cleared zombies toward the direction of the bus station. Along the way, they made use of skeleton flying dragons to drop bombs and the spear array for carpet-style advancement. Chapter 400. The battle's pace and speed had significantly accelerated. Based on the current pace, it would take about 3 to 4 days to clear and open up the entire road. By then, the 2 bases would be fully connected, negating the need for the long detour. The transportation of resources would also become more convenient. Similarly, as the zombies were cleared, the number of skeletons increased, boosting my experience points continuously. I opened the panel to take a look. Level 13, 127451/140000. I'm still more than 10,000 experience points away from level 14. With the current number of zombies, clearing a wave would allow me to level up directly. If there had been enough time today, I would have wanted to clear another wave, reach level 14, and then return. The convoy returned to the old factory area, the iron gate opened and the vehicles drove into the yard. A crowd of survivors rushed forward, moving items and checking the vehicles. Wu Heng and Chi Hankei got off the truck, and just as they stepped into the dorm building, Zhao Yangkaiu approached them and said, someone in the base knows how to use that 3D device. The last time at the military market, we exchanged for a 3D printer. We had asked around in the base to see if anyone knew how to use it, if not, someone well versed in computers would have to learn. It seemed that there really was someone with that skill set. Where is the person? Over here, I'll take you there. Wu Heng and Chi Hankei followed her there. They reached the door of a dormitory, knocked twice, and then walked straight in. In the room, a young man in his 20s wearing glasses sat, on his desk were a computer and a 3D printer that had been assembled. Upon seeing the 3 people enter, the young man immediately stood up, King, Sister Chi, Sister Zhao. Zhao Yangkaiu asked, have you set up the device? Yes, both the device and the computer are working fine, said the young man as he opened a software on the computer, explaining, you can design the shape and size of the object you want to create here, then you import it into the software of the 3D printer, and it will start crafting. Seeing how adept he was at operating it, Wu Heng asked, what's your name? Zhang Qi. You can operate both the computer and the 3D equipment? Yes. I had one myself before, although it wasn't as expensive as this one, Zhang Qi replied. Wu Heng nodded and after thinking for a moment, he continued, Zhang Qi, you've seen those skeleton flying dragons outside, right? Ah, yes, I've seen them. The ammunition cartridge in the skeleton flying dragon's chest is made of wood. I need you to make a new cartridge to ensure that during the flight, the cartridge and bullets don't shake around, and also to maximize the ammunition capacity, can you do it? Wu Heng immediately put forth his request. Sweat beads formed on Zhang Kai's forehead as he said, I will need to measure the dimensions of the flying dragon's chest cavity and the size of the ammunition. Qi Hanke will arrange that for you when the time comes, Wu Heng continued. Zhang Qi nodded, then I have no problem, I guarantee I'll complete the task. Good, don't worry about the work outside, just focus on this first. Yes. At this, Zhang Kai's cheeks turned slightly red with an inexplicable excitement. Wu Heng nodded, and left the room with Qi Hanke. Qi Hanke went on, the market will be open to the public tomorrow. I'll be there too, no worries, just prepare as usual, Wu Heng replied. Okay. The next day. On the road, an off-road vehicle covered in dried blood was speeding along, inside sat a man and a woman, with the rear seat filled with various goods clanging continuously as the vehicle jostled. The journey had left them somewhat exhausted. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their complexions were sallow. Bro, do you think it's true what the radio said about exchanging corpse cores for food? It's not a group of swindlers tricking us to go there and eat human meat or something, is it? The young woman in the passenger seat asked. Having heard that the old factory refuge was opening a market, they had taken a long detour to arrive a day early. But on second thought, it was one thing to exchange food for corpse cores, but exchanging unlimited amounts of gold for food sounded suspicious. The more they thought about it, the more it seemed like a scam. Yet they truly needed food. The man driving licked his dry lips and said, you stay in the car when we get there, I'll go inside to check things out, if anything seems wrong, you drive away immediately. What about you? I've consumed a corpse core before, at most, they'll just try to recruit me, you're different, delicate and tender, you look delectable. Crap, you're scaring me, the woman shivered involuntarily. All right, hold on tight, we're about to pass through a residential area, and there should be a lot of zombies. The woman gripped the handle beside her tightly. The off-road vehicle charged down the sloping embankment, followed by severe jostling. The pair came from a refuge on the outskirts of the city. The sanctuary harbored not many survivors, just over 30 people in total. In recent days, the radio broadcast said that the old factory refuge was trading food for gold, corpse cores, and various scarce resources. It wasn't just them, every refuge receiving the broadcast was thrown into chaos. Trading food for gold was something they couldn't wrap their heads around. Gold, at this time, was less useful than an axe. And someone was actually trading food for gold. After a brief discussion in their refuge, the siblings decided to come and see for themselves. After all, winter was fast approaching. If they could really exchange for food, arriving early meant they wouldn't risk it running out. If it turned out to be a scam, they would just drive away. It would be nothing more than a wasted trip. Moreover, they couldn't think of any reason why someone would dare to deceive so many bases.